heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another dream, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws.
of my trepidation. We survive. Oh, alive. I'll take you out for
true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronicler here for today's matches, the last of Week 8. Can't believe we've made it all this way. Only 1 week remains after this. And our first match today is a very interesting one. Thankfully, I'm here with the Challenger expert himself, Chronicler, because the entirety of the ㅣ2022 Challenger team has been called up to face the undefeated T1.
Yeah, and even as Mr. Challenger's salesman himself, this is a tough sell. This is
like you're selling a car without axles, I think.
Yeah, or without wheels.
Yeah.
Because as much as I love my developmental teams, the problem with this roster is it's very new. The players are extremely long. Listo, literally old enough to play in the LCK 4 days ago. That's when he became 17. So that in of itself should really tell you what is going on there. And they're playing against a T1 that, if they wouldn't be in amazing form, would already be really hard to face, but they are. They're looking like, with large margin, the best team in the LCK. So this is truly a sight to behold here.
One could say it's an uphill battle here for the ㅣ2022 boys. A little bit unfortunate for those guys, but I mean, if there's ever a chance to get really good practice on stage, it would be this for the ㅣ2022 team. And look, they made it to the finals. A couple of these players made it to the finals of Kesper Cup this year and things like this. You know, certainly some stuff to look out for, but we think this is going to be pretty one-sided. Let's get into points of the match here to see whether the LCK agrees. And we're going to focus on T1 to start off. The first 15 consecutive wins in a split, and they break the record after 7 years. Of course, breaking the record of their own organization, or at least former organization in SKT of 2015. And aiming for the perfect round robin. If they are able to go 18-0 and 2-0 the rest of their matches, they will also eclipse the highest game score that we've ever had. Of course, 29 is the game score to beat. That was reached by the 2015 Summer SKT team, as well as Damwon Kia back in the day. Of course, they did get a lot more 2-0s. It was a 16-2, I believe, and a 17-1 for the SKT team a little while ago. And this is their opposition today.
And they're sporting some of the best names that we have within Challengers. Feisty, Gamin, Loopy, the team tech is bro. It doesn't get better than this. But the real issue and tragedy, as much as we try to joke around it here, is that for ㅣ2022, every single win matters. Even if they would have lost against T1 tonight, which even with the full roster would have probably been the expected outcome, a single win can be the difference maker between them actually making playoffs or not, right? So this team, if they can just get a single win, it would already mean so much for the organization as a whole.
Yep, the other option is for KT to lose to Nongshim next week in the first match of said week. That would also allow ㅣ2022 a free pass towards the playoffs, but Faker's 71st unique champion was indeed the Kai'Sa. She's also received a fair bit of play from Gumayushi, who's currently ranked 34 in solo queue as well in Challenger, so definitely going to be a flex pick here for this team, although his win record on it at the moment is not super high. That doesn't really matter so much because she is very comp-reliant. As let's have a look. Stands tall again, the 2015 Summer SKT in comparison to 2022. 7 years later, and one thing remains the same, and that is that man in the mid lane.
And of course, if you're going to do comparisons to such a long time ago, I'd really want to focus mainly on the games as stats. Although it's really, really interesting actually that the damage per minute is only a single point on average higher.
It is actually crazy.
I would have expected there to be bigger gaps because, of course, League back in the day was a completely different game. It was a completely different structure. It was a completely different time. And we talked a little bit about it. I think you were the one who said it in the Poxday this morning. It might be even more impressive that they're getting this run now with how much resources are being poured, how professional our team has gotten.
No, exactly right. And the competition only gets fiercer as time goes on, right? SKT back in 2015 was the result of a consolidation of two very dominant teams here in Korea after 2014 saw the end of the sister teams. The Samsung teams broke apart and most of them went to China as well. So it was definitely a very different time. This is a roster that's full of players that have been developed almost solely by SKT, of course. Keria spending some time on DRX previously, but Ona, Zeus, Faker, Gumiushi, these are all players that have come up through SKT and now T1, and it is just extraordinarily impressive to see how well they've done this season. And we expect them to continue to do very well throughout the next couple of games, I hazard a guess. The amount of games, I guess, not set in stone, but 2 is probably where the smart money is.
It is a tough ask for even the best of teams to beat this T1, to take games of them. Might I remind you that a rulerless Gen G was barely able to stand up to them. And we don't get any of that. We get these 5 players right here. I've seen them struggle their way through their challengers spring.
Yeah.
They've slowly started to become a more united front, slowly started to become more of a team, but doing well and slowly improving in challengers and then being thrown against the best player of all time, the current record-holding streak of 15-0, and going to Law Park for the first time on such a short notice, out of seemingly nowhere. The amount of pressure and nerves that these players must be facing is imminent. So I'm going to ask for the most heartwarming of support, because I think they're gonna need it, Atlas.
They will definitely need it. I want to counter the point of pressure, though. I actually think that there is absolutely zero pressure on these players right now. If anyone expects them to take even a little bit of a game off T1 right now, I think that your expectations are astronomically way too high. I don't think that that's fair at all. And I think that there should be no pressure whatsoever on these players. I think they should go out, have the best time that they possibly can. Don't expect to win, but every single kill that you get, every tower that you take is going to feel absolutely amazing for these guys. Some fun facts. Soboro was one of the players that started to popularize Hullbreaker Graves here in Korea, because apparently he killed Canyon like 10 times or something like that on the champion. So just some fun stuff here coming from Solo Queue, which doesn't really hold too much bearing on what the game will actually mean. But yeah, hoping that we do see some fun drafts out of both of these teams. I expect it just to be a team gap, and honestly, the champions picked aren't necessary, so maybe some Rammus, maybe some Warwick. Maybe we'll get the good stuff.
We haven't had Echo and Warwick yet, nor there was one more, I think, for the Arcane list.
It's Echo and Warwick, I think, are the last 2 on the Arcane list. Oh, and Heimerdinger.
We
need Heimerdinger as well.
Okay, well, you go Heimerdinger, Senna, throw Warwick in the jungle, and Echo made him with that.
Yep, it's absolutely
Check
good.
that list.
No, let's do Tank Echo top, just to take as much fun out of the situation as possible.
I've tried it recently when,
really? Why would you do that
because
yourself?
Because of the Chemtech Akali build. So I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
Give it a go. It was not great.
Yeah.
I don't think, if you do that, just play normal Echo.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a better idea. Or just play Akali. That sounds fine too.
Just don't build a tank anymore. The build has been nerfed pretty aggressively, and it is hard to see what the angles are going to be here for a Fred Brion. It's also, I'm sure, not the match that T1 wanted to play. Fred Brion in the time have actually been able to stand up to many a team, and to see their expected opponents not be able to make it is very unfortunate. Coaches for Fred Brion, great names as well, Kite and Mint T.
Indeed. Certainly some names that have been around for a while. And I think that, there's a reason why you can't help but like Fred Brion, and hopefully that is translated once again as Feisty, Loopy, and Gaiman, joined by Listo and Soboro, are going to be able to come onto the Rift here at Law Park and take on what is the most successful team in consecutive match wins that we've ever seen in the LCK.
That's a respect ban right there for Feisty.
Would you say that's a Feisty ban there, Chronicler?
Oh, absolutely. And he has actually looked the best. Specifically, it's one of his trademark champions. So a lot of teams and challengers also consistently banning that away. One of the few ways I think that Fred Brion was able to consistently find wins, even as it stands towards the lower halves of the standing. Within challengers. Outside of that, pretty standard bans coming through here thus far. Expecting to see the Hecarim possibly taken away here as well.
Ooh, looks like T1 aiming for a bit of a Zeri pickup here, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, either you get Zeri or you get Hecarim, right? So you feel pretty good here as T1.
I think you throw away this ban. I think you
Yeah,
ban anything
you
that
get
you
one
like
of the
right
two.
now.
Get one of the two.
Yeah, there we go.
Jace
Jace.
is nice.
So far, Bro passing the test as we see whether it's Zeri or Hecarim that T1 go for. And the Zeri comes in. I don't know whether I would have preferred the Hecarim if we were to, you know, adjudicate this game based on even footing for both teams. ㅅ2022 now with the Hecarim option, and certainly seems like a strong one to me.
Nautilus Hecarim, I would love.
Yeah.
I think that's a very. I like the Nautilus into the Zeri. It's one of the very few picks that can reliably find the lockdown honor that is so necessary in the hands of lesser AD carries, let alone in the hands of Gumayushi. They will be going for the Xin Zhao here instead, so that's a little bit more control for Listo, a little bit more early game pressure, I think, than you do have with the Hecarim, which snowballs very well, team fights very well, but Xin Zhao, of course, a little stronger of a duelist. But giving over Hecarim to T1 does feel pretty bad, I want to say, and what T1 have thus far is
Oh my god.
definitely a
This is a draft.
yeah, it's quite strong.
Yeah.
And I do think that when you look at the individual champions, don't think Ari and Hecarim specifically.
Oh, give it to me, Gaiman.
Oh,
Heck
I have the best of Synergy, but it doesn't matter because it's Faker's Ari.
Yeah.
And owner on anything really is insane. As okay, ㅅ2022, that's the punish towards the Zeri. Her laning phase, of course, nothing to write home about. And if they can actually find some pressure to Guma, Yushi, and Keria, even if it is for a moment, take that as a win.
They will absolutely do that. The Vex is going to be banned away from Feisty here. Not going to see that this time around. Faker will be able to eliminate a couple from the pool of champions that are happy to lane into the Ahri. One more ban here from ㅅ2022, aiming towards some of these more, I guess, engage style supports. I think Leona or the Rakan would be fine. They are going to go with the Tahm Kench here just because Keria's Tahm Kench is absolutely terrifying. And I do respect that, but it does mean Leona's probably coming in here for T1 and is probably going to be a pretty comfortable one as well.
Yeah. With Gaming and Loopy now on a very pressure-heavy lane, as well as the Xin Zhao already locked in. I would like to give them the counter pick the Soboro, try and get something into Faker's Ahri here that also has some kill threat, although it's always going to be relatively hard into a champion with as much mobility as the Ahri. Honestly, yeah, just go deeper into the dive. The laning phase obviously not going to be great, and specifically into the Ahri, it can be a tough ask, but the backline access onto Zeri should be phenomenal, and you can use as Feisty the Galio in a more defensive way as well. If Gamin is going in deep, throw that ult on top of him and try to buy the space he needs to go in for those aggressive plays on the Samira.
Yep. Of course, we do need to talk about Garmin's name. It looks like Gaiman, and I said it a couple of times because I can't help but read things that are on the screen. It's a problem that I have. However, Garmin is part of his actual name. Garmin Jun is just his name, so that's why he's called Garmin.
Yeah, in our hearts, his name is Gaimin.
Yeah, he is Gaimin. Garmin can be Gaimin.
Gaimin is definitely Gaming, because Bro Gaming is, I mean, it's hard to top that as far as gamer tags go.
Ooh, Kenny.
Cannon locked in here. Champion that I do think is relatively hard to counter.
Gwen definitely doesn't do it.
Ooh, no. When piloted by Zeus in particular, the Gangplank is an interesting choice. Works very well. But you are opting into a, I'd say, skill matchup into Zeus as Soboro. And that's a show confidence, and he'll do it.
Do you know what you do when you're down on your luck when it comes to a skill matchup between your opposition? Do you know what you draft for, Chronicler? Circles.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
many circles that you can layer on top of one another.
Circle gaming.
Guess how many circles Gangplank can have at the same time? That's 3 barrels and a cannon barrage. That's 4 circles, 1 champion.
So we got those circles. Then we got Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
With his ultimate.
That's a circle.
Yeah, we have
heroic entrance and taunt, 2 circles.
Well, yeah, and his
that's
winds as
true.
well.
The Winds of War also a circle.
Gamin has his
Blade Whirl,
exactly.
circle.
Ultimate, circle. Depth charge, Circle.
And also the ringy thing that does the slowy stuff that we don't talk about a lot.
Also,
Also a circle. And I guess the shield that you put down with the Titan's Wrath is circular around your champion. Lots of circles, guys.
We got him.
That's where we're at when it comes to adjudicating that composition. T1 got as close to the nuts as you can get with a comp like this. Absolutely fantastic stuff for the very dive-heavy meta that we have found ourselves in. Hecarim, definitely cream of the crop when it comes to the jungle. Zeus on this cannon. We saw it last time. He was absolutely incredible. Fake Azari needs absolutely no introduction. And yeah, Renata and Zeri for the bottom lane. And I don't even want to think about that. It's just too scary. As Fred Brion, circles.
Circles indeed, and when you do look at the T1 composition, because we have really Renata, yes, her laning phase not the greatest, but into the short-range dive-esque compositions, incredible champion. Although I am going to take a look out for her interaction of her ultimate with the Blade Row. Not quite sure how that one is going to shake out. And then obviously Zeus on his Gnaw has had impeccable games already, and if you add that to the fact that again Fred Brion is kind of going to be forced to go in aggressively, a well-placed defensive ultimate slicing Maelstrom, or if you want to play a little bit more aggro and Fred Brion is overextending, remains an opportunity to use that defensively as well. As Owner, seen him play this on stream, and into Fred Brion, this is of course the right adaptation. Makes me very, very happy.
Very pleased. The Divine Sunderer Conqueror aspect that we went over yesterday was debuted.
We had a little segment. It was
yeah,
nice.
yeah. I'm glad that we've prepared everyone for some Conqueror Hecarim. That, as you say, very, very good into a short-range composition, which is exactly what Fred and Brion have put together. Good stuff so far. Whether it means anything is yet to be discovered. As Faker waiting off to the side, we're not going to do too much judgment, as this is actually, it's interesting because it's a different series than that of a lot of our other call-ups, which have been a ragtag group of both LCK substitutes as well as challenger players and things like this. This is actually a team that has played together.
They have, yeah. They have been together ever since the start of Challengers, with of course the exception of Listo, who was added to the team very recently, as a Raptor was called up to the LCK a couple of weeks ago. Up until that point they were playing with him, but after a rough first couple of games, I do think that Listo has slowly become a lot more comfortable, has helped the team get a few wins left and right, as unfortunately that is another great electrocute proc, and you are going to suffer. Just to, again,
they're
reiterate,
really young.
They're really, again, Listo became 17 4 days ago.
Yes.
At 17, I think if I would have had to play against the undefeated kings of the current LCK, I would be pretty nervous.
If I had to play when I was 17, I'd wonder what the heck League of Legends was.
Well, say this is a hypothetical scenario where League would exist, obviously.
I don't even think I could have played Dota at the time. I'm really old.
Dota 1?
Yeah, I don't even think it was. I don't even think it was.
How?
I'm trying to remember, because like maybe I think
Warcraft
Frozen.
3?
I think Frozen Throne was out, but it had only recently come out.
There you go. Okay, you had to beat. I thought it was such a great angle, Atlas, and then you.
No, but you're exactly right. I'm just like that only adds to the context of what you're talking about, right? It's like it's absolutely ridiculous. I was in year 11 in high school, you know, doing my best to learn mathematics. As Owner's going to come up, they're looking for Sobero here. Listo, pretty good counter gank timing, but he's like, nah, mate, you're dead. And the pirate is going to be put down. The horse is going to trample him, and Owner picks up first blood.
I think wave state not the worst for Sobero, should be pushing back into him, so at least he'll be able to get that. But specifically into the Conqueror Hecarim, giving up early kills is much more harmful than it will be with the phase rush and chem tank builds that we've been seeing recently. Now Sheen and Boots on his first back, so gonna both help us clear and increase the dueling potential. And honestly, very hard to play into as Skuma making good use of Zeri's kit, and as expected already in the lane we're seeing a lot of pummeling here.
Yeah, that's a one-sided handshake. You thought that a handshake was an agreement. Carrier is showing us that sometimes you can handshake and the other person didn't really want to.
Is it more of an aggressive like pat on the
No,
shoulder, maybe?
it's like when someone falls down, you hold out your hand, and they have to like hold your hand to get back up again.
To like grab it, yeah.
Yeah, and that's like, haha, now you've agreed. And you're like, no, I was just accepting your help, trying to stand up. It's not an agreement. That's kind of what it felt like there with the handshake.
I can see it. Yeah, not going to fight for the second scuttle, of course, with bot side prio being in the favor of T1, which I think pre-6 actually does make some sense. Unless you want to all-in, Gamin and Loopy need to be somewhat respectful, and all-inning Guma and Karya is a risk that maybe they don't want to take. Of course, post-6 changes a little bit when they should have the ability to try and find a little more aggression. And overall, as we could see, even with that gank towards topside, was really good for Ona, but didn't hurt Sobro as much, as he's still able to stay in a decent play farm-wise. But unfortunately, same can't be said for Feisty, and that is the unfortunate reality that you do kind of incur when you pick the Galio. The side laning, the roaming, the map movement is great, but laning phase is nothing to write home about.
Nope, you're not really going to have the shove either. You want to know a fun fact?
Hit me.
So when I was 17,
Okay.
it was 2005.
Okay.
Do you know when Listo was born?
2005.
Yeah. I'm literally double his age.
How does that make you feel?
Old. In a word.
Mostly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think that Listo named himself after Callisto?
I don't know.
It would be an interesting one, because as far as Greek mythology is concerned, it's not exactly the classic answer, as Zeus going to come forward, throws down the ulti, and Ona's here, by the way, but he's just moral support mainly at this stage.
Oh yeah, had they had the ultimate, I think they might have gone for that on Ona. Soboro plays it pretty respectful, also Feisty, of course. Showing some threat of moving towards topside to maybe throw a hero's entrance there, but not gonna actually work out, as Loopy going for a roam timer here.
Yeah, I do like the vision that Fred and Brion have put together, moving towards that top side, trying to make sure that Soboro is as comfortable as possible. Gangplank will have value in the later stages of the game as these circles begin to converge, right? That's what we're talking about. Certainly, some circles on the side of T1 as well. But I think when it comes to circles, Fred and Brion definitely are winning. We'll have to keep our eye out for how they're going to be able to utilize them and how T1 is going to play around it, as far as creating the Venn diagrams of doom that Fred and Brion's comp does have the ability to do. I'm just a little bit worried, right? Because Gumyushi's on Zeri, and we've seen that sometimes Zeri just wins the game at the end.
Oh, yeah.
And she's already winning the game at the start. So
yeah, that's not great. Zeus, Wade will be shoving, although right now he is in a still relatively safe position. And yeah, with the camps on bot side coming up, Listo can't really make it work. Would have had to sit there for a little bit longer, unfortunately for him. Zeus, especially with all summoners still available, is pretty hard to actually grab a hold of. And yeah, again, unfortunately, this is to be expected when playing into Guma and Karya. I don't think this is necessarily a matchup thing, as much as it is Guma and Karya being the best bot lane that we have in the LCK. And Gamin and Loopy were really good. Were really good in cast backup, which is not really
against Damonkia's challenger team.
Yeah. Oh, talking about Greek mythology, Thanatos is actually a player for Damonkia and
That's not Greek mythology. That's Lost Ark mythology.
No.
Yes, it is.
No,
That's a boss from like...
Yeah, no, that's fine.
The third dungeon.
That's not the original name.
Yeah,
have you not
original.
played Hades?
No, I haven't actually. And don't tell Medic, because you know I'm supposed to be his friend, and I haven't played that game that he got that world record in. That I think he mentioned once. That he got one of those. But yeah, no, I haven't played it. Should I?
It's really good, yeah. I like Super Giant games in general, as Rift Out are going to get started up here, and with the early rotation coming through, yeah, as much as I like the circle comp, you need to have all your circles in place in the right time, and that
Circles only get more
powerful.
powerful as well if there are circles on the map. So Dragon Pit, Baron Pit,
Well,
both
yeah.
very deadly areas to fight with your circles. Raptor Pit, also one of them. That's a circle plus popcorn chicken. It's like
Yeah.
the edge of the bucket of chicken.
They scale exponentially. I'm loving this cheese attempt, but why wouldn't you just take Drake and get a guaranteed, guaranteed trade?
No.
That's a question for another time, perhaps, as we won't be getting the answer to that one. And yeah, I mean, they know that there is movement. Owner also shadowing here.
Well, electric stuff going through on the bottom side. So going to solo kill Zeus on the top side of the map. So I was getting very confused. More circles towards this bottom side as Listo. He's down very low, but he's still going in. He's so excited. The bailout comes down, but it's not going to keep the horse alive, as that is going to be the ulti coming out. S-Rank is there, but still into the death chamber, and Feisty, he's going to have to run this one out, and it's a double kill for Gumayusi. So, while Soboro gets a really cool thing done on the top side of the map, it's pretty much a disaster on the bottom side.
Not pretty much, just a full-on disaster, as that play started off relatively okay, I guess, but the moment that Faker joins, the moment that the rest of the T1 is able to stay alive for just long enough, ㅅ2022, unfortunately, really getting pummeled, kind of an awkward position there as well, and with Listo being as low as he was from the start, he wasn't really able to add as much damage. Nice solo kill, though, on Soboro. That is the one upside to that, unfortunately.
And he's still really dominating this lane,
Yeah,
as you can
he's
see,
doing
pushing
well.
this one in. It is going to be very even when it comes to farm and things like that, but a gangplank being ahead is definitely a cool thing, as it was a bit cheesy to start this one off, but man, you flash on top, you get that passive rolling, and there is not a lot that Kennen can do.
Hey, embrace the cheese, right? When you're playing against a better team, why not? And initially, the burst of damage combined with the Berserk means that they are so low right from the get-go. Unfortunately, a lot of that damage goes into Owner, who dies very slowly. And Gamin doesn't really have the items yet. Great positioning from Gumayusi there as well. And now you have a 2-0 Zeri, and it's Gumayusi. So overall, that went very poorly for ㅅ2022, but they made the play. They tried to commit, and in the end, just didn't quite pan out the way that they were hoping for. Soboro.
Yeah, he's in trouble. He does have oranges, but he's not going to be K, unfortunately. The last auto is going to come through. Actually, Owner picks that one up in the end. I was about to say that I really kind of wanted to call Soboro Solo Boro.
Oh.
Because that'd be kind of cool, but then he died.
Bro Solo Boro?
Yeah, it's like Solo Bolo Soboro.
Bro Solo Bolo Soboro.
Yeah, it really does. It's a tongue twister. It's a difficult one. Depth Charge comes through here on the bottom side as Garmin's trying to get this done, but he has to use his cleanse early. Loopy's just going to die. Feisty comes down towards the bottom side, but Garmin might just be dead. And Feisty's like, nah, man, I don't think we can do this. Listo's also like, nah, these guys are too scary.
No.
They are too scary. The flash goes forward. The handshake is not one that Listo wanted as he throws out the ult. He should be able to kill Carrier here, but it's another kill to Gumayusi, and that's exactly what T1 wanted.
And we're 30 minutes in. Just shy of. And it is a 7.5k gold lead for T1, unfortunately.
Where the heck did that come from?
Well,
there's
they got
dead in a turret in the top
Yeah,
lane.
they got two turrets on top. And also, Gumayusi got another kill. 2 kills. And
I feel like that all
actually
happened while we were trying to work out how to say Bro, Solo, Bolo, Soboro.
yes, there's not a lot of time here. Unfortunately for Soboro, as good as you are in the 1v1, when Hacker visits your lane, you are generally not going to have the best of time. And the cross-map play is with full vision, right? So this is clearly a attempt at ㅅ2022 to try and force a play on the bot side of the map, as the top side of the map is being aggressively engaged upon. Unfortunately, as
In the meantime, Luke's dead.
Okay, I'm just gonna gloss over that. I don't think this turret is gonna stand for a lot longer. As I was saying, they try to make a bot side play. The communication isn't quite there. They engage too early on Gumayusi and Carrier, and if you engage too early on Gumayusi and Carrier,
You die.
you die. Yeah. Well, Carrier died eventually.
He did. However, Gumayusi's still sitting on 5-0-2,
Oh, yeah.
and he has a 3,000
Yeah.
gold lead. So that's where all that money is.
Well, it's everywhere, really.
It's okay though, isn't it, Chronicler? Because Zeri doesn't have very high range. Fred can outrange, right?
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 Right? No. Well, her base range is pretty low.
Yeah.
If she misses everyone with her ultimate, it's not that amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Samira's really high range, right?
Well, I'd rather not talk about that part.
Oh no. Cannon Barrage is global, so that's pretty high range. Okay.
It feels like kind of the dire situation that only Bro Solo Bolo Soboro can help us with. As Faker sees the gang coming, it's like, no, I don't think I'll fall for that. Actually, goodbye.
That charm into the Justice Punch was
Yeah, it doesn't even need
just
to use
fantastic.
his Spirit Rush.
Yep.
Yeah.
He might use it just to try and get some kills here, as Ona's going to wrap around, looks for Garmin here, but that's just going to guarantee that turret. Loopy is going to kill a minion with his dredge line, and Gumayusi, it feels like he does like 4 trillion damage with each Q, and that's kind of what's happening. In fact,
And you know what? This
Soboro's still having a good time, you
this-
know, like, he's like, I'm just going to work on my mechanics this game.
Yeah.
This one's an
Yep.
FF, but I'm just going to make sure that I have the best game possible. It's exactly the kind of top lane mentality that you want to see. Still playing it out the
That's your need.
entire way through.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think this is a
Yeah, Feisty is going to have to flash as the charm does come through, but he does keep himself alive for now. 10,000 gold lead here as we're cresting the 16-minute mark. Is absolutely no surprise, right? And we're trying to have some fun here, and we just need to make sure that everyone knows that Fred Brion, this is their challenger roster, right? As they're going to flash forward. Nice charm come through from Faker there, though, as the Extendo Electro Beam is going to do a fair bit of work here, and there is just too much money and too much damage on T1 as Gumayusi grabs yet another kill on this Zeri. Early game champion, I'm pretty sure, as Carrier is going to have to walk this one out as the Everfrost does come through, but yeah, Fred Brion, no vision. They don't want to overextend.
No, I could have definitely killed Carrier here, but we know that, but they don't. And this is a really good opportunity to talk about the kind of, I don't know, what the concept of the higher you get, right, in the skill curve of anything, really, the bigger the difference has become, interestingly enough. Because if you put this Fred Brion roster in 99.99% of situations of League players worldwide, they do really well. And still, we are 15 minutes in, and they are getting demolished. So, like, and the reason why I really want to highlight this is because, again, within the context of challengers, this team has had their fair share of struggles, but they're able to match pretty decently, right? They're able to, at times, find good plays, expose mistakes that their opponents are making. And then you just see that the LCK, it's something else entirely. Like it's
and
it's
T1
not
are then
comparable.
something else entirely.
Then the
in comparison
entire
to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's really good to be able to mark that. As Faker's going to die here in the mid lane. That is going to be Garmin that picks up that kill. So a little bit of an overextension there from Faker, while the rest of his team was taking everything around the map. And honestly, you could say that Faker was buying time, self-sacrifice there in the mid lane, but was also just a little bit of an overextension.
A little bit of anti-synergy there.
Feisty not going to find any justice punches here.
Carrier handshaking them away.
Oh dear, the wind becomes lightning, but he's just going to be avoided. The heroic entrance though, decent flash, but the ulti comes through, and it was Ona just by himself in amongst so many, but it doesn't seem to matter. The Spirit of Dread keeping him alive. And Gumayusi's going to grab yet another one, dashes over the wall, picks up another kill. This could be a triple, as Feisty goes golden for a moment, and by could be, I mean is going to be a triple. Throws out a celebratory Q the other direction, but otherwise he's going to be able to pick this one up, as now Soboro is like, what happened on the rest of the map? Oh god! As the Divine Sunderer was there, as well as the Dead Man's Plate for Ona, and he just executes the Pirate. This one's done in under 20 minutes. There is no surprise, but T1 really did wrap this one up quickly.
As is to be expected, that doesn't make it less unfortunate, Atlas, as the Fred Brion Challenger teams did I think the best that could be reasonably expected from them, but
Absolutely.
there's a lot of situations where your best isn't good enough, and when it comes to playing against the best team in the LCK by an incredibly large margin, this is no shocking outcome.
That is absolutely true. And a definite shellacking here in game number 1. But we have to remember that Soroboro got a solo bowler, and that is definitely cool. On his gangplank towards that top side. They tried to go for a composition that was going to be able to work with all of their circles and get some early game leads, but they were unable to get that one done, as that Phoenix Wright is absolutely awesome. T1 fans, I think that they are definitely the best when it comes to artwork on fan sides, which is great because they have most of the fans. And so then we just get treated to all of the really cool fan signs.
It also creates a kind of a culture where, like, you have to keep pushing yourself as an artist, right, to stand out.
That's true.
Amongst the community of fans. And again, I don't think there is anyone that will hold it against the Fretted Brion Challengers roster here. Because again, if this was a Hanwha Life, if this was a Live Sandbox, we might have a game that actually transpired, but the gap between T1 and the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place team is already astronomical.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the gap between LCK and Challenger is extraordinarily high, but then the gap between T1 and the LCK is also extraordinarily high, and so therefore this gap is very, very pronounced, as we can see. I really like that. Psyduck, very, very cute. Just a fan of Psyducks in general. I'm actually not. No, I don't want
It's
to
the
lie.
Psyduck that gets you,
Psyduck
not
fan.
the insanely detailed anime drawing.
Nope, it's all about the Psyduck for me. I do like the Anivia though. That's a goodie.
Carrier and
We're waiting
Yes,
for the carrier Anivia once again. See how that goes. Maybe there's an Anivia Poppy bottom lane. You know, get that heroic charge synergy going on. What do you reckon?
I can see it. I can see it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like Poppy Vega, but worse, but more fun.
It was that the Albus Nox Luna composition that had I believe the Poppy support with Kira on his famous Anivia in the mid lane that utilized that one. First of my knowledge. Gumayushi did a heck of a lot of damage. 19 minutes and 5 seconds of game length, and Zeri with a number like that is pretty obscene. But this was just one of those big old stomps. I think also T1 got a fantastic composition, but I don't think that Champions picked was really all that relevant. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it is game number 2 and as well the Analyst Carpet Space. We'll see you there.
sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the
Hello and welcome to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf tonight, and that was a shellacking. Not too much else to say about that one. It was a very one-sided game as T1 once again kind of trampling through yet another opponent here for game one.
Yeah, talking about the draft just briefly, I suppose. I mean, the big focal point here is going to be on the Zeri, because the Zeri ended up getting ahead in lane, took a 3,000 gold lead early on in the game, and yes, you are playing a ranged support with your Zeri, so she isn't going to get pushed in as much as she would in a lot of other matchups with the Samira. But, you know, Samira expected to get some trades early on, try to push Zeri back, but he was actually 20 CS ahead in the early parts of the game. And basically nothing else about this game mattered, frankly, because they were in control of every other lane. There was that one solo kill, of course, for Sobro on the top side of the map. But T1 played Zeri, got a lead, smashed the game in 19 minutes, and I want to bring up the standings because this is actually a significant point that I think is really important to talk about right now, because at the moment, with their future opponents, it's looking very likely that Fredit Brion and KT will both be at a 7-11 split at the end of the final week of LCK, with Fredit Brion having the big three as their final opponents. You know, it's a tough ask for them. Now, if they don't end up taking some of these games, KT is expected to win their next series, then lose their final series against Gen.G. That match score, see the -1 you see next to Fredit Brion and the -5 you see next to KT, that will very likely be the deciding factor between which one of these two teams actually gets that final playoff spot right now. So every single game matters. Fredit Brion here, if they can steal even just one win against T1, it is so important. And You got to come into this second game with a clean slate. You got to reset your mind and go, okay, anything is possible. We get an early lead. Maybe we can take out T1. You've got to keep your mentality straight here as the Fred Brion kids from the Challenger squad.
Yeah, it's really rough. It's a tough ask, but every single match matters. And the reason why you didn't mention Kwangdong Freaks is because we believe they have the best chance to actually make it into playoffs out of those 3 teams that are vying for those last 2 spots. You can check out the POG State next week where we go very much in depth about that. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of the replays from the game. Starting off with a solo kill on the top side.
So the problem with this play, Valdez, is that yes, you get the kill here, but while the rest of your team is meanwhile making a big play at the same time bottom side, you no longer actually have the cannon barrage to actually help turn this fight, because when the handshake comes through here, they decide they're going to look for a turn. The positioning here is so good from Owner. Does get the bailout as well to keep himself alive a little bit longer. Look at how much damage he actually does before he goes down. The Samira ult's so late in this fight that it doesn't matter. But if there was a cannon barrage layered on top of all of this, this definitely could have been a winnable fight for Fred Brion, but they used it on the top side of the map to get the solo kill. So where you win on one side of the map, you give Zeri a 2-0 and 2 scoreline in the early game on the other side.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. A little bit of a communication issue, you could say, as well, because if you are the gangplank, it might be expected that you have that cannon barrage ready for it, but if he's going in for the kill, you're not going to have it for the fight, obviously. So a bit unfortunate the way it works there, and of course, T1, Guma, and Keria especially were just pouncing on that, ready to go, getting him very fed. As we are going to take a look at highlight number 2. Not too much happened in this game, guys, so we figured, you know, last fight where T1 used that wallet to stomp.
Yeah, I mean, this is where they find Fred Brion out in the middle of the jungle. Gamin dies first, and he's the only one who could really turn this game around for them with a really nice Samira ultimate. So without the Inferno trigger available, it's just a really easy run forward and get the kills here for Gumusi. I believe picks up a triple in this once he does end up killing Feisty. And then they just push down the lane to end. You know, over here at the same time, they are able to, of course, catch Soboro as Owner runs through this map completely. I think it's going to be a split vote between him and Gumayusi, because Gumayusi got all the kills, did all the damage, won the lane super hard, but Owner set up so many of those fights. As this will be our shortest game here of the 2022 spring season, 1905.
Yep, 1905, extremely quick on that one, and who knows? I mean, there's a second game in this series as well, so I suppose
anything is possible. Breaking all the records.
Yeah, we might have the record broken again on the same day, but yeah, a bit unfortunate there. That Renata ultimate, by the way, I don't know, just feels like a much better version of the Maokai ultimate, because it's a similar speed. It's slightly narrower, but it doesn't only root you in place. It forces you to fight, and it's more than just a root. It's like a stun and a root, so. Really liking the power creep on that ultimate a lot, as Renata is getting picked more and more in the LCK. But guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go for game number 1. It will be Owner on the horse.
Yep, he is 14 of these kills that were taken in this game. Kill participation quite high, but I think that his ability to control that bottom side fight that actually gave them a massive lead on the Zeri, as well as initiate the final team fight. Both of our highlights, basically, he was the key player in. He also shut down Sobro early on in the game. There's so many good ults from him here, setting up Gumusi in the back line. Like I said, I think it will probably be a split vote, but at the end of the day, you know, when you have a win that's this clean and this one-sided of a game, just in general, you could have picked almost anybody. The Renata ults, as you mentioned, were really good from Keria. And especially in a game like this that's so scrappy, where Fred Brion's only chance is just kind of run in and hit a big Samira ult. If you just press the Renata ultimate, they can't do that. Also, she's kind of like budget Zillion with her bailout. It's really difficult to actually make proactive plays in a game like this. Like, the game was already over, but he's like, let me just kill Soboro on the top side one more time. There's actually both Chronicler and I going for the Gumayusi post, and a few votes for the Keria.
And the Chinese cast as well, getting in there. Pretty nice to see. I feel like they do get a lot of 80 carry votes, as nothing to be ashamed about here, guys. Doesn't matter how many cameras we get in there. Good job on those votes. Just an overall great experience for T1, of course, in that game, and a great performance as well. But that's going to do it for us here on the carpet space. Back to the casters for game 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, my vote was for Faker, but unfortunately my vote was taken away, so it wasn't there on the screen. As you can see, I will forever be salty about not having my vote anymore.
I just feel a little betrayed by G-Sun, that she's trying to put me on the spot thinking I would be bothered or called out. I was really happy with my vote.
I think it's a fine
Didn't hurt
vote.
my feelings at all.
I think it was more about the matching. It was the Jason just confirmed that it was just because
I'm
you
sorry,
guys
I'm
were
sorry.
brothers.
I
And that's what
should
it's
have
about
not-
being wholesome,
I
not
should have
calling
not
us
assumed
out.
the worst. That's
Exactly,
on me. That's on
exactly.
me. God, have I gotten so jaded?
Well, look, maybe. Do you know what you need? You need a dose of more challenger players here in the LCK, and that is what I have for you. Unfortunately, they are once again up against the best team in the LCK by a margin that is unprecedented in any history of Korean League of Legends.
Previously, we had circles.
Yeah.
What if we try
Lines.
hexagons?
That sounds less possible. The event horizon, is that that's
I don't know if you get. Yeah, no. I mean, that's just a circle as well, isn't it?
No, I mean, it does have edges.
How about the
ish.
maybe we need to find the optimal.
What about Cataclysm? Is that like a dodecahedron?
I don't know.
It's a bit
I
jagged,
don't know. There's
isn't
too
it?
many, right? The box is a.
The
is
box,
actually,
yes.
is actually a good one.
But that's a pentagon.
Well,
as
yeah,
well,
no, I know,
isn't
but
it?
maybe we just go for.
Maybe
gons.
hexagon was okay. Any gon.
Any gone.
I
Yeah.
mean, in a video game, generally it's polygon based, so therefore.
No, that's a cop out.
they
That's
all
a
have
cop out,
sides,
Atlas.
don't
That's
they?
not what I'm looking for. Come on.
Maybe circles don't even exist.
Well, maybe we don't go back to. Just saying, I would like to see
You've
a swap up
broken
from
my brain.
circles to a different cohesive theme.
Okay. Well, we'll try and go for something like that. I'll try and put my brain back together as
I'm
we
sure we
hop
can
into
get it
this
done.
draft. Fred and Brion are going to be on the blue side this time around. Once again, banning away the Caitlyn and the Twisted Fate. The Jace also taken off the board as the Zoe. Not going to be one of Feisty's picks there in the mid lane. Zeri not going to be given away this time around either. As T1 wondering about their final ban. It will be the Twisted Fate. So the Horse still available. Jinx still available. Jinx being the big change from last time around.
Expecting a Jinx first pick here would be my safest bet. Looking into what T1 have prioritized in the past, it's going to be very clear that otherwise Gumayushi is going to get that pick and
I think
presumably demolish.
I'm hoping for Hecarim Kai'Sa here, personally,
Yeah?
as Draven would definitely be fun.
Yes, please. I think the last time the Gumayushi played it was during the regional gauntlet in 2020 when it debuted, right? When they faced off against Genji. I don't think I've seen it ever since. Didn't work. It was cool to see.
Yep.
I thought it was very exciting.
No, I do like me a bit of it, as Owner is just playing around with some other options before he locks in
Gonna
Hecarim.
hover Nidalee. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Hold it.
Got to do that.
Hecarim.
I'm just going to write Hecarim.
Yeah. Nautilus might be the answer.
There it
No,
is.
It will be Hecarim. Okay. Unsurprisingly, Nautilus is an obvious one. Alternatively, they can look into a similar direction. Go for the Xin Zhao again, as they did last time around. Volibear, of course, has also been a popular answer into the Hecarim. And I like this for Feisty, being able to get the Vex, great matchup into the R before she is banned away,
Yeah.
like was the case last time around.
Yeah, definitely an inevitable ban if this wasn't going to be snapped up. I wonder whether the Xin Zhao is going to be picked up again for Listo, or whether they do just try and lock down a bottom lane. Either or, could be fine. And yeah, the Nautilus, I do like this. Just have a bottom lane that's pretty tried and true, here in the LCK at least. And something that they can rely on, and now they can ban away other sort of supports there towards the bottom side of the map, if that is going to be their wish. And Akshan is being hovered. That would be blind. This one seems fun for Zeus there towards the top side. Gives them a lot of split pushing options as well. And will be the Tryndamere. So
Ooh.
lock that one away. Blind Tryndamere. So now likely that T1 is going to be banning away some top laners here to make sure that Soboro
Right.
doesn't have, you know, any more solo kill opportunities.
Yeah, time for Rammus top.
Ooh, yes. Now you're singing my song.
Obviously, I don't want Malphite, but I don't think we're getting Malphite again, even though it won. as a champion that won and did well as a counter pick.
It also won against T1.
Yes, clearly its only fate is to never be picked again, or mentioned, or even hovered. And that makes me a little sad.
Yeah, it makes me a little bit sad too.
Expecting the R5 counter pick here for Keria. That is something that T1 have generally gravitated towards. As picking up an AD carry for Gumayushi, I think, is a little bit less dependent on what the opponents have drafted. Now, you mentioned the Kai'Sa already. Do you think that Kai'Sa, in a normal situation, should get bullied, but nameplate's definitely coming into account here. If there is a bot lane that can navigate that without too much of a hitch, I would expect it to be T1. And Gumayushi, oh boy. Yeah.
This was actually one of the champions that he played when he first debuted in the LCK. It was during the Samira meta.
Okay.
And did demonstrate that he has absolute control over the laning phase when on this champion.
This is the game. Zac support. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Let's do it.
Maybe Carrier just plays Singe.
I mean, I think he's going to play Rel or Alistar. I don't think there's any need to...
Ooh, I do like the equestrian composition.
Yeah.
I am a big fan.
Yeah, that is to be expected. Obviously, Sobero, as you mentioned already, one of the OG inventors of Hullbreaker Graves, at least as far as we can tell. Frederick composition, pretty cookie cutter, does a lot of things well, has okay side laning, skills okay, can go aggressive onto the enemy backline, has a decent peel for Jinx.
Cool. Is it happening? Do we
Just
get it?
Oh!
That's precisely what we needed.
I didn't think that by talking about it, I could wish it into existence, but somehow, Atlas,
we've done it. We made it to the Majin Buu saga of LCK 2022 Spring. I am absolutely loving it. I really do hope he goes the pink skin, because it is my personal favorite for the Zac. And now, Keria gets unlocked. We could see him blobbing his way forward as Flubber, finding any lane he would like.
Oh, Zac support. I can't wait. It is a... I don't know how many of this is, because Keria is been known, I think, more so than any other support in the LCK, barring perhaps crazy, mad genius Lance.
Yep.
For trying to diversify. There's been the rumors of his Echo support as well, but that has never actually seen
That's been
the
for like
light,
6 months or something.
yeah, of competitive play. And this Zac has been all the rage for him recently. And Zac, I think, in quite a good position here, provided you don't run into things like the Poppy and the Fresh. It has incredible amounts of engage potential that are really, really hard to deal with. But generally, that's in the jungle. However, if you are playing Samira and you have a support that can engage and has free skills that CC, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, and it's almost like it's like he's playing Renata, but you have Elastic Slingshot, which sounds so much more fun because, you know, your Stretch Armstrong is pretty much Handshake. It's not called Stretch Armstrong. I've just only ever called it Stretch Armstrong, and I can't remember what it's actually called.
What comparison is that? What do you mean it's like Renata? They could not be more different.
You bonk him on the head.
Yeah, that's the literally the only thing that's
Yeah,
the same.
I just mean the handshake. Just that one ability.
But you said it's like playing Renata, but...
Yeah. I mean, it's like having a Renata's Q, but being a blob.
I guess that's technically true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well,
You gotta stay with me here.
I mean, I don't know if I have to.
Twitch chat knows. They definitely know.
Hey, look at the skin.
There we go, Majin Buu. We did it. We made it to the Majin Buu saga. I can't believe it. We got all the way through Frieza. And I guess it's now basically autumn, so that would make sense.
Atlas, I have to admit.
Where did we
something.
fit Cell in?
I've never really been a Dragon Ball Z fan. Never
That is
really.
so strange because you are a
never
bit of an
really-
anime
I
aficionado.
am a big anime aficionado. I just never got into Dragon Ball.
Huh.
Yeah.
I didn't really get into much else other than Dragon Ball and Pokemon. Maybe
I
that
mean,
was just
I
because it
think-
was on morning TV.
Yeah, I
when
think
was
it's
a
pretty
kid.
common for people to not necessarily be into anime, but just be specifically into good old Dragon Ball.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at some of this laning phase before we do go completely off the rails with this broadcast. It is something that we're likely to do, bit of a forewarning, as Fake is just going to run forward, looks for that electrocute proc and does get it. See how Feisty is going to do. 5-1 on the Ahri so far. looking to make that 6 here this time around. Gumayushi on for the second time. As, yeah, Carrier not going to find the Stretch Armstrong, going just mini form Majin Buu. As we know, Majin Buu actually gets more powerful as he gets smaller. Or at least that's what I learned whilst watching the show. And this is the LCK debut of Zac support.
Not a surprise. Yeah. not really, naturally. And of course, especially with Glacial Augment, the Zac going to provide both as carry
and a Dredgeline target, as he's going to attach his arm to the Nautilus, but otherwise not too many other targets to lock down.
Alrighty. As I was going to say, obviously with the Zac support,
stretching strike.
It is stretching strike. Yeah,
there we go.
but it's going to take a little bit of time before this pick really reaches its full potential. Ideally, when you're playing the jungle Zac, level 5 is kind of a break point where you get enough points that you eat it becomes a really reliable form of engage. Now, gonna see what Carrier is going to opt into here in terms of maxing. Because of course there are a lot of other options when it comes to the Zac support. Very interested to see where he's going to take this pick. Also has gone for the Ignite, so clearly going to be looking for all-ins, especially post-6 with Guma, provided they can actually find Gamin and that backline access.
Yeah. Talking about this top lane as we do have a look at it, thanks to Jonas Strong there, as there's going to put a chicken above Cerbero's head, and there is the Ghost as well, looking for an opportunity. Spinning Slash going to be back up again. Cerbero's just going to get solo kills. Zeus returns the favor here in game 2.
Very unfortunate scenario. Cerberus can't help but giggle. Yeah, what you're going to do, that is extremely, extremely damaging towards the overall matchup, right? We have seen Graves be better and better at managing that matchup early on, being able to get to Hullbreaker and then kind of reach parity.
Yeah, this is that was exactly what I was about to talk about, though, was the fact that we've seen Tryndamere picked into Graves so many times. It was actually in one of the debut Tryndamere top games where Dove decided to just pick it into Graves over and over as another Dredgeline is going to connect. But not too much of a follow-up here, as T1 are just going to push this wave out and look to unlock this Zac from the lane.
Yeah, cool thing, of course, when it comes to Zac and passive is that as his health gets lower, he is able to get more value out of his blobs. As it's
Yes, this is the story of walking, 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 spinning, hitting, walking. Got him. Yep, translate.
He did.
Indeed. That ward, not quite Scarra level. Of course, that is not the Scarra position. Very similar, though. Also, not going to be actually found, unfortunately, there. We didn't really want to call it out, but Jonas Strong spent a long time sort of hovering over the fact that ward didn't work.
Oh, yeah,
so I guess we do kind of have to... Sort of like when Jonas Strong does his little zoom-ins, as I've seen this before. This time, there is no Ghost, and so it might be fightable, but we shall see. He's going to have to flash.
Yeah, Zeus had 6 down.
He didn't do the flash last time. But of course, Zeus has his flash available, so would have been able to follow and get the kill last time around anyway, so pretty smart that Cerberus used go for it.
Yeah, the key change in that matchup, as I mentioned previously, was the Gold Drinker. It being a staple in terms of build. Really helped as owner.
Yeah, okay, going in there. Carrier, can he actually find the arms? And he's not going to be able to. Ono does move down towards the bottom side. And Fredabreon know exactly what's going on. Garmin, though, 300 health on this Jinx, and they want to tidy up this minion wave before the horse inevitably gets in here. It's the Christopher Walken skin as well from Sleepy Hollow. It's very scary, as they are going to be able to tidy up the wave for now.
As it looks now, Carrier indeed going for the Elastic Slingshot. So obviously much more reliable in terms of engage. And overall, if Gumayushi can get an opening, he's going to feel incredibly confident. Expecting Gamin and Loopy to respect here. You got to know that walking up there, something you just can't do. Loopy's going to be on the forefront.
Yeah, okay. Carrier connects some arms here as he does get the pullback. Good flash out from Loopy, does make sure he stays alive, but not having flash there on the bottom side, it's going to be dangerous. Also didn't take Hex Flash, what? Oh,
yeah,
That's dangerous. The zone is going to come up. Great charm lands from Faker. Feisty's going to have to flash immediately. Orb of Deception lands just on the edge. And Ona's going to be able to pick it up, doing his best helicopter impression. And the horse is online.
Unfortunate there for Loopy. If he can find the right buffer, he can pull himself towards the wall immediately after the stretching strikes. Does it a little bit too early, meaning that Karya pulls him out of his hook. And yeah, that's not what you want ideally.
Yeah, this matchup has gone from bad to worse quite quickly.
Yeah, I'm really hoping he gets Hullbreaker soon, and then it will get marginally better.
Yeah, marginally better. I get it. I see what you did there because of the Zac skin. It was very funny. Okay, Breon towards this bottom side, trying to hold on to the minion wave. And they do have, you know, they're keeping up in farm within single digits, at least at this point in time. Single still double, single soon. As let's have a look at this replay. Save me from counting CS numbers.
Not a lot to say. Once the charm hits, it is really easy lining up for Ona with the devastating charge. Feisty unable to zone him off of him, but especially with Ona hitting 6 during that gank as well, would have 100% gotten the kill. Of course, into some of the more kite back and longer range characters that we have for Breon. Ona now gone back to the phase rush.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think Gamin is ever going to walk up at any point.
No, you definitely don't want to.
Ever.
Yeah. I want to go back a little bit as well, just talk about the fact that we do have the Breon Challenger team playing instead of the main roster, who have they were all tested positive for COVID-19, unfortunately. That's including a lot of the coaching staff as well. Very unfortunate. Zone is going to come through, steal away a blue buff, and deliver it to Faker. This guy's going for a double pog, I think. As Faker with the Spirit Rush, looking to try and get in here. Orb of Deception does not connect, though. As Carrier is just coming over to help tidy up this minion wave. As very close there with the last charge of the Spirit Rush. Faker's just going to clear up this wave and move on. But I was just going to talk about it because a lot of people have been saying things like, oh, you should be going online and things like this. And while that would be cool as an option, I don't think it's ever okay to make players play when they're feeling sick. I mean, I think like the main thing is making sure that everyone's healthy. So honestly, I think this is just awful. Like the whole situation is just awful. And there's no good way of solving the problem.
No, it's unfortunate for T1. It's unfortunate for Breon, for both the organization and also for the players that have to face an opponent that not even LCK teams are ready for, let alone a team that was formed this split to participate in challenges, right? But fortunately, we have actually, I do think that, you know, within the context of the game, we don't really have the opportunity to go into as in-depth. But we have recorded the Poxade episode that actually talks about a lot of this and about a lot of the issues that arise with possibly going online and whatnot. As I'd rather not want to talk about this because there's there's double prio. He clears the board. They invade him.
Zeus has an R button. Sobro is going to do his best to get out of here, and it's not going to work. Spinning Slash is an ability, and that means that is the second solo kill here for Zeus towards the top side. Breon trying to tidy up vision on the bottom side, but honestly, it's feeling more over than last time, even though I think
the gold is better.
Yeah, the gold is kind of better.
Well, yeah, not entirely, but marginally better.
Yeah, somewhat sort of a little bit more of a positive situation. I say as apprehensively as possible as Carrier. Stretch Armstrong just having a good time here on the Zac. They're just going to walk up, clear out vision in front of 3 people. It's sort of the state of the game right now. T1 feels like each of their champions worth just a little bit more with the amount of aheadness they have managed to get to. I'm inventing words now as well.
Have you not been doing that for a long time?
Yeah, most of my career. However, I do try to not do it as much these days. I am reverting back to some old habits, I think.
Why did you seize the habit of making up your own words?
Because then it'd be like I'd be building a language that only I speak, and I speak to people for a living. And so I think it's sort of counterintuitive.
Somewhat suboptimal.
Yeah. Might be possibly one of the worst decisions I could make. As Carrier is going to dive forward. Loopy is just going to walk this one out, though, and Carrier takes a whole bunch of his health bar. in damage. He is Zac, so he's able to regen a fair bit of that. As Ona moves around, and they're just going to look for this dive. In he goes with the ultimate. Immediately the flash comes out from Garmin, but Gumayusi's going to follow through, picks up that kill comfortably. Carry is walking around in circles, having a great time, but the rest of Predaprion do make their way down here. Can the stretching strike actually work is the question, as Carry is bouncing around. They manage to grab the kill onto the Samira, but otherwise not too much more. Zeus finds another solo kill in the meantime, and the blobs will be tidied up. Ona over here, Faker is doing his best to just push out this minion wave, and Ona is going to transition this into some plates for his mid laner.
You gotta break some eggs to make an omelet. T1 see the scrambled mass on the bot side, like, well, we can turn this around. We can make something nice out of this.
Yeah.
Throw together in a bowl, and actually able to get a gold lead out of it by the end of it.
I very much like the cooking analogy. That was fantastic.
Oh, thank you. You know, I'm at home when it comes to cooking analogies.
Indeed.
It's actually something that I think is a valuable skill to many elite player who culinarily might not be where they want to be. As with this elastic slingshot getting stopped by the chompers, a lot of the lockdown that actually is necessary to guarantee the immediate kill means that T1 is in a much worse position here than they would otherwise be. And this 2-for-1 trade in of itself is like, okay, nice, good for the Brion, but the passive takes such a long time to actually take down. Of course, this is pre-14 minutes, so Faker can't teleport. I don't know why we're gonna watch this again, because okay, Zeus, we get it. You know, you got solo boloed by Sobero in game number 1. No need to make it personal.
I don't think Zeus called for the replay.
I'm joking. I mean the kills, not the replay.
Right, okay. I got a bit confused there.
No, I get it.
Ona's spinning around, Feisty looking for a way in, deciding on his target here by the looks of things. Doesn't have his ulti though, so can't close the gap. And T1 are just sort of walking around, Faker with his ultimate. Just has one more charge, going to use that to get back towards the mid lane. And T1 will allow Predaprion to have their jungle for now.
Got a red buff. They give up the blue buff, and overall the maps there. Oh no.
Okay, well, yeah, Ona's really, really frightening. Carrier is as well, but he doesn't quite land the stretching strike. Let's Bounce is going to be enough though, as Gumayusi actually is just whirling death here on the bottom side of the map. That's Draven's ultimate, so Draven's here in spirit. As Cerbero's going to move down, but that's an Inferno trigger and a very dead Graves. Oh dear, Faker now going to teleport towards that ward, moves down, wants to try and grab Feisty here, but Feisty's going to make him a little bit afraid. And Zeus is taking a turret on the top side of the map. Why, Jonas Strong? Why are we here? Oh dear. That was an unintentional rhyme.
My only explanation is that Jonas Strong has played against Graves too many times, and he's like, I'm done with this. When there is a Graves, and he's getting pummeled, and his turrets are getting taken, I'm gonna show it.
Well, there's a 4.3k gold lead in the top.
No, Mr. Why?
Like, I thought this was my jungle! And, you know, at least he's not gonna die.
He lives.
He does indeed.
Against the 4 levels higher Trindam. Oh, I mean, no. No. Okay, he's safe. The minion wave protects him.
Yeah, he's gonna
Thank
be
you,
all right
minion
for now.
wave.
Oh dear.
Oh.
Well, look at. Oh no.
No.
Well, Cerberus is getting bullied. I think, you know, better use your time might have been taking a cannon minion. 0-5-0 Graves right now. Just let him farm. Oh dear.
It's the price he had to pay, and you'd think that walking to your turret would be a relatively safe endeavor, but it is not, because T1 is ahead. And I think to T1's credit, they have been nothing but business-like about this whole transaction, as we pointed out.
And I mean, it's actually a really uncomfortable position for T1 to be in as well.
It is, yeah, because this is what you got to do.
Like
you just got to kill them as fast and as efficiently as possible. I think they did it in game number 1. They're clearly doing it in this game as well.
Yep. And Zeus, he has his ultimate. I don't even know whether he'll need to use it. There are 3 people, so he might use his ult. There we go. So they get his ult. That is definitely good. And in fact, they grab the kill. R3 only secures one of them. Gumayusi fighting in between turrets here as Carry is going to turn up. The Inferno trigger will lock down the solo kill for the Samira onto the Graves.
So, as we were saying, uncomfortable position, but this is what's got to be done. Try to end the game as quick as possible.
Absolutely, and you have to make sure that you keep it all business, right? It's like if you're doing any funny, like it's a very difficult situation to navigate for T1, and I think that they're doing the best that they absolutely can.
I
in
really
this
want to
situation.
reiterate your original sentiment. Like, this is a really unfortunate scenario for
Yeah,
everyone involved.
It is.
And really, even I'd want to look for upside, but that just isn't.
So did Loopy.
Look at what's happening.
Yep, Ona dives into the back line. That's a double kill for the Samira. Even one picked up for the Zac. That's what you want to see. But that's a triple. And now it could be Penta denied by the Zac as well, which would be even better. The flash forward, Feisty wants to grab the kill and does pick it up. All right, bit of excitement there as Gumayusi will grab the ace. Unofficial quadra kill, and unofficial kill steal on the Penta from Carrier's Zac.
And now, base in shambles. Go back, spend your money, come back, and on the next subsequent push, probably the end of the game here for T1. And yeah, I'd really like to refer everyone again back to the POC state, because we had a lot more time to really explain what the difficulties were with some of the alternative plans that you might want to be looking for. At this point, LCK, of course, also has to stick with the policy that has been made thus far. But it's unfortunate for T1. It's unfortunate for ㅅ2022 Challengers, a team that has come quite far in the context of Challengers, which I love very dearly, but it's not quite up to the standards of the LCK.
There's certainly some definite amazing talent coming from Challengers.
Oh,
of course.
plenty.
Look just to KT and Humble Life for their mid laners. Absolutely fantastic stuff. But all 5 Challenger players all together at the same time and not called up when they needed and things like that, and when they're ready, and also when they're prepared for, you know, life on the LoL Park stage. That's I mean, it comes down to so many different factors, but T1 all class in this situation, now just trying to end this game as quickly as they can. And you might look at the Zac support and you're like, this is silly, but Harry has been doing this on purpose, right?
Yeah,
this is not just having a good time.
No, this is a legit pick.
And this is a Samira bottom lane choice, right? As Carrier is going to show its worth right now. Does find the stretching strike as Sobro is going to get knocked up by the Let's Bounce. That's not where Feisty wanted to go, as I'll give that an S, Gumayusi. Fantastic stuff, grabs himself the double kill. Augmented by the double of the Tryndamere as well. And Loopy is the only one alive. He's somewhere in a base gate. But these Nexus turrets are not going to last very long. As Carrier, just let him hang out on his fountain. As T1 are just going to park themselves here for a moment before they do eventually deal with this Nexus. As Loopy's just having some fun where he can. And that is just going to be the ace secured. And T1 will throw out their flashes and take themselves a Nexus.
You can see the giggles as well from Loopy. It's like, I'm going to get him, guys. Don't worry. I'll hook him into the fountain. And it's a game that is unfortunate. The circumstances, unfortunately, not allowing any actual fight against ㅅ2022 on a team that in the past has made miracles work.
They have, but this now also confirms that T1 are officially in first place. One of the earlier confirmations that we've ever had here in the LCK of a first place as well, but definitely a dominant performance. And if they can do this again next week in the 2 matches that they have, then they will reach the highest game score that we have ever had here in the LCK of +30. Damwon made +29, SKT in 2015 summer also made +29. I personally would really like it if T1 dropped 1 game so that we could keep the +29 being a record that is held by SKT 2015. I remember having the conversation when Damwon was about to break it and being so sad that the legacy of such an incredible team was then going to be overtaken by another, but maybe that's just my old man sentiment. But still, this is historical for T1.
I mean, I get the confusion with how much we've been talking about SKT, how much we've been talking about the previous identity of this org, the longevity of this man on your screen right now, Faker, and frankly, the insane amount of talent that he has been flanked by Gumayusi, still showing a little bit of that flair. It's a continuation of the streak. It's one that was expected. It's a one that, even with the normal ㅅ2022 roster, might have come to fruition, but you gotta feel sad about the fact that we weren't able to see that match. We weren't able to see Lord Morgan, General Umti, and the Law King and their consorts face off against this T1. They earned that chance, but unfortunately,
Yeah, and we
Not
couldn't
a
quote
possibility.
Kanye, who's a king to a god, you know, like that sort of thing. We
I
could have done
do
so
love
many of
me
those
some
things.
quoting of Kanye.
It could have been really fun. Not to be though. Sometimes illness takes fun away from us, and that happened here today. It gave these young Fred players the opportunity to play here at Lowell Park, but I don't think this is the way they wanted their debut to be. So as you can see, T1, all business here. Moving out, not overly celebrating or anything like that. This was another day in the office. They're going to come back next week and see whether they can reach that 18-0.
As it should be, it was a dominating performance, start to finish. The Challengers players, interestingly enough, I feel like game number 1 was more one-sided, but it felt like there was a little bit more of a shot here as T1 really just outclassing them in every single lane. And when it comes to the gameplay, not that much to say, unfortunately. It was a outmatch, and it, again, we mentioned this during the cast as well, but it was truly a showcase of the higher you get in the skill echelon of every given sport, every given game, the bigger and more pronounced the differences are going to be, right? And T1 is showing that here with a performance that has been too much for many LCKs. And for the Challengers team, it's okay, guys. You know, I'm sure that once you go back to Challengers, because this is actually a trend, and this is something that you might not be aware of if you're not catching Challengers. I get it, you know, everyone needs days off, but a lot of the Challengers teams and players that have performed in the LCK on their comeback have looked so much better. And even in a stomp like this, because that's what it was, I hope that for Fred there is a lesson to take away, that there is the knowledge of we can improve so much more. We can get so much further, and hopefully that will aid them in their journey.
I think it definitely will. I absolutely
really
think
hope
it will. I think that right now there was not any expectation on this team, and they did manage to have some of these little moments, right, where they were able to get some kills back, but it was never going to be a victory here for this team, but hopefully they do take away a lot of those learnings. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't want to catch any of the Challenger action, Mondays and Tuesdays here, Chronicler is going to be streaming on Twitch, and he will show it to you. He was exclaiming to me extremely aggressively not to say anything there.
It's about the players, Atlas. It's about the Challenger
It
players.
absolutely is, but you can only see the players if they watch your stream.
You can watch the Korean stream.
Oh, that is true.
great.
That is true. LCK Challenger is just broadcast on Twitch. But if you want any English commentary with some fun guests as well, you can check out Chronicler's stream. As, yep, T1, let's have a listen in to how they finish this one off. Takes them a little while to take this Nexus down in the very end.
안 된다니까. 아, 그거 안 주고.
안 죽어. 아이, 룰을 진짜 모르구나.
We don't have the damage, he's not going to die, but if he walks out, they will. As I do like the positional change, doing some of those sick cancels on the Nautilus. Demonstrating some loopy mastery here. I like that one a lot. Okay, Gumiushi once again going to do the most damage.
Yeah,
shout out to Sobero for doing almost the most damage on his team after going 0-6-0.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure who to vote for. I don't even remember. I think I went for Owner, but it might be Guma.
I think one of the T1 players.
Yeah, that might be Zeus for his sheer dominance in lane.
What about Carrier for picking Zach?
I honestly, like, and I do want to reiterate, I think that the Zach pick is going to be something that they legitimately will keep in the arsenal, and in a best of 5 is now going to be in the minds of any team that faces them. I think that's incredibly cool. I think
it's really cool as well. We've had Zach support, we've had Singe support, a lot of fun stuff. Speaking of fun things, let's throw it over to the analyst Carpet Space to break down that series.
Thank you, casters, for breaking that one down. We are here at the Carpet Space once again. Yet another game where T1 do get the stomp going here just a bit. As we are taking a look at the draft. Anything that stood out to you with the Zach support as well?
It was cool to see the Zach support. We did see Graves picked into Tryndamere, which I think is a very volatile matchup and one that was pretty risky to play into Zeus here. We have seen a lot of Graves succeed. We saw him try to put the pressure on early. He died early, but I don't want to break this game down too much in an extremely serious sense because it was a really tragic situation for the Fred squad in what was, again, a must-win scenario for them in terms of the game score that they need so desperately. And everybody's probably dreamed, every player who wanted to be an LCK player, make it to challenges, probably dreamed of, I want to play against Faker's team, the greatest player of all time. I want to play against T1. I want to have that opportunity to play on the stage. And I think for some of these players, Listo, who just became of age 4 days ago to play in the LCK, in some ways it's a dream come true, but as Atlas mentioned at the end, is this how you really want your LCK debut to be? I think it depends on which player you ask. It's a tough series for these guys, and I think I just wanted to highlight once again that this is not what today was supposed to look like, and these guys really stuck through, played their best of 3 they could, got demolished by a record-breaking winning T1 right now. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough to crack T1 in any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they played a bit better this time around, outside of the top side, but once Zeus gets going on the Tryndamere, he's just going to dive you, especially if you don't see any jungle attention. So that's kind of the way that one is going to go. Let's go into some of the highlights that we did have in this game and just show the dive potential of Hecarim, Zac on the bottom side.
Yeah, Zac's long-range engage is one of the coolest parts of his kit. In this case, isn't able to connect all the way in, but it's still a really nice dive here with the Hecarim coming down in a matchup where the Jinx is going to struggle into Hecarim, right? This is another problem of the draft. I really want to break it down is that Jinx is very vulnerable into Hecarim. They gave Hecarim and Ahri over to T1 here. It makes Jinx's life so miserable in the early parts of the game. There were some kind of fun moments here in the earlier part of this game for T1 where they were so ahead that they tried to push their advantage really far and ended up making some small mistakes, but still a trade up for them.
Yeah, just kind of highlighting what that can do as a combination is really awesome. Also, the Samira, right, just the ability to dive right in there is really cool as well. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, where we do get a similar situation, this time a bit better for T1.
Yeah, notice that Zac disappears off the vision here. We wanted to highlight this from Frederick-Brion's vision because at the very last second, Loopy does sweep in here, and then it's too late. Like Chronicler mentioned on the cast, you feel like you can come over here, try to clear some vision up and get back to your turret safely, but into this Zac Hecarim composition, you're never really safe anywhere from behind, and that's why it's so strong and why it's so oppressive, and I think why Keria felt like, this is going to be a fun pick here in this second game where we're extremely favored to pull this one off.
Yeah, do a great job of this one. The Jinx Chompers not able to arm quite on time. In theory, you could say if Chompers are down, we have Vex in position, right? They're playing front to back. Maybe you'll be pretty good against at least the Zac, but we never really got to see any of that in this game. No real team fighting. As we're gonna take a look at the last fight of the game and kind of just break down how this one ended.
Yeah, I mean, it almost looked like moments before this, the Herald was going to end the game with a turret or a Nexus crash, but look at Zeus' lead he has and the wave he has on top side. He can stand this far up, and then Keria with him tries to collapse in and kill the enemy AD carry, and or in this case, the Graves, who is trying to be an AD carry in this game and try to be relevant and somehow, because Jinx is always vulnerable, always getting picked, and then T1 just from extremely far away, dive in and end the game.
Yeah, well guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up for game number 2 on the side of T1. It will be Zeus on the Tryndamere.
Yeah, my original vote actually was for Keria on the Zac because I thought it was really fun and it was really cool, but after watching the highlights and decided, okay, I'm going to pivot, I ended up changing my vote to Zeus here in the end. He dominated lane, which was in part due to some errors here from Sobero on the top side of the map, especially in the early part of the matchup. Trading up like this too close to the Tryndamere allows Zeus a level down to actually take a kill. Usually the Tryndamere doesn't have the ability to solo kill until post 6. And he's able to get 2 kills early, then picks up a 3rd one, and a lot of this highlight reel is just him repeatedly killing Sobero, which is unfortunate for this player on his LCK debut, but you make one mistake like that, just shows the volatility of the matchup. He then was able to 1v3 here and take a kill in a trade with his ultimate. It's just so far ahead. His existence this game made Frederick Brion unable to fight in any real sense with this Jinx composition.
Yeah. This is a really nice comp overall from the side of T1. Everybody gets in there. All 5 members. So you got the Tryndamere, you have pretty much anyone else, as we do see 1 vote for, actually a couple of votes there for Owner, 1 vote even for Faker, and a couple for Guma as well. But Keria this time not able to get any votes. And that is just fine. Just another 2-0 here for T1, as we should have the interview just about ready to go right now, so I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by the top jungle duo of T1. You guys secured the first place spot of the regular split already. How do you feel, Zeus? I'm happy that it's a duo victory, and I'm also happy that we locked in on the first place. Yeah, I'm happy that we are the first place. And also, I was walking into Lowell Park and trying to become the solo POG, but it's a bummer that I had to share with Zeus. So, yeah, last time you also said you were so happy to win a POG, but so you're still happy, right? Yeah, of course, we won and I got the POG. You guys have broken 2015 SKT's record and keep writing history. How does that feel being the center of the new history? Well, we're still playing the LCK, so it feels surreal, you know? And then we had some COVID issue happening on the side of Reddit Brilliance. You guys are playing against their challengers team. So what was the process of preparing against that roster? So first, I didn't have many information about the opponent top laner, so I just wanted to look up what kind of picks he plays in challengers, and that was probably it for me. Game number 1. You guys just demolished the enemy nexus even before the Baron was spawned. 19 minutes and 5 seconds. And game number 2 was also 19 minutes and 54 seconds. Even faster than your average game time. Well, I didn't really expect that, but game went really well. So we were able to speed up and close out the games. How did the players react after grabbing such a fast victory? The game was pretty smooth, so we were like, yeah, let's just write down history, let's make records, and we were very happy. And Owner, I think Renata actually has a great synergy with any kind of jungle pick. So what do you think about that? I don't really know that champion well. I have no idea. Then, you played Hecarim into Xin Zhao 2 games in a row, so what did you focus on in order to win that matchup? Hecarim has a very fast clear speed, so I wanted to capitalize on that. My personal question is actually, well, when you were ganking top lane, when you were ganking GP, actually Xin Zhao was also rotating towards top. Because I had him in my vision, and then I could kind of expect his rotation. So I just wanted to run as fast as I could to the top lane. And also, Keria has been practicing Zac support in solo queue for so many games, and it finally showed his appearance in the LCK. Did he kind of mention that he's gonna play that today? Well, he was actually saying that he's gonna play Echo, not Zac. But he did practice that a lot, so I was not too surprised. Is that a support Echo? Yeah, Echo support. Looking forward to seeing support Echo from Keria. And as an AD carry player, Nuclear is a little bit scared to play with or against Echo support. The players are a little bit worried about that they leaked the strategy of Keria. But what about you, Zeus? Are you preparing anything special on the top lane? I have to focus on the meta picks, Awesome. And then you actually got solo killed by Soboro in game number 1, and then you are getting all the revenge you wanted in game 2. I was not playing well. I was out of my mind in game number 1. So yeah, game 2, I really wanted to get solos. And T1 only has 2 more matches to play. It's gonna be against Leaf Sandbox and then against DRX. I guess your goal is to finish the entire split with a perfect record, right? That's our goal, and I think we're gonna make it. Yeah, that's it. Zeus, any message towards the clean, perfect run? Fighting. Thank you very much, guys. And lastly, any message over to the T1 players or fans? Thank you for supporting us today. And we will keep, fighting for the 18-0 record. And also we have a playoffs to go as well. So we will keep in good form in order to have a great run there as well. Thank you for the support today, guys. And also watch out, COVID, always stay safe. And we will do our best in the upcoming matches. Thank you. This will be the end of the interview from owner Zeus, and I'm going to pass it back to Valdez and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation and breakdown of what they did have to say there. Let's take a look at the standings. Of course, we know that T1, after this victory, will be 16-0. Frederick Brion not able to take any games tonight, so they're going to be looking for at least a couple of games here and there against their last two opponents.
Yep, guaranteed first place for T1. If they 2-0 both of their remaining series, as mentioned, the 29-game streak will be broken, a 29-game score. Really important here for Frederick Brion in those remaining matches to steal some games away. Otherwise, KT one step closer to actually making that reality of playoffs, or the dream of playoffs, a reality. Not the reality yet, not yet, but it's looking more and more likely every 0-2 Frederick Brion takes.
Yeah, slowly reality comes into the forefront. And guys, we do have a second series tonight. We'll be about an hour away, maybe a little bit longer even after that incredibly quick series. DRX up against the Kwangdong Freaks, huge for both of these teams. But we'll see you after the break.
와 진짜 돈 관련된 거네? 테스트여도 이겨야 되니까 다들 열심히 부탁드릴게요.
자, 빼, 내 옆에 웃지 말라고.
오늘 메이크업 몇 분 받으실까요? 형도 힘들게 일하고 있어. 진짜 일하는 거야 오늘.
이제 선수분들이 도열하러 이쪽으로 이동을 하실 거예요. 그럼 이제 뉴클리어님은 이 문이 움직이는 문이에요. 그래서
네.
힘을 줘서 미시면 밀리거든요.
네.
그래서 이 문을 제가 신호를 드리면 닫아주시면
네,
됩니다.
알겠습니다. 저쪽 끝까지.
네, 끝까지 닫아주시면 되고요. 수리문 닫도록 하겠습니다. 네, 잠시 멈춰주시겠어요?
오멘, 로지텍, 우리은행, 울트라기어, BBQ. 제 최애 치킨이 BBQ 황홀이거든요. 개꿀맛. 나까지 긴장돼.
저희 선수분 잠깐 여기서 대기하실게요.
하나 선수 다 도착하셨습니다.
잠깐 대기하실게요.
필요한 거 있으시면 다들 말씀해 주세요. 나가주실게요. 제가 여기서 일하는 사람이라 가지고. 아까 오자마자 나 알아봤어?
다른 거 하다가 목소리 듣고 놀래가지고 찾아왔어.
아 그래?
목소리랑 목소리 톤이 너무 느껴요.
진성이네?
저는 목소리가 뭔가 평소에 부르시는 분과 다른데 약간 생각을 했어요.
아 진성이는 경기장 추웠어?
굉장히. 어제 평소보다 습한데요, 그때?
아 내가 말해놨어. 안에 온도 올려달라고.
너무 좋죠.
네, 저희 선수분들 바로 이동하실게요.
선수분들 카메라 바라봐 주시겠어요?
기다리고 있습니다. 광동 프릭스입니다. 키인과 엘림, 페이트, 테디.
확실히 좀 긴장 많이 되나 봐요 지금. 그래서 제가 파이팅하고 긴장 풀고 그런 얘기 했습니다.
긴장 많이 하시는 스타일이셨나요?
저도 근데 상대팀이 좀 세면은 긴장이 많이 됐던 것 같아요.
여기 문 열게요. 여기서 쭉 밀어주시면 되거든요.
쭉이요? 아까 혼자 밀어도 될 것 같던데? 아유 잘한다. 아유 잘 민다. 충분한데? 혼자 밀어도?
네, 멈춰주시면 됩니다.
네. 이거 혼자 밀어도 충분하게 둘이서 할 필요가 없는데 이거.
1경기 시작 전에 저희가 해야 될 일은 거의 마무리가 된 상태고요. 좀 이따가 이제 식사 오면 같이 식사하시고 식사하시다 보면 중간에 이제 2경기 선수분들이 오실 거거든요. 그때는 이제
그럼
뉴클리언
밥 먹다가 달려나가고. 힘든 직업이네요 이게. 워라밸이 안 되네. 스캔들버거 누구세요? 뉴욕 치즈버거. 누가 감자튀김 이거 버거 스캔들? 아고. 근데 진짜 어려운 건 없는데 약간 선수들이랑 이것저것 좀 이렇게 다 있잖아요. 그래서 좀 긴장되는 분위기?
방송 타이밍 맞춰야 되는 부분도 있어서 아무래도 저희가 조금 그런 게 있긴 한 것 같아요.
그래서 아까 들어와서 한번 혼나고 났어. 선수한테 말 걸었다고. 안경에 혹시 문제 있으세요?
아니요.
아 괜찮습니다.
이렇게 먼저 물어보시면 안 돼요.
아 이렇게 하면 안 돼요? 필요하면은 먼저
저희한테 요청을 해주시니까.
근데 그럼 여기 들어오시는 분들은 다 LCK 보는 거 좋아하시는 분들이겠어요, 웬만하면?
네, 저 같은 경우에도 좋아해서
좋아할 때는 선수 있어요?
저는 근데 아무래도 서포터라서 매드라이프 선수 진짜 좋아했거든요.
메라님은 다 알죠. 저 메라님하고 같이 철권도 한 사이예요.
철권 잘하세요?
철권 잘하죠. 근데 메라님한테 졌어요.
풀때도 지시고 철권도 지시고.
스태프로 온 건데 승패에 자꾸 연연하는 얘기 하지 마세요. 먹는데 체할 것 같으니까. 저기서는 이제 해설소리나 막 팬들도 조금씩 이렇게 보이고 그러다 보니까 안녕하세요.
근데 다만 선수분들 반대편으로.
반대편으로 가주실게요.
왜요?
안내요.
진짜요?
안녕하세요.
근데 아예 직원이다?
형 어떻게 알아봐? 카메라 있으니까 알아보는 건가? 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
DRX 분위기는 이번 사연이
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 남원기아 쪽에서는 알아보셨나요?
담원기아 쪽은 다 알아보더라고요.
그때는 카메라
굳이 그런 거 설명 안 해주셨어요.
누군지 아세요? 하면 아시지 않을까요?
이따 배를 지나가면 하려고요. 안녕하세요. 나한테 관심이 없는 것 같은데. 안녕하세요. 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 안녕하세요.
살짝 안내해 주시고 들어오세요.
자리까지 안내해 드린다. 제가 맨 앞에 앞장서면 돼요.
네.
이따가 제가 경기장 안까지 2분 안내해 드릴게요. 고생하셨습니다.
네. 어이? 뭐야?
저 스태프예요. 어떻게 알아보셨지?
평가.
납치대기?
네, 바로.
납치대기.
네.
고생하셨습니다.
박스도 경기석이랑 동일하게 소독기랑 그다음에 정리를 하셔야 돼요.
아.
또 이해가?
앉으시는 자리랑 닿는 자리 이런 데는 다 소독한다고 생각하시면 될 것 같아요.
이렇게 해도 되는 거 아닌가?
고생했어요. 고생했어요.
예.
이렇게 근데 승리 토템까지 해주면 더 좋지, 기분 좋지.
확실히 도움됐어요. 도움됐어요? 그러면은 도움됐으니까 우리 집 잠깐 들렀다가 이렇게 포가 좀... 아, 남의 집에... 나 사실 오늘 관리비 나와서... 아, 이거 진짜네요? 네, 진짜네요. 내야 되니까 이러고 있는 거예요.
앉으셔도 돼요. 아니, 귀한 곳이지만 누추하신 분들 앉으셔도 됩니다.
좀 일어나기 힘들 것 같긴 하고요, 여기.
아, 누워도 돼요.
아, 저는 사용할게요.
지성아.
아, 정말 편하게.
야, 아니, 우리 스베노 때 너 기억 안 나?
자리에서 잤잖아요.
그래, 같은 자리에서 잤잖아, 우리는.
아, 나는 같은 그 침실을 썼다니까.
진성이가 호이 씨 많이 긴장했다던데 핵가족이 좀 오늘 도움이 됐어요? 어때요?
아, 우리 집 오늘 좀 말수가 좀 많더라고. 긴장이 좀 많이 풀리지 않았나.
좀 좋은 영향 끼친 것 같아서 다행이다.
좋은 영향이 좀 많지 않았나.
뭐 하고 싶은 말 있어요? 핵가족 뭐 재밌게 봤다던가.
핵가족 콘텐츠는 누가 준비해?
핵가족 콘텐츠는 이제 작가님, PD님.
아, 형이 준비하는 게 아니에요.
핵가족은 좀 봤어요?
아, 네, 가끔 봤어요. 핵가족 하는 거 봤는데 그 포즈가 재밌더라고요. 아니, 저는
자, 그럼 이거 말 나온 김에 안 할 수 없잖아.
난 몰라. 난 진짜 몰라.
같이 셋이 그러면? 셋이?
셋이 어떻게 해야죠? 어떻게
핵!
아, 오늘 하루 고생 많으셨네요.
힘드네요.
앨범이 나왔습니다.
와, 잠시만. 제 생각에 솔직히 10만 원어치는 이런 거 같은데? 어? 5만 원짜리가 있다고? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9만 5,300원. 그러면 관리비 내고 2,000원이 남네요?
관리비 그걸로 내시면 되겠네요.
장난하지 마세요. 9만 5천 원.
아, 이건 아니 지금 밑장빼기를 하시면 어떡합니까?
아니 근데 뭐야? 아니
거스름돈 챙겨드리겠습니다.
가져 이거 그냥 가져가세요.
아, 진짜요?
아니요.
6렙 달고 있는 표식입니다. 헤카림이 뜁니다.
야! 저랑 게임 한번 하시겠습니까?
뉴클리어 집으로 가자.
얘는 두디가 맞고 있고. 설마 골키니. 설마 골키니. 원사 나의
프라임이라는 팀에서 좀 데뷔를 했다고 알고 있는데 사실 그 당시에는 저는 잘 몰랐어요. 중국에서 오랜 시간 시기를 보냈고 그러니까 17년 전부터 이제 LCK 영입을 추진했다고는 들었는데 결국 LCK 온 건 결국 17년 서머 시즌이었고
스프링 때는 사실 정말 힘들었어요. 왜냐하면 성적 자체도 많이 안 나왔고 심지어 서머에는 멤버의 대변화가 있었고 근데 저희 입장에선 다행이지만 동아라는 선수가 왔고 이제 커즈 선수도 넘어왔고 BDD 선수도 있었기 때문에 서머에 우리가 한번 사활을 걸어보자 라는 식으로 서머를 임했던 것 같아요.
당시 BDD 선수는 이제 신인으로서 좀 기대를 많이 받았지만 그 외 선수들은 그렇게 많은 조명을 받진 않았다고 저는 당시에 생각을 했거든요.
그러니까 LCK를 3년 만에 돌아온 거기도 하고 그러다 보니까 그때는 이제 리스크를 별로 생각을 안 했어요. 오히려 언더독일 때가 더 마음가짐이 편해가지고 저희 뭐 롱주 게이밍 같은 경우에는 아무래도 상체 3인방이 다 어느 정도 신인 느낌도 나고 로스터 구성을 봤을 때 프로이라도 가면 진짜 천만다행이고 강등권이 아닐까 뭐 이런 얘기도 많았었는데
근데 막상 이제 정규 리그가 개막하니까 너무 잘하는 거예요. 특히 상체가.
개인기는 이미 증명이 끝난 상태.
네.
그런 이 선수들 모아놨을 때 어떤 결과가 나올까? 지금의 롱주가 그런 기대를 좀 받고 있는 상태죠.
롱주의 그 기대치가 바로 드러날 수 있는 것이 바로 지난 스플릿 최상위권이 KT와의 경기가 되겠습니다. 뭐 칸과 스맵 분명히 그 차이가 있는 경력치를 가지고 있는 선수가 되겠습니다만
네.
자 그것을 뛰어넘을 만한 그런 패기들이 이번 경기를 통해서 등장하게 된다면
롱주 팀에서 첫 경기를 하는데 그 상대가 저였어요. 근데 제가 그 당시에 굉장히 잘했었거든요. 그 당시에도. 그래서 제가 솔로킬을 거의 안 따이는 상황이었는데
와,
이거 너무 아프죠 스코어즈! 아 이거 좋다 일단은
그래도 스코어가 버티면서
네.
오!
솔로킬! 이걸 솔로킬!
솔로킬!
스맵을 상대로 솔로킬!
네, 제대로 물었네요 이거는.
레벨 5위도 이미 점하고 있었고
폭발을
네.
그래서 이 사람은 뭐지? 이 선수 뭐지? 왜 이렇게 잘하지? 좀 깜짝 놀랐던?
당시에는 불도저 같다고 생각을 했어요. 뭐 탑에 갔다 하면 솔킬을 따내고 뭐 라인전을 이기고 하니까 너무 신선한 충격이었어요. 진짜.
3라이너 중 캐리어 면에서 역대 최강을 다툴 만한 선수가 아니냐 그런 얘기가 많이 나왔었죠. 매 경기 공격력과 집중력 면에서 엄청난 모습을 보여줬습니다.
집중두명
최대 위가 막히게
전멸로 넘어가서 테이커
으로 도망가야 되는데 근데 테이커가 너무 빨라서 거기에 울프를 파견했던 게 또 좋은 선택이겠죠? 전멸! 한도 그래서 이런 추가까지
반대로 돌아서 칸! 이러면 달려까지 왔는데 무조건 잡아야 된다. 케이스는 무조건 잡아야 된다는 생각인 것 같은데 전면까지 쓰면서
그런데 스코어!
와 칸!
아 이거 설마 이게요!
동환 같은 경우는 진짜 승부욕이 진짜 강한 선수라고 생각이 들고요. 롤 할 때는 또 딴 사람이 된다라고 생각했습니다.
진짜 지기 싫어하고 좀 이기고 싶어하고 그게 좀 엄청 좀 강하다 생각해요. 상대한테 지기 싫으니까 진짜 이기려고 막 진짜 열심히 해서 잘하는 그런 스타일.
모든 프로게이머들이 승부욕이 강하겠지만 그 선수는 조금 더 특출났던 것 같아요. 그러니까 피드백을 할 때 그러니까 코치님이랑 싸움이 일어났어요. 이게 사실 모든 팀이 다 그래요. 모든 팀이 막 선수들이랑 막 코치랑 의견 조율이 안 됐을 때 막 싸우고 그러는데 그러니까 코치님이 그랬어요. 이럴 거면 집에 가라. 근데 진짜 짐을 싸는 거예요. 가방을 메고 나가는 동아를 붙잡고 제가 얘기를 했어요. 이거 다시 한번 얘기해보자. 결국 게임에 대한 욕심인 거죠. 왜냐면은 뭐 동아는 되는 건데 아니 뭐 코치님은 굳이 네가 그럴 필요까지 있나 뭐 이런 피드백 과정에서 잘 안 맞으니까 거기서 이제 그 부분에서 진짜 집에 가려던 친구를 다시 붙잡고 롤드컵까지 갔죠. 네.
그때 저희 상대가 SKT라는 너무
자전제를 잘하는 팀이었는데 너무 많이 긴장을 했었던 기억이 있어요. 전날에 잘 잤어야 되는데 잠을 잘 못 잤던 것 같습니다.
그 당시에는 긴장이 진짜 별로 안 됐었어요. 좀 많이 즐거웠던 것 같아요. 뭐 승부 예측 같은 그런 부분에서 이제 타팀 감독님들, 뭐 팬분들 이렇게 다 저희가 엄청난 열세였는데 뭐 지면은 아쉬운 건데, 그러니까 이겼을 때는 뭐 역배 터졌다고 하잖아요. 이제 그런 거는. 그래서 그런 부분 쪽에서 저희가 부담감을 느낄 필요가 없었던 것 같아요.
당시 기자들 사이에서는 그래서 SK텔레콤 우승 점치는 기자분들도 좀 있었던 걸로 기억하는데, 팬들도 그렇고 관계자도 그렇고. 근데 뭐 1세트만 봤을 때도 그냥 와, 이 날은 이 선수의 날이구나 그런 생각이 들었던 기억이 나네요.
그리고 잭스가 진짜 예. 한 번 더.
쫓아가고. 초반에 넘어가고.
지금 초중반 이기를 못
아니 이거는 페이커의 분노를 페이커의 분노를 뺐으면 내가 와 예. 한 번 더. 방금거
제 쿨이라서
열방 와 예.
뭔가 좀 건방졌어요. 상대 팀에서 자꾸 이것저것 만들어내니까 좀 건방지다 이렇게 생각을 했었고.
진짜 건방진 플레이였어요. 뒤에 정글도 있고 제 뒤엔 아무도 없었는데 무리한 무리수를 뒀을 때 제가 죽는 그런 두려움이 하나도 없었거든요. 그래서 그런 두려움이 없다 보니까 이제 나오는 좀 간큰 플레이인데 그 결과가 너무 잘 먹혀서 좋은 성적이었지, 그런 게 만약에 파회당하고 그랬으면은 많이 암울하지 않았을까?
그래서 여기서 궁금합니다. 제이스가 나올지 진짜 나올지 아니면 타협을 하고 뭐 초가스 같은 걸 할지. 예를 들어
정말 승부
아직 선택 중이긴 한데 성향상 같은 거 같죠?
성향상
준비했었던 픽이었어요. 제가 만약에 주도권을 잡을 수 있는 챔프를 하게 되면은 이제 탑을 만약 1대1로 두면은 진짜 고속도로를 뚫어버리는 약간 그런 인식이 있었어요.
적 팀이든 우리 팀이든 다 무서워했을 거예요. 왜냐하면은 이 제이스란 챔피언 자체가 하이 리스크 하이 리턴이거든요.
칸의 제이스는 특별함이 있죠. 그러니까 솔직히 그냥 힘이 센 제이스는 솔레에서 데려와도 나와요. 이 영악한 이 여우 같은 제이스가 흔치가 않거든요. 칸 선수가 그 누구보다 탑에서 정말 영악해요. 그러니까 아마 제 생각에 어떤 앙케이트를 해서 정글러 입장에서 가장 열받게 한 탑솔러가 누구인가라고 물어보면 그거는 칸 선수일 거예요.
그 당시 기준으로 설명하자면은 메타챔이 아니었죠. 메타챔도 아니었고 잘 다루는 선수들도 없었었고 많이 나오던 챔피언도 아니라서 다른 사람들이 상대법을 몰라가지고 제가 유독 좀 악랄하게 잘했던 것 같아요.
17년 당시 칸 선수의 제이스는 좀 다른 선수들하고 확실히 달랐던 것 같아요. 뭐 어떻게 써도 되니까 포킹도 되고 공격도 되고 돌진도 되고 저거 완전 사기네 이런 생각이 들 정도로.
조합은 지금 내가 앞에 있는데 궁극기를 써? 얘기한 거죠, 칸이. 그렇죠.
와 진짜.
지금
데미지를
타워 도망도 못 가요. 이거 타워 보니까.
콤보 보셨습니까? 콤보.
칸의 제이스의 평타는 좀 남다른 그런 느낌이 좀 있었거든요. 특히 바텀 지역에서 데미를 장식하는 한타 때의 활약은 아직도 기억이 생생합니다. 순간적으로 2대4 구도였던 걸로 기억을 하거든요.
여기서 탑을 봐야 돼요. 탑에 끼고 있습니다. 탑에 끼고 있어요. 그리고
제가 초가스를 좀 세게 때리고 락한 구멍하고 이제 중요한 스킬들을 이제 우창이가 빼주고 죽었고, 이제 나머지 상황에서 상대 중요한 스킬이 없으니까 이건 내가 앞으로 뚫을 만도 하겠다 하면서 그냥 뚫었는데 잘 된 것 같아요.
결국 상대 스킬이 다 빠질 때까지 기다렸다가 내가 들어갈 수 있는 각을 보는 저런 매서움? 자기가 딜각을 언제 해야 되는지 이런 걸 정말 잘하는 선수기 때문에 저 장면에서도 그게 나온 것 같아요.
사실 그 탑의 하이퍼 캐리를 정말 오래간만에 보여준 장면이었다고 생각을 하고, 사실 LCK가
탑솔로 명가라는 이야기를 참 많이 듣지만 또 그 시절엔 새로운 탑솔로는 잘 안 나오던 시점이었던 걸로 저는 기억하거든요. 근데 그런 좀 계보를 이을 수 있는 게 바로 칸이다라는 걸 스스로 좀 외친 게 아닌가.
이번에 시즌 최고의 탑솔로는 칸이라고 전 세계에 얘기하는 것 같습니다. 최고의 탑솔로 전 세계에 얘기하는 것 같아요. 자, 다음 게임입니다. 강대수 만들어놓고 블랙북이 없다. 더블킥.
제가 LCK 첫 데뷔한 시즌부터 이제 우승을 하면서 이제 앞으로의 길도 좀 더 순탄하지 않을까 좀 그런 생각도 많이 했고 이제 LCK 이제 국내 무대 한정에서는 이제 결승전에선 져본 적이 없는 선수로 남게 된 것 같아요. 아무래도 첫 스타트가 되게 좋았던 것 같습니다.
야, 오늘 본인 플레이 어땠어요, 그냥?
연습할 때 솔직히 걱정 살짝 됐는데 SKT가 다 이기고 올라와서 진짜 조금 걱정됐는데 다행히도 걱정을 다 부셔버릴 만큼 제가 더욱더 잘해준 것 같아서 정말 기분 좋습니다. 감사합니다.
제이스요? 뭐 제가 제이스에 그래도 시작을 알렸다고 해도 될 정도인 것 같아요. 그때 당시로는 뭐 제가 제이스를 제일 잘 썼기 때문에 지금 이렇게 다 영향이 오지 않았을까 싶네요.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another dream, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give Hold on in the light, walked away, sail on with the free, golden sea, the flood, the fear, wash out through my veins, the oil, the bones of my trepidation. Let's shake the we survive. Oh, alive. I'll take you out for promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you're denied. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you're denied. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. When the sky falls and the sun turns black, closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Put on the light, walk away, sail out with the free, golden sea, the flood, the fear, wash out through my veins, the oil, the bone of my trepidation. Let's shake the we survive. Oh, alive. I'll take you off the promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you deny. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you deny. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and we indeed soul you BBQ. The slogan is an interesting one, as is the video games that we have this evening. DRX taking on Kwangdong Freaks, the last one of Week 8 before we get into the final week of games. Unbelievable that we've got this far. I say that every single time because I am amazed by it every single time. DRX desperately need this win in order to claim third place. They have some difficult matchups coming up. Of course, their final one against T1 going to be a very, very difficult one indeed. And they want to try and stay ahead of Damwon here so they can have first selection in the playoffs.
After last series, which was the fastest one we've had, I'm pretty sure this one is going to be tight. It's going to be competitive because while DRX is decently far ahead, I personally am a little worried. I do think that DRX have been somewhat inconsistent over the course of the split. Even you, who loves that, has to admit that. So I think we should get a
It's
great
not that I have
there.
to admit that. I feel it's actually going to happen. I'm not going to
you
lie. I have a feeling that Kwangdong
you
Freaks
have.
are going to come out swinging. I was having a chat to Gorilla about this earlier, and he was like, "Oh, I'm feeling something too."
He did.
So it's look. We'll just have to see how it goes. Let's hop into points of the match and get into this series. As DRX on a 3-match and 6-game winning streak. And that can only mean one thing. It is time
They're gonna
for a
get
loss.
2-0. Yeah, classic.
Oh, dear. It's just how it's been. This team has not been absolutely consistent. As we're having a look at some of their odds here. Third place, not exactly of the highest. They could still get second. But that will involve Genji losing a whole lot to teams that they definitely shouldn't be losing to. And fourth place actually is a higher chance because of the fact that their game score is nowhere near where Damwon Kias are, who have been so good at 2-0s.
Yeah, and as you can see here, one game loss means that Genji gets that second place. So there's not a lot of leeway. Want to try and make sure that you do not drop a single game, but Afrika, or Kwangdong rather, have been looking so much better in recent weeks. We've seen Hoyt and Ellen really coming to their own, and that has kind of taken off the shackles as Keen and Fate and obviously Teddy are looking stellar. Chances for Kwangdong are very, very good. Of course, they lost against Genji, they lost against T1, but not going to hold that against them.
No, absolutely not. And they took a game off T1 as well, who are on an absolute tear. So certainly a team to look out for here for DRX, who are storming towards the top of the standings. Matching POG points for both of these mid laners, Fate and Zeka, both of them 4 letters. Also, both of them struggling at the beginning of the season. Really took a while for Fate to get going. A player that we knew had a lot going for him. Zeka as well, his transition over from the LPL was a bit rocky to begin with, but has since found a lot of great performances here, especially with these dive compositions that DRX have been putting together. As we have a look at round 2 statistics. Yeah, win rates with our gold leads at 15, still 7 in a row for Kwangdong Freaks, because they were never actually able to get a gold lead.
Yeah, that's the key thing here, obviously.
Yeah, 15 minutes against T1, yeah.
Yeah, that's the key thing. Kwangdong, if they get a lead, they basically win the game. If it's at 15, if it's at 18, that doesn't really matter. Their main issue is actually getting the lead, which they have not been great in, and generally are pretty far beyond or below what is expected of a team in their stature. And for DRX, I do think that strength of schedule is helping them a little bit. Still have yet to face 2 of the strongest teams that we have 2 of their main... Well, Damwon Kia as a competitor. I don't think T1 really considers themselves a competitor because they're too far ahead.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit like that. Let's introduce the players into Lol Park though. Kingen, Pyoshik, Zeka, Deft, and Beryl. We'll see what Pyoshik has prepared for us for celebrations after a potential victory. I thought that his Viego was a little bit strange with his keyboard, trying to unlock people. But his Hecarim was great, you know, careening into his teammates and things like this. Definitely an exciting one.
I thought it was a great passive proc. To me, what really sold the Hecarim performance was which to this point we don't know if it was genuine or faked annoyance at Hecarim running into them, which I think makes complete sense.
Yeah,
Hecarim
it was definitely a very Hecarim performance.
Yeah, Hecarim is definitely something, and also a pick that I don't think should be allowed by any any stretch, please don't give Pioshik Hecarim. I think for Deft, we can talk about his Kai'Sa because it's been amazing, but Deft in general has been amazing, and with Pioshik, it's been a lot more hit or miss, and he only hits on the pony.
He absolutely does. Let's have a look at the other side of the rift, though. Keen, Elim, Fate, Teddy, and Hoyt. The bottom lane is where eyes should be glued because that is where all the narrative is. There is so much narrative down here. It is ludicrous.
Hit me, Atlas.
Teddy versus Deft, a matchup as old as time itself, and one that Teddy has, I feel, had the better end of, especially more recently. But this year is looking like a little bit more of that alpaca year with him being outspoken in how much he's been unlocked. But Hoyt versus Beryl, these are two teammates that are now facing off against one another, and you might be thinking they were teammates like Hoyt was the sub for Beryl, who came in and really did amazing things starting from 2019 on Damwon Kia. But before that, in Challenger, they were actually a bottom lane duo, actually playing together on Damwon.
Before Nuclear, right?
Yeah, but that was before Nuclear came back from the LEC, actually.
Nuclear now, of course, beloved reality TV show of Nuclear family.
What would we do without the heck Kudger? You know,
I don't know. Not a lot.
Nothing. Like during those long breaks, we absolutely need it. Let's have a look at some stats though, because look at King and Go. This is a guy that didn't live up to any expectations at the beginning of the season. Round 2, he is killing it.
He really has been, and we recorded the box day today, and I was going and being a little bit hard on Kingen, which I was really big fan of Kingen, and then summer 2021 happened, and it hurt me on a very deep level.
Yeah, and then spring 2022 hit, and you're like, we're never being friends
never
ever again.
But honestly, I do think that for a large part of summer, he was one of the better parts of it, and it truly makes me happy to see him return to the form that we've known he has had in the past. And then again, for Kwangdong, their round 2, they've already faced, I think, their tougher opponents. So it makes sense that Keen has struggled a little bit more, has still had some excellent highlight plays, which we had the pleasure of witnessing in the weekly Mad movies. That 1v3 on the Kali is one for the books. And drafting this one, like I said, I think is going to be mostly centered around what matchups can we get for these two junglers, because both of them have been known to be just a little bit inconsistent. Just a little bit of inconsistency. Little ups and downs.
There's a tendency to wear some ocean footwear that allows you to swim faster for both of these two junglers. Frequently throughout their time in the earlier stages, of course, things have been tidied up, but you mentioned strength of schedule, and it does need to be... we need to bear it in mind, right?
That's amazing.
That's actually extraordinarily cute. As that is not an alpaca, but it's Deft. It's very exciting.
We're really... Look at the oh, man.
We're trying to protect all of them. Deft's win rate on Jinx, I think, is what that one was about.
Oh, that's so nice.
Oh my, yeah. Very, very cute.
Wow.
DRX fans out in force, and of course, that was a fan from Zeka's hometown, which is very, very cool. 5 hours away from the center of town in Pohang.
Actually making it over.
Making it all the way over to support the man in the mid lane who deserves more fans than he has, I think. I think this guy has really, really started to find himself towards the end of the season. And it's exactly the time to find some form because we're moving towards playoffs. It's only a couple of weeks away. And in fact, this time in 2 weeks, we'll be getting ready to prepare for the actual final, right? It's really not a lot of time that we have here. Of course, qualification for Asia Games and things like this on the horizon. As DRX versus Kwangdong Freaks begins now with the draft. As Nautilus banned away first, and the Hecarim removed.
Yes. I was worried that we might get some Kwangdong. Okay, you know what we'll do? We'll trade the Hecarim for like a Zeri or a... No. No trading of the Hecarim. Nautilus also getting banned away. Right from the get-go, we have seen the Kate, the Karma all be relatively high in prio. Zeri, obviously, Twisted Fate. There's a lot, there really is, here for both these two teams to go through. I could see a scenario in which the TF actually doesn't get banned and we get an RE versus TF style of matchup. If DRX is willing to take the risk and give that over to Fate.
Yep, I actually think that DRX probably going to forego a blue side Twisted Fate ban because the first pick Ahri is looking more and more likely here.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Guangdong Freaks were to ban that one away with their last chance. And if that was to be the case, then it might be a Lee Sin first pick, but the Jinx is still available as well.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, Tahm Kench going to be taken off the board here. An interestingly targeted ban up against Hoyt.
Yeah, that makes me feel that they're going they're prioritizing the Ahri over the Jinx, and they don't want to give over Jinx Kench to their opponent as the Zeri gets banned away here. Expecting the Ahri first pick. I think if you ban away the Tahm Kench, then not okay. Okay, that's really big because I was expecting them to prioritize the Ahri over it. I think that Fate has been an incredible Twisted Fate, second only to perhaps Showmaker, who of course is still our resident TF expert. A lot of other mid laners not.
I think people could argue that Faker's Twisted Fate has also looked a little bit ahead. Even though Fate did name himself after the champion, there is a certain amount of experience that he's yet to get towards.
I mean, Faker has more experience on.
Yeah, it's a safe, it's a safe bet.
I don't think that's a controversial statement there. Atlas says that should be Xin Zhao and Jinx is the most obvious choice here. Can of course lock in a mid laner on the third rotation and want to avoid DRX getting their hands on Deft's Jinx. But Deft recently has been a bit of a Kai'Sa enjoyer and might go back towards that direction.
This is interesting. I feel like Ahri Xin Zhao is so strong, but Fate is still going to go towards the LeBlanc. Still a good matchup into the Twisted Fate. But I kind of would have liked the Ahri, just with the early to mid-game synergy that you can find there with some of that pick priority. Just lock in Kai'Sa Camille, let's go.
Well, I was honestly waiting for the Jinx lock in here, right? That's the main thing that surprises me. I think the LeBlanc pickup over the Ahri is a personal preference. Because we have also seen the Ahri kind of fall flat. But the main thing for me is that clearly neither of these two teams wanting to commit too early, as I say that, Deft locks in the Jinx. I think you can kind of see this one coming. And now for Guangdong, you better have a response ready because you knew that this was coming. You could have waited with picking up the LeBlanc, especially with the TF already locked in. So a lot of commitment there from DRX. TF and Lee obviously very good if they can find some openings and
I knew that was gonna happen. I wanted the Teddy Draven so bad, but we just we get it denied. Aphelios is going to come through instead. A lot of players here in Korea thinking that it's more like that skill matchup rather than any sort of range issue. However, we have seen that Aphelios does struggle to find as much impact as Jinx as the game goes on.
Yeah, my main issue is not specifically the Jinx versus Aphelios handshake. I think we've seen that matchup, and while it's tilted towards the Jinx, at this point we've learned to accept it, and some of our players, including Teddy, have been able to pilot that matchup very well. My main issue is that Aphelios into the Twisted Fate is going to be very hard to play out, right? If you combine that with maybe a Jason, I'm really happy that Guangdong do ban it because that was one of the champions that I'm sure DRX would want to go towards. Augmented by more range can create a scenario where Teddy is barely able to actually play the game. As man, this support pool really getting thinned out with the Rakan that was taken away. A lot of the traditional Hoyt comfort picks now all taken off the board.
I think you almost have to ban Leona, otherwise why are you banning this?
Yeah.
You know, because otherwise I think you might have just picked Leona anyway. As DRX thinking about what they want to do here, because it's pretty obvious that Keen is going to get the counter pick there towards the top side of the map. Desperately hoping that Kingen just runs face first into the Gwen pick. Akali, but that's not going to happen this time as Gwen is going to be banned.
Yeah, I'm feeling the Leona and then the Fresh for Barrel will make the most sense to me. Otherwise, I think you do go for the ban, but...
I mean, the Leona was 100% happening.
Yeah, well, Guangdong could have gone for the Fresh themselves, but I think the Leona makes a lot more sense with how they play the game generally. The non-committal engage as probably a Graves Fresh seems the most likely to me here in terms of what the lock-on is going to be for DRX. If you look at other blind picks, Na is one where Keen really has to play very aggressive to punish you. Gragas is another one, but with the Na still being open, that is a risk not many of our laners are willing to take. And I was expecting the Fresh, but this is I think, extremely good into the short-range composition that Kwangdong have drafted for themselves as of right now. And if you add a Gragas to this, your kiteback potential is very, very scary. This, of course, provides a little bit more side laning to augment with your TF.
Yeah. The other option, I guess, is to fight fire with fire and just blind Akali into the top lane, but that is a dangerous thing to do into Keen, of all people. Graves is going to be locked in, and Keen thinking about going with a tried and true into it with his Gnar pickup, further accentuating a lot of short-range team fighting and scuffles. But if they can play around Renata effectively, this is a composition that we've seen work many, many times here in the LCK.
It's very plug and play, right? You have hard engage to augment your Gnar, you have pick-off potential with the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin, and by the end of it, you will have enough damage, nice spread as well, as long as you can reliably get into range. And that's where it's going to get a little bit harder for Kwangdong Freaks, because while I do like their lanes in terms of synergy with one another, and I think the overall team comp in team fights, provided Keen manages his Gnar well, which it's Keen.
Yeah,
he will.
I think he'll do it.
Is looking pretty good. The DRX comp on an individual level, I do like a little bit more. I think that what they have drafted feels a little disjointed, that the TF doesn't really work as well, besides, again, kind of augmenting Kingen in the top side of the map. But it's deft as Jinx, and the Renata at so much safety. Add to that a TF that has on-demand lockdown, a Lee kick, and even Graves' smoke screen, and late game, Deft can take this one over pretty easily.
Yeah, plus in the laning phase, I actually think that the Jinx Renata will have a whole lot of shoving power available to themselves. So expect to see some bottom lane priority. It's just elsewhere on the map that we're looking at for DRX, and Zeka playing the Twisted Fate, sort of handshaking that one. His Ahri was available. He was one of the first to start playing her in the mid lane, but since she was first pick priority in our last series and yesterday and what feels like this entire week, her slipping through the bans and slipping through the picks is a very interesting prospect, and something that I'm looking forward to finding out more about as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 1. DRX taking on Kwangdong Freaks for the final match of the week before we get into the final week of LCK Spring 2022.
Almost there.
Time flies when you're having fun. And let's see who's going to be having fun here today. As Zeka has taken the spooky TF skin. Bit of a fan. It's the first TF skin that I owned way back in the day. I remember it was that Halloween that was my biggest regret on skin purchases. I didn't get Bewitching Nidalee. Because I didn't play Nidalee.
Yeah, I was about to say, I never took you for a Nidalee player.
No, and I'm not a Nidalee player, but I still regretted it because I thought that skin was really awesome. Because I liked Sabrina the Teenage Witch, like the original TV.
But you don't play the champion.
It's not about that. I sometimes play her in ARAM stuff.
Okay, fair.
It's fun to throw spears around.
Yeah, I'm not trying
I
to
did
deny
play her.
your ARAM fun.
I did play her, I just didn't play her very well.
Oh, well, but that's most people.
Yeah.
That's fine. No,
And
I
look,
mean, that's
It was also, like, that was one of the first Halloweens, I believe, that Bewitching Nidalee was released. So it was like 2012, 2011. There weren't that many people that knew how to play the game in general.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my defense.
No, that's okay. I mean, you don't have to defend yourself, Albus. I wasn't attacking you.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
I was defending myself because maybe I was feeling self-conscious. I'm not entirely sure.
You really don't need to.
Let's have a look at this laning phase here towards the bottom side of the map. As I will see whether Beryl is going to be able to utilize this Renata in order to get any sort of advantage. Of course, Teddy's pretty scary at level 1 in comparison to a Jinx. Just being able to press a button is kind of cool. I guess Jinx can as well, but she presses her button and then can't hit him anymore, which is not as good.
Deft, if only didn't go 0-2 against Homa Life. What a record that will be.
Do you have to do it?
Kinda, yeah. I mean, it's never gonna be forgotten. So this early bot matchup, obviously in the early levels, is pretty slated because you're playing double ranged into a melee support. But as you get a little bit further into the lane, especially post 6, the Aphelios Leona gets a ton of kill threat, and with how long the cooldowns are for the Renata in lane, there is actually pretty substantial punish potential if she whiffs one of her abilities or goes in a little bit over-aggressive. Obviously, not really necessary to highlight that if Ellen ever shows up, it will be a similar scenario due to her lack of escapes. So, with the junglers currently pathing in opposite directions, I don't expect to see any crazy shenanigans early on, but keep your eyes as the dynamic might change a little bit once the first couple of backs come through, but in the early levels, not a lot of control to be found over the wave, and Alan is on top, Pioshik is on bot side, and it's pretty much...
Thinking about it, it's interesting.
Okay.
Because Aphelios and Jinx basically do the same thing at level 1. They both just switch guns over and over and over and over and over and over. That's all you it's all you do.
I guess.
You just switch between guns.
This is... I've been blindsided by your unorthodox way of looking at similarities.
They're both the same. It's basically the same champion at level
What was
1.
the
And then they
previous one? What was the
branch out, then they
previous
choose
one again?
different things.
It made no sense either. I don't remember what was it in game number 1? I forgot what it was.
I spend a lot of my time doing a whole lot of
Oh man,
nonsensical things.
it's just so close.
I definitely don't remember.
I don't remember.
I try to forget a lot of the things that I say.
Really?
Yeah. It helps me stay positive. As Beryl and Deft back here towards his bottom side, as Beryl did take a bit of an adventure towards getting some wards. Teddy doing what I was demonstrating, switching between his weapons. Of course, things have changed a little bit now that we've got a few levels down. Teddy's not about to spec into flame choppers, I don't think.
I think it's an overall.
Teddy taking a bit of damage here, gets his hand shaken. But it's all right. I almost said not stirred, but I thought that would be a little too on the nose.
I think you have to save that more for a special occasion.
Yeah.
I don't know what the occasion will be.
Maybe it's based on score lines. Like if the Renata is sitting at 0-0-7,
yeah, no,
then
I like
you
that.
can say that maybe.
It's good opportunity.
Okay.
As
We'll see if that ever happens. As Beryl actually finding some poke here onto Teddy. Nicely done thus far, but as you can see, it's actually been a pretty comfy lane for Teddy and Hoyt so far, as Zeka in a bit of trouble here in the mid lane. Fate cancelling one auto, but otherwise sending Zeka home. We'll be able to teleport back as Pioshik now going to have to deal with Elam making his way over. Wind does indeed become lightning, as I believe Pioshik was the one to lock that one down.
Yeah, smote it.
Yep. And actually just going to come up and Tempest him. Also getting a ward down, and he's going to be happy about that anyway, so not bad.
There was a trade, his first back comes through. Teddy able to pick up a pickaxe. Same here for Alan. And Keen actually going for the Conqueror here. We've seen, of course, a lot of Graspnar as well. Some fleet footwork at times. And it's actually pretty interesting to see the development in not only runes, but also in builds. Of course, Triforce now being recently on the upswing. The chain hit.
Yeah, and Elam is going to find Zeka. Immediately the flash has to come out. And Zeka's running out of summoner spells very, very quickly. Now Fate with a lot of control here in this lane.
That was clearly a miss on purpose by Fate, so Zeka will feel confident and go for the trade. No, if they
and that was a miss on purpose
yes,
too, I think.
Exactly.
Wow.
If they hit the chain there, then of course it is a free kill. Now instead, we'll be able to force out a flash as maybe just a little bit of a kerfuffle here.
Yeah, King in with, I really like that skin, it's an oldie. Zeka with his gold card at the ready. He's gonna back away underneath his turret. Is that the old one? I'm trying to remember whether it's been changed or not. I actually don't, I think it might actually be. Never mind. Beryl down here, just getting vision. Right now Teddy is in a bit of control, but Deft pushes him out of the lane. Has to go back towards Hoyt and get back towards his turret.
And
that's a new one. That's cool. I haven't seen that gray skin before. Space Marine type style. There was like an original kind of Space Marine skin, if you remember. And I thought it was that, but no.
I don't think this one is like new.
I haven't seen it before. I haven't seen it before.
I might be wrong as well. I'm not the biggest expert on Graveskins.
Maybe
It
the
looks
collective can tell us.
like we're hull breakering. So enjoy your action while you can, while it's still there in top, because it's not going to stick around, unfortunately. And it's interesting. I get it from Kingham because obviously their composition. Not really looking to 5v5, it's an option, certainly, especially in the later stage of the game once Def gets some gold in turn. But for the larger part of this game, they should be looking to try and pull apart Kwangdong's composition as long as they can keep track of Fade his flanks. Should be feeling pretty good when it comes to picking up individual people with the Twisted Fade. So for Kingham, I would have rather just seen him go for a heavy damage build as Fade.
Yeah, Pyoshik coming in for a bit of a follow-up. LM comes through though, and that is a lot of damage. Zeka's real dead because he had no flash available, and Pyoshik actually decides to try and go back in on this one. Eventually has to flash as the flash comes forward. Fate's in trouble, but Pyoshik is just dead. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to go wide as Beryl is chasing after the jungler. They do have control vision in the area, but Kane had the inside track. The Graves was coming over from a different angle, and they're not going to be able to follow up on this one. Kwangdong Freaks now 2-0 in this game.
Do see Zeka making a beeline towards Teddy. Teddy should respect, does choose to do so, and yeah, when it comes to the actual 2v2, this is where the LeBlanc and the Zinza obviously have the edge. If you can isolate the target Hunter 0 with the Lee and the use Twisted Fate's gold card, then you might be fine. Unfortunately for them, they don't actually get the Hunter 0, and then in the extended trade, that is never going to be won. Unfortunately for DRX, and that is a really nice lead found here by Element of Fate. And as we know, the DRX composition, as mentioned previously, I think was going to have a great time if they could stay even, if they could get a lead. But TF from behind, not the greatest character.
Nope, well, Fate finding the double chains here, and doesn't even mind that Pyoshik comes on over. It's all just pretty set in stone after that first flash.
And yeah, with all those skills being used, completely fine.
Yeah, not too worried. Thankfully able to get out of the way of the rocket as well. I think that was blind. Just he was just going back to his minion wave and avoided a rocket whilst doing so. A little bit unfortunate there for Def, but definitely a great play here from Fate.
And it really helps accelerate that LeBlanc, which is kind of a nightmare to itemize against as well, right? As a sole AP source, if she gets really fed, you're gonna feel obliged as DRX to maybe invest into some magic resist, but then you're playing into Gold Drinker on LM, you're playing into Teddy, you're playing into Keen, that at this point, I don't know if he'd go, maybe Hullbreaker Triforce, you know, we can dream.
I'd love to see it.
Be very happy about it. Yeah, I do like the cold pick up there from King, and there's Teddy. A little bit risky, but this is the benefit of laning against TF.
And also, look at his teammates making their way down, and not going to be a play that DRX can make about it.
Yeah, the thing I really like is if you collapse on TF, you can't get collapsed on by TF, right? So.
There you go.
I know. And that's why I kind of got to put some question marks by the decision of DRX to go for this extended lane swap. Well, you keep Zeka in the bot lane against Teddy, because as long as you have an eye on him, especially in the lane that long, it becomes really easy, really hard rather for them to track, or sorry, for them to make a play, because it's so easy for Kwangdong to track where TF is on the map. And that takes away a lot of the early pressure that you would have available otherwise. And now, Kwangdong, nice early game lead. And Nina, remind me, Atlas, what happens when Kwangdong has a lead at 15 minutes?
They win 7 times.
Yes.
And lose 0 times in round 2.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Just, I think that's the question. Was that on the? Was that the exam?
Yeah. You could have gotten.
Did
extra,
I pass?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got to pass the grade. You could have gotten extra points, but maybe contextualizing it a little bit more.
I did have to show my working out. I didn't know it was one of those exams.
Well, yeah, I'm always looking for the best possible answer. You know, you have answers that are good enough, and then you have an answer that covers as many
Like one of those open to interpretation things, you know?
Yeah,
like
of
I wrote
course.
an essay about a movie that I watched.
Yeah, exactly.
Like-
You know, I just want to learn about your point of view. That's the main thing.
I'm sorry that you didn't learn as much about it.
Well, it was
Next
still
time
a
I'll
sufficient
work
answer,
on it.
but I just, you know, I just want to get the best of you.
So do I. Don't worry, so do I. We've been here at Lowpark a long time. I'm going a little bit loopy. As Keen underneath this turret here, gonna have to deal with Shelly popping out. But she's gonna deliver some gold over to DRX. Let's see who's gonna be able to actually get it. And yes, they do manage to, I believe, get it onto at least Beryl.
Yeah?
Was it not Def?
I'm
and
not
it was just
100%
Beryl
sure.
and Pioshik? Because that would have been a bit sad.
I think I saw 2, so we definitely owe Beryl got some. We know Pioshi got some.
And that means that Def may not have gotten it as the Jinx, which is definitely sad because they definitely want money on him. Keegan down here on the bottom side, though, is it's just a bit of musical lanes here as DRX do their very best to try and find ones that are working out for them.
That's that old breaker value right there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you think you're doing damage to Blanc? No. No, you're not. And, of course, there was a time where Graves still had magic resist on his E. That has been taken away for a very long time, for a very good reason. Imagine that Graves with Hullbreaker.
That actually sounds real gross.
Yeah, I know.
I remember when Graves was an 80 carry.
Yeah, there was, what was it, the Asriel Corky Graves? That was the Trinity?
Yeah, that happened. That happened for a while.
Yeah.
I remember there was a fun bottom lane where you just played. You took Doran's shield when taking Doran's shield was weird back in the day. You just played Graves in the bottom lane and just stacked up his grit forever and just never died. He was like a tank 80 carry thing. It was a lot of fun. Anyway, I digress. A lot of reminiscing today.
That's okay. We've been blessed with a relatively low octane early game here, so we get the time to dive a little deeper, you know?
Yeah, and the Rift Herald went down, and therefore DRX are completely even when it comes to gold once again. And in fact, after those plates were picked up by Teddy, he got a bit of priority there towards the bottom side. I believe Def did manage to get some plate money. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense that he's this far ahead. Or even. That makes sense. As you can see, the farm very, very close. As King is getting chased down here by an angry Keen, who does have control of this lane. Of course, picked the Gnar, knowing full well what was happening, and has demonstrated that he's able to navigate this matchup very nicely.
And with the Ocean Drake still available, I'm sure that once it comes down, we're going to be greeted by a Atlas Drake.
I think we deserve a Cloud Soul.
Do we?
At least in this game, yeah. Yeah, we've been good today. Haven't we?
I mean, I think we have. I think we have different ideas regarding what is a reward for, you know, doing a good job.
Well, that sounds very greedy if you
Well,
want
I
the
think
incredible joy
I
that
think
a Cloud Soul
Infernal
provides.
is a great and really cool Drake, Atlas.
How can it be cool and infernal?
Well, it's both. I don't know why I need to explain this.
Yeah, Pioshik's in a bit of trouble. They are going to go for the turret first, and then they're going to kill the Lee Sin. And Teddy grabs that one very comfortably. Gale Force used to what looked like a last hit. As, yeah, just unfortunate timing there for Pioshik to come in. Caught him with his pants down.
Coming into the day, we posed a question, or rather posed the issue that sometimes DRX run into, which is Pioshik.
No, and that's actually...
It's not always there. And I feel on this Lee...
Yeah, do you know the phrase consistently inconsistent?
Yes.
Yeah, that is basically Pioshik on this team. That's just, there comes a time where he will have a not great game.
And that game is now.
That is definitely the beginning of this game at least. We'll have to say that.
Oh, Jonas Strong. Little zoom in.
Yeah, every time.
Had to do it too.
Yeah, -1's in the chat, please, if you wouldn't mind.
Important. As we start to see more of the itemization come through. Don't know which direction Keen is going in yet. Teddy going for the Collector second. Is a fair amount of armor on the enemy team. Personally, when there is obviously just Graves as a champion in general, the Hullbreaker,
Yeah.
Barrel, who... Oh, fake.
Well, they are going to look for him. Gets his hand shaken and pushed back, but does have the distortion as well as a flash, and is going to be able to use it. Mimic was
good enough
employed at the same time. Of course, not a cooldown that you really need to talk about.
Just a flash that had to be invested there, unfortunately, for Fake. It's going to take away some of his aggressive pressure. Anyways, I was saying, I don't think it's a horrible collector angle. It's going to make it harder to kill Xin, or Lee rather, and the Graves, but you will still do great damage against Zeka, Deft, and Barrel. And of course, maybe get some snowballing potential. Generally, in games where Kwangdong is winning, Teddy gets a lead and then holds onto it extremely tightly to never die, never let it go, and then cruise that to a sweet and comfortable victory. 2-0 in Drake's here would be really good for Kwangdong, as it gives them the ability later in the game to
race towards that cloud.
Yeah, as that is a core field, so we are going towards good old Sundarana.
Aww.
I know.
A little bit sad. Someone wasn't checking his ex-teammate's Twitter. I don't think. Needs to have a chat to Summit, I believe.
Yep.
As, yep, Deft just going to tidy up the mid lane as Pioshek looking for Shirley. Means both of the twins will be locked down there as Deft gets hit by Teddy. One last auto and that is it. Solo kill for Teddy. Tidies him up underneath the turret. And Deft didn't even flash it.
And it is looking more and more dire here for Kwangdong. Just giving up 3 kills left and right, unable to sustain the tempo of the map.
Yeah, we got a Destiny to come in here. I don't know whether Zeka really wanted that. The rest of his team are going to come round now. Information given, and the man advantage is, I guess, theoretically there, but the health pools are not, nor is the money. The turret extraordinarily low, but it does survive for now.
TPs there are available as well for Keen. Don't know if they want to invest, as we are actually graced by the cool and hard Drake. It's Infernal Soul.
It is Infernal Soul, so a lot of extra damage now available for whoever's able to pick that one up. Kwangdong Freaks in brilliant position.
I can just hear the disappointment in your voice, Atlas.
No, I just love Soul. I love Clouds. I really do. And teleports come back. It's actually Keen coming on over with the last few seconds of his Mega Gnar, but they're not able to stop Shirley from tearing through a large portion of that turret. We tick towards 20 minutes. We mentioned the fact that DRX wants to be ahead or even. Right now they are not, as they are going to get Elm's ultimate out, but that's a great solar flare to come through from Hoyt. Chains connect onto Pioshek as well, but not going to get dove right now. Thanking their lucky stars under this sliver of health turret.
Kwangdong, you don't need to push the turret in when there's 5 people there, okay? Just go and push them side lanes, come back, see if you can turn in this assignment a little bit later, because honestly, don't think it's necessary, as, Graviton, even with kind of a late cleanse there from Deft, right? If he cleanses that immediately, he gets out without too much of a hassle. Instead, sets himself up for a nice Moonlight Vigil, does Teddy, who would be more than willing to trade that regardless. So there we go. Minion actually takes the job away from Kwangdong so that they don't feel obliged to randomly dive into a turret.
Yeah.
I have seen Kwangdong do that, and I'd rather not be part of that again. And now they've hit the 2-item spikes. Everyone is looking much better. Teddy is getting very, very fat, and this has all the hallmarks of a classic, clean Kwangdong win. And I'm not even being sarcastic.
No, it absolutely does. This is largely the Kwangdong Freaks that we've gotten used to seeing over the last few weeks of play, right? Even up against T1, really giving them a run for their money, and that's not to say that T1 were underperforming on that day, right? This is just a team that we had high expectations for, and now that Synergy has started to come online, they are looking better and better. Very similar positions, both of these teams. Kwangdong Freaks starting to feel like they're moving on the up and up. DRX still with their fumbles.
Now, of course, for DRX, by no means are they out of this game. By no means is this an unwinnable scenario. They still have a Jinx. It's Deft's Jinx, and although we have seen that the plot armor does have some limits, in general, when they get to the later stage of the game, they will still have an incredible amount of fighting power available to them. The main issue, of course, is that if you are this far behind in terms of item item breakpoints that you do it, then the 1v1s become a lot harder. Then you get less margins. And if you're a little bit slower with a collapse from Zeka onto someone in the side lane, or you're not watching your Nar flanks as closely, you just get 100-0 real quick. And it doesn't leave that much room for counterplay. So for DRX now, the goal is to slow the game down, try and crucially steal a Drake. Giving over a Infernal Soul is a really great way to lose the game. And then try to go from there, right? If that hits Infinity Edge, maybe even a 4th item, then you can start looking at winning team fights.
Oh, they may not have a chance, though, as they all explode. Moonlight Vigil to soften up the members of DRX. As Teddy gets a round of applause, but it'll just be sending people home, not kills just yet. But still, sending a message, and that message was loud and clear. This Aphelios is pretty fed.
It really is just sending a message. Like, actually, of course, the key thing is, what were that we mentioned? Contest Drake. It's a lot harder to contest Drake when you have to send back part of your team. However, everyone will now be making its way back, so this ultimate from Teddy, yes, it did some damage, and it gave them control over the river, but crucially, fight not decided just yet.
Well, not quite. Definitely gonna get sped up. Still, the Infernum's doing a lot of work, as into the backline goes Fate. Solar Flare is gonna go wide as depth. Down extraordinarily low. Flame Chompers are going to catch out Keen, unfortunately. So he doesn't quite find that Mega Gnar engage, but still, the work has been done. They managed to get them out of the area, and it looks like Soul Point should belong to Kwangdong Freaks.
Looking really good. Loving that from Kwangdong. Very decisive, not afraid at all to pull the trigger. Starts off with a couple of orders from Teddy, and then Fate and Hoyt together, putting a lot of threat onto the enemy backline. And those open spaces are really what you're looking for as Kwangdong, ironically, because normally with a Gnar, of course, especially in an Infernal Soul map, you're feeling a little bit fortunate. Keen can't quite get the multi-man wall stuns, but I don't feel like they really need those as much as in some other Gnar compositions that we've seen as Keen. Oh no!
Yeah, there's the kickback into the Flame Chompers as well with the handshake. He does manage to hop his way out, though, as collateral damage isn't enough, and sometimes you just, you build Hullbreaker and you're fine. I don't know.
Yeah, that's Hullbreaker value. One's new as well.
Because the rest of his team was converging, but I think most of that damage went down while it was active.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Even Mini Gnar deceptively tanky here as Teleport does come through. Keen getting at the shove. And now, as Kwangdong, you are truly feeling great. All you need to do is wait 4 minutes. Then you can, depending on the map state, either take a run at Baron, pick that up, and then turn that into a huge gold lead, or you just go for Drake, and then you get Drake, and then you have Infernal Soul on your Fed Aphelios and a Fed LeBlanc. You're gonna feel pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Close to 3,000 gold lead. We're getting towards it here for Kwangdong Freaks, but the most important part, I think, is these dragons and the fact that Kwangdong can do things like this, right? I think that their turn from a Baron, absolutely fantastic. And so they can set up around these objectives, and DRX, they can know that it's happening, but what do they do in order to get in there? I don't think the Messiah play from Zeka is going to be the way, as Pyoshik going to take a lot of damage, able to safeguard his way out of Teddy, or out of Teddy's Q range, I should say, as the blue buff will be taken by Fate. Secured that one, and now Pyoshik has to go home. They had double smites at the ready, because Zeka did take the unsealed spellbook. I don't think that is going to be the one that's going to be securing the Baron. Fate dives on over, barrel explodes. Goodbye.
Damn, Fate! That was clean. Quick pick up there.
Can he do it again? As he pops underneath this turret, and Dev takes a little bit of damage, but
no chain.
Yeah, Fate is just gonna wait.
Theft.
Yeah, look for another opportunity as Fate dives on in once again. The zap comes through, but he can just pop out again, and it's getting a bit scary here.
Oh.
As Destiny's going to be used. This is so that DRX can try and get some pressure on this outer turret. And they do so, but they're not able to actually take it down. And still, no kills on the board. They've got a couple of heralds and a turret, and that is it. As Fate is looking for depth, and he'll find him. He will absolutely find him.
I love how the cooler the kill, the more calm you become. It's like, yes.
Well, I mean, it's not like I can play-by-play the moment, because it's just he comes over, does all his buttons, and then Deft is really dead, and then Deft's kind of dead before I have a chance.
There's no ramp up time. You need the ramp up.
Okay. Well, I'll work on that. As Pyoshik's dying as well. We are going to be able to get a turret elsewhere on the map, but Kwangdong Freaks pushing forward. Fate, this is all about him today. Zeka is taken for a walk. He gets a gold card. That's going to stop Fate from heading any further forward. But once again, Pyoshik is dead. And once again, Kwangdong Freaks looking to take down this Baron.
I just wanted to reiterate, I mean, you need the ramp up to actually make something of the moment. I was, of course, not criticizing you. I just want to sort of make that clear. No, I don't want to leave. No, I don't want to leave any room for misinterpretation. As now, Kwangdong Freaks truly in full control of this game with some key pickups from Fade. And this is exactly the problem that we mentioned at the start of the game that you might run into with the composition that you have built here as the DRX team. If you fall behind and people like Fade get fed, yes, not a lot of counterplay to that, unfortunately. And there is no vision, right? There's no control whatsoever. Kwangdong, I think, very nicely decide not to flip this, but actually just hard engage and like win the fight, which at past times they have not done, making me very, very happy. And now, Baron buff available, and if they get the soul as well.
Oh my god, Teddy, so much damage here. The Infernum's really starting to rip through them, and Fate comes over. Kingen thought he was going to safety in his Krug pit, but of course, Fate is waiting around the corner. 0 and 8 now on the side of DRX. Kwangdong Freaks, this is beginning to look like a shellacking. It is a little bit too long as far as game length in order to really fit the category, but man, what a performance, largely around Fate in this mid lane. 4-0 and 1 now on the LeBlanc, but there is just nowhere safe on this map.
It's Fate, it's Teddy, it's Ellum, it's just the entirety of Kwangdong. I'm super impressed, and it looks like your gut might have been right, Atlas. This is looking like a incredibly decisive first victory here for Kwangdong in this game with
and another round of poke from Teddy as well as Beryl goes down to his bailout, but there is no one turning up at the police station. No one has enough money to get him out of this situation as Teddy rips through the inhibitor turret, the inhibitor as well, and he's gonna do the same in the mid lane. Kwangdong Freaks just rolling over DRX here in game number 1. They'll take these two inhibs, they'll move their way out, they'll look for an Infernal Soul point, an Infernal Soul, and then spend all that money and then probably just win the game, Chronicler, I would assume.
Yes. I don't have a lot to add. I thought you really covered all of it.
I was trying to get all the bases.
No, I mean you did. Like that is the exact immediate improvement that I was looking for, and you gave it to me.
Thank you so much. I was working really hard on it.
And honestly, I'm loving what we're seeing here from Kwangdong. It's exactly the type of game that we've seen from DRX in the past, unfortunately. And one more Dominic's finishes, maybe there's an opportunity. Ooh. Yeah, that's the goal.
There's the gold card. That is going to be a stopwatch that they get for it, as Destiny is going to come through, but it's largely defensive to find out where the heck they've all gone. And DRX, they're down 7,000 gold, their base is in shambles. They're gonna have to go home. Oh, man.
Oh, Teddy sets them up. Fate knocks them down as, yeah, honestly, level 16. This Fed has Baron buff, has blue buff, and it really is, ironically, contrary to what we usually see, where it's the LeBlanc that pokes and the Philios that goes in and takes them down. It's Teddy just throwing ultimates until he hits someone, getting people low, and then Fate saying, yes, thank you.
Well, Zeka is going to get bailed out by Pyoshik. Of course, he doesn't have the button that says bailout, but a nicely timed kick can certainly do the trick. And Kwangdong Freaks, they're not going to be too worried about it, as they will just move towards this top side and try and eliminate the last remaining inhibitor.
I really thought you were going to stick with the rhyming. I was already thinking of rhyming.
I didn't even realize that I was rhyming.
Yeah.
Oh dear. As Pyoshik almost just gets burst down by Fate. Every time Fate goes over the wall, like sometimes this LeBlanc comes in for some poke, but Fate's coming in every single time for some assassination. It's very, very scary. 9 stacks on his Magi's right now. He's gone for the Zhonya's route, so a little bit more subdued when it comes to the damage, and I respect that. As Keen's pushing this wave of minions in, there are super creeps making their way down the bottom lane. It's feeling like a matter of time. Deft is going to be missed once again by the Solar Flare as Zeka takes a lot of damage. Fate is not going to be able to finish that one off, but still, the damage has been done. Inhibitor turret goes down. These Nexus turrets are under fire. One of them's already going to fall as the flash forward comes through from LM. These turrets are coming in as everyone's going berserk, and Teddy's very strong. He's not going to kill any of his teammates this time around. Super Mega Death Rocket not really looking as mega or as super or as deathly as it has in the past. Quantum Freaks once again going to back away. They don't suffer any casualties.
That's the loss condition right there. If Teddy gets hits again with 4 items, his team dies immediately. So needs to be a little bit careful about that. Nice ultimate for Barrel to keep him in the game, but still nothing on the board here for DRX. Elder spawning in 3 minutes and contesting that with inhibitors. Still down, gonna be very hard. Now, of course, we'll spawn in about a minute and a half. But that still gives Kwangdong a window to get the Baron, get those inhibs, go back to the Elder Pit, take it, and then have the freebie, the guarantee, the no way it backfires. Although, to be completely honest, I do have to say, if Kwangdong get the Elder, but maybe you don't, because if you get berserked, as Yoshik, I guess,
is dead again.
Yeah.
Solar Flare going to get massive value this time around. Fate comes back forward one more time. Not sure how Renata died just there, but she did. Guardian Angel going to get procced there from Keen, but that's why he bought it, so that he could use it. Super Mega Death Rocket comes through yet again, but once more, it's not really doing the most damage. And Teddy's decided that he really just wants to finish this one off. Don't know how many turrets there are. Teddy's just going to flash on in. Def takes a lot of damage, keeps himself alive, but then goes into his stopwatch, which is not really what you want to do, putting yourself in that position for the foreseeable future. And now they're going to head towards that death chamber. Zeka on the fountain, but he's just going to have to watch in horror as his face is torn to shreds as he goes golden. But that's just another chance for a Moonlight Vigil from Teddy. Nexus doesn't last. 4-0 and 3 for the Aphelios at the end, and Kwangdong Freaks with a massacre here in Game 1.
Wonderfully clean game, played out from the entirety of the Kwangdong Freaks. Had it all right, a team composition that could skirmish, that could fight very well, picking up multiple leads across the map. And then, as they do, with that gold lead at 15 minutes, they know how to play it out. They might not be the best team at getting out of uncomfortable positions, but with a lead, Teddy doesn't die, and neither does anyone else. Not perfect in terms of turrets given up, but definitely perfect in terms of kills by the end of it. Unfortunate scenario for DRX. This is we've seen this before in game number 1.
And unfortunately not unfamiliar.
Yes.
Is one of those things.
Yeah.
Kwangdong Freaks on the up and up, and DRX were due for a trip. And they found one there. Let's see whether they can turn it around. There is a chance that they'll be able to get themselves back in order, but certainly does feel like some days are just not theirs, right? And this is feeling like one of those. However, Kwangdong Freaks, it's a great draft. Keep it simple, stupid. Absolutely love that idea. And the Aphelios for Teddy, absolutely amazing. And picking the champion that Fate was named after into the guy just doesn't seem like a great idea. He really did bully Zeka in that matchup, and then once he was unlocked, was just everywhere, all over the map.
And it goes back to that mid-jungle 2v2. Had that not gone the way it did, had we seen an early lead for the TF, we might be looking at a different game here. But knowing that a huge win condition for Kwangdong is that LeBlanc getting a big lead, because it enables so much more, right? It means that as DRX, no one can actually walk up. Like, who's going to face check into Fed LeBlanc? You don't have a tank. Kingen, even with the hull breaker, is going to get chewed through pretty quickly. And TF, from a position where he's behind in general, struggles a lot. Key item spikes weren't hit, and Kwangdong, beautiful first game here.
Absolutely amazing stuff. But it is a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. There is a chance for DRX to come back in this series. We'll see whether they can bring us to that 3 games. But first, it's the Analyst Carpet Space. We'll see you there.
이번엔 어떻게 되려나?
글쎄.
인거 생각하지 말고 태훈이도 실수한 거 생각하지 말고 할 수 있으니까. 태훈이 원래 생각 잘 안 해서 괜찮아요.
시작합니다.
네.
앞에 못 걸었어. 앞에 천천히 봐봐. 앞에 잡았어. 나 헷갈림 없지.
아니도 천천히 내려오니까.
괜찮아. 나 2, 3초.
왼쪽으로 빼면서 해봐.
살살 살아볼래?
빼야겠다. 막 안 된다.
다음 거 해보자. 그냥 다음 거 생각하자 얘들아.
온다. 타워 때리면서 해. 타워 때리면서 해.
아래로 빼면서.
타워 때리면서.
같이 맞지마 딜러들. 천천히.
여기까지 하자.
나 뺄게. 야 레오나.
오케이.
빨렸어 얘네 빨렸어.
나 빠져야 돼.
오케이. 아씨 딜이 한 틱이 안 되냐? 천천히 보자. 더 빨린다. 나이스. 천천히.
나이스. 괜찮아. 비비긴 했어 이 정도면.
발언 때문에 얘들아 이제 미드로 슬슬 나가봐야 돼.
나 좀 맞긴 했다.
야 건다.
확인.
나 하이카이 밀어줄게. 천천히 봐봐. 야 태훈이 중환이 딜 못 넣어. 천천히 해.
빼면서.
앞에 앞서 보겠다. 빼야 돼 지금. 천천히. 야 지금 좋아. 야 이거 앞라인부터 보고 있어. 중환이 봐줘. 앞라인 빼라.
앞에 필.
아리 옆을. 앞에 잡았다. 아리.
잡아.
야 미드로 가면 끝나. 야 미드.
잡아. 노플.
야 천천히.
끝나. 무조건 끝나.
오케이.
나이스. 너무 잘했다.
아 솔직히
잘했어.
아주 걱정됐었는데 스크림 때 잘 됐다.
나 거의 리본만 한 200-300판 했을걸? 안물, 앙궁.
왜?
이 판 빡겜 한다. 진진 빡겜.
뭐야 이 언제 쌓아놨어? 넌 다 계획이 있구나. 나 실수했어.
뭘 실수를 해. 인정해 그냥.
너 근데 죽은 거였어 방금.
다시 떠?
다시 해.
근데 너무 못해서 재미가 없는데.
네. 뭐라. 아니 너무 센 거 아니야?
이거 왜 지는 거야?
못하니까 지지.
근데 나 솔랭에서 더 정교하게. 아까
이렐리아 승률 0%야 0%. 뭔가 받는 속도를 체크할 수 있는 다른 거.
이제 들어와.
그냥 아무 데서나 싸우는 거야. 그냥 마주치면 싸워.
서로 인사 좋았고.
오 개하다. 아니 뭔데? 열받네. 반격 간다 지금부터.
진짜. 잠시만. 거리도.
마무리.
너는 그냥 접어라. 너는 안 되겠다.
나 적을게.
현승아 손 실어? 현승? 현승이었나?
네. 맞아.
이현승
맞지?
임이요. 임.
아니 너가 이래매.
아니 임.
망어요. 현준이가 이라 해가지고. 망어 착한 척 지리긴 해 얘들아. 파이팅. 뭐야 전력 갔다.
와 나이스.
뭐야 이거. 야 맛있게 먹구나. 깨만한데? 나이스. 오케이. 좋습니다.
나 공 있긴 한데. 리신 노플.
리 잡았고 천천히. 우리 하나 조심. 우리 하나 공. 괜찮아. 괜찮아. 나이스. 이거 얘들아 내 말 들어봐.
네.
얘들아 나 이번 턴에 징크스한테 궁 볼 테니까 궁만 던져.
네.
멀리서. 얘들아 궁격 볼게. 징크스 맞았어. 여기 봐줘.
노틸 노플.
끝내. 풀 있어.
빼야 돼요.
이거 궁이 너무 그거. 괜찮아. 현주야 너도 그렇게 빨려 들어가면 애들 우리 앞으로 몸 쏠린다. 네. 괜찮아. 사수해. 끝내자 얘들아. 그래 얘들아. 쌈바. 구해. 쌈바 줘. 쌈바면 끝나. 잘했다.
이겼네.
다행이다. 현준아 왜 이렇게 마지막에 시원하게 했네요.
현준이 말 왜 이렇게 안 들어 오늘?
수고하셨어요. 나이스.
현준이 오늘 짱구야.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf tonight, and we're going to break down that first game. Bit of a stomp, actually. We were expecting this to be a bit closer of a series, but Kwangdong Freaks came to play tonight.
They certainly did. We had the Aphelios into the Jinx, but it was with a nice setup. Struggled to get those words across, but we eventually got there. And on the side of DRX, their draft was pretty good too, but they didn't have kill pressure in really any lanes with this Twisted Fate. You're playing Jinx into Aphelios, into a Leona on the bottom side. You picked Graves for the top side into a Gnar. It's going to be a hull breaker fest up there on the top side of the map. So Twisted Fate is kind of relegated to hoping that Pioche can come down there and get a pick onto a LeBlanc. Very difficult to pull that one off with her chains, with her ability to escape super easily with distortion. So this Twisted Fate priority, even though it's a very strong champion in a lot of different comps, doesn't really work out very well here for DRX.
Yeah, it didn't really work out. Also, the lack of AP damage was something that a lot of people were saying in this composition. You know, you've got some with the TF, you've got a tiny bit with the Renata, but overall just lacking a true AP damage dealer. And it was funny that on the opposite side, the LeBlanc got so fed that their own problem turned into a huge problem from the other team as well. The huge amount of AP that was coming out of Fate, who had a fantastic game in this first one.
Yeah, he certainly did. And as we jump into the first highlight, we could really showcase where it all started off in this first game, where you had that Twisted Fate, right? And notice where Zeka is standing right now. He wants to bait Fate in because Pioche is here, has level 6, and wants to go for this gank. But Fate's too respectful here, and they just commit in anyways. Then Pioche fails to kick here, LM away, ends up dying himself, kicking at the LeBlanc at the last possible second instead, allowing him to chase back in with the distortion and chain. So bit of an error here in terms of how they're trying to set this one up, because you can see they're just so desperate to force this combo with the Twisted Fate gold card and the Lee Sin to the mid lane, because that's the only place they can utilize the Twisted Fate power in this draft. And they mess up the execution, give an extra early kill over to Fate, and that's where the ball starts rolling for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, and Fate wasn't missing anything, all the chains landing, Ellen with a great timing as well, making the 2v2 in a big way, going all the way of Kwangdong Freaks. And there wasn't too much action, it felt like, in this game. You know, there was a lot of sitting around and DRX really failing to find opportunities like you were talking about with the TF, with Lee Sin. Pioche tried many times to find ganks, but it didn't really work out. And eventually we got to a point, which we will see here in highlight number 2, that Kwangdong Freaks owned the entire map.
Yeah, there's just no vision here on the side of DRX. And when you're playing into LeBlanc, you just cannot really get onto the map. You can't clear vision. And in moments like this, you know, you're trying to figure out where Fate is. And notice that they have somewhat of a track of him, but Beryl actually ends up getting kind of left out to dry here. And the moment he doesn't know where Fate is, he just instantly is deleted. And this is the first of many of these picks. The next one here on to Deft. And it's really just unfortunate here for DRX, because you're trying to farm, you're trying to sit back and get this Jinx online later on in the game, but every time Deft is getting minions, Fate's tracking him, right? And then, once again, over the wall. And Fate, by the way, we watched the vision of Deft here. Fate actually didn't have vision of exactly where Deft was, but as the LeBlanc who's ahead here, you can actually just go and check. You can go, oh, okay, is he there? Like, watch this. He's like, oh, well, he is. I killed him. If he's not there, so what? You can just store it back. It doesn't matter. Like, it's just really good game sense here from Fate. A huge lead on the LeBlanc. And when you have a Twisted Fate, like, you can kind of Destiny Gate to try to track where she is, but if you're not able to get on the map, if you're not able to get on the map, like, who cares where she is? You found out where she is for a second, but then Destiny Gate expires. What are you going to do?
Yeah, the second it expires, we saw him running back in to that jungle to just abuse the lack of vision. And Beryl was trying so hard, but on Renata Glass, you're very squishy. You can't really go in there alone. As a team, they weren't making their way in there, so It was like you couldn't even enter that lane, you couldn't do anything. And from there, it really just felt like a sense of huge hopelessness for DRX, as we do have the POG ready to go. I believe it will be the fate of the game, as Atlas likes to say, and it will be this time around.
Goal difference at end, pretty massive over the Twisted Fate opponent he laned against here, 185.8%. So massive, massive advantages here. Is you notice his damage share as well on this LeBlanc is quite huge because this game was decided by his constant picking of depth, barrel, etc. on the map. This is where the first kill we showed earlier, where it really started things off. And a LeBlanc getting this fed this early means that we don't even really talk about Teddy's Aphelios, which was a fantastic performance from him, especially the ults he had over the wall with the vision control they had, the prio they had in mid. But everything was overshadowed by this LeBlanc just simply because DRX had no vision, no control whatsoever of this game. And you know, we talk about Pioshik a lot here as being a pretty inconsistent jungler player, but getting gapped this hard by Elim of all junglers is a pretty big warning sign heading into playoffs, and we need to see the consistency step up here, especially around these mid 2v2s.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, your form is supposed to be going up steadily rather than down steadily going into playoffs, where a little bit of a struggle there on the side of DRX, whereas for Kwangdong Freaks, it's like they're taking off in the Jin Air airplane right now, as we do have a couple of votes for Teddy. He did have a lot of plays where he also was abusing vision, getting huge Infernum ults off, but at the end of the day, Fate was kind of the go-to guy. But that's going to do it for us here on the Analyst Carpet Space. Let's go to Atlas and Chronicler for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, there on the chairs. Really liked the LeBlanc breakdown with the vision, things like this. I think that Fate, like you say, had an absolutely amazing game. Liked the nods to Teddy as well. But it was this guy on your screen right here who has just been going from strength to strength. I remember, it feels like only yesterday, Chronicler, that we were talking about Fate being like, oh man, this guy had so much potential, he was so good. This was the beginning of the season where he wasn't necessarily doing so well, but now, finding these pop-off performances, and it's really great to see.
I agree. Fate, to me, kind of looks like a player that is really reliant on having confidence. I'm not sure who pointed out, might have been you, might have been Veldas, in one of the talks that we have about the players, about the teams. But you see it in games like that. I think that he is one of our mids that pushes leads the best. And honestly, a lot of Kwangdong players are eerily similar in that regard. Teddy as well, where it's like, once I have a lead, I will continuously skill check you. It's when they're behind that they kind of stop making plays. I think Fate is a little bit more guilty of this than Teddy is, but that's where you really start to see kind of the issues seep in, and I'm wondering what the angle is going to be this time around for DRX, because they got gapped pretty hard, both in skirmishes, in lane, and then in subsequent execution.
Yeah.
But I also think they had a draft that was kind of janky and had a lot of moving parts that didn't really mesh well together, whereas the composition of Kwangdong was very easy. And it did its job. That's all we can really look for. And I am very certain we're going to remain with the Hecarim bans for Kwangdong. I do think that, again, that is something that DRX relied on so heavily, was a crutch, or rather the crux. Maybe it was a crutch, if they get 2-0'd here.
Bit of a Freudian slip there, but I mean, agree with you.
It might be, right? If it ends up that DRX just get the quick, or get 2-0'd very quickly here, without access to the Hecarim, that is definitely a pick that if you're playing against them next week, you're like, well, that one's easy. Unless we're on blue side, that horse not getting given over to Pioshik.
Yep, and this is actually something that we had a little bit of a discussion about immediately after the game as well. It's that DRX had fallen in love with dive compositions, and then they come out with this draft, which was lacking in anything that looked even remotely like said dive. It was more based around those picks trying to get early advantages with a Twisted Fate instead of their pile-in ultra amounts of engage style of comp they had last time. As yeah, that's an Aphelios ban to come through here from DRX. They are going to respect the Twisted Fate this time as well. As what is this last ban? Is it going to be the Zeri, or are we rolling the dice?
I think we can leave open the Zeri if we then combine it with a Karma pickup for Kwangdong, but with how dominant Hoi has been on engage supports, I do understand this decision as DRX lock in the first pick Jinx here. Xin Zhao, sure to follow here for Kwangdong. Alternative options, obviously the LeBlanc. I think you just go LeBlanc and Zinzao here again. I don't see a
Yeah.
reason to deviate. It
I
worked
think it
out
sounds fine.
exceptionally last time around. You can still taper your composition. You can maybe pick up something like the Ezreal for Teddy. You can go into a different direction. I was gonna say Kai'Sa. This is all inning on that early game pressure, but honestly, with how Kwangdong have been playing, I kind of like that.
Yeah, LM having a bit of a giggle. We'll see whether this one's actually going to come through here. As getting a little bit more serious now, and looks like it'll be the Xayah instead. I'm less excited and enthused about this particular pick. However, does fit what Kwangdong Freaks have been doing in the past, which is a lot of team fighting and a lot of being able to play around these more short-range style of compositions, regardless of whether or not there is things like the Jinx on the other side.
Oh yeah, this is forced now. You basically don't have an opportunity to let that one slip. Giving over Xayah Rakan to Teddy and Hoyt is a surefire way to have a really, really bad time. But it does mean you can either pick up a jungle or you can pick up a mid lane, but you can't do both. Are we locking here is a possibility. Lee is another one, although after the previous game, maybe Pio should want to go back to something he looked more comfortable on, like the Viego that we saw last week around, last match around as well. And that is what they're going to settle on.
Okay.
If we can honestly get a Poppy top or support, like the values through the roof, don't think that's what we're going to see. Obviously, Nautilus is open, and it's a Hoyt staple
It
at
is.
this point.
And that's probably why we saw the Xayah locked in here, of course. Like, if they wanted to get Xayah Rakan, they could have just locked Rakan, right? You're not going to pick Xayah and Jinx together. So, probably aiming for something like this. So, Kwangdong Freaks, once again, getting exactly what they want. Still, a little bit more skirmishy on DRX's side, and they do now have engage options in the Rakan. Diving on forward. Definitely pretty flimsy in that regard, but we'll see whether it is going to pay off here as DRX have changed things up somewhat. Ahri going to be banned away, and we'll see whether the LeBlanc gets the respect that it deserves here in the ban phase from DRX.
Would like to see a Jace banning from Kwangdong as well. I think that's one of the few picks that you absolutely hate to face as Xayah, and to be fair, Keen has pulled out the Malphite before. So if they... No, Atlas, I'm putting that...
True.
If they leave up Jace, and they R5 Malphite, I will be extremely happy.
I
Malphite
don't
into
like you
Jinx.
giving yourself all these opportunities for disappointment. However, I do
will
love that
keep
you
trying.
still have hope.
I will keep
There is
believing.
no breaking this man. The positivity will shine through. As the Tryndamere, the final ban here on DRX's side. Top lanes, now the focus is Gwen is going to be taken off the board.
I was going to say that I expect a LeBlanc ban as well from DRX. Although with Vex still open, maybe you go, if they go LeBlanc, you go for the Vex, which is a common counter pick that we do have seen pretty consistently. But barring the Malphite counter pick, I do think the Jace Dust Fall works very nice into the Kwangdong comp. Xayah, more than anything, hates poke, hates getting outranged, and whereas the composition doesn't have that much range as of right now, besides, of course, late game Jinx with the lethal tempo, you run the risk of getting kind of run over. I would be very curious to see what they're going to go for here. He's like, you're not going to punish me. And this actually does add a lot of longevity and an incredible amount of extra power to a composition that now can not only team fight, but it can also play the neutral very nicely.
Yeah, let's see what the answer is here on DRX's side. Kingen, we'll see whether he wants to bring out one of these Jace counters, potentially. I don't know whether a Malphite fits into the DRX comp quite as well, as the Scion is what they're considering right here. Zeka will need a lot of damage and pretty consistent damage from that mid lane. DRX's comp really wants to have a clear identity.
Feels like an Orianna angle here, with the Rakan as well. You have a front line, but that does mean that your mid to early game isn't great. Akali, in terms of overall style, I don't love it, but it definitely does give you a lot of burst on the Mont, which the Viego is also pretty happy about. Personally, I would love Galio. I think it works really, really nicely, both for normally, of course, the dive, and this time around the counter engage, but Vex can also provide a somewhat similar opportunity. And again, I gotta say, I'm loving what Kwangdong have drafted for themselves here. Vex really good into obviously Rakan, into Akali. I do think that, unlike last game, DRX now have an actual comp that can fight even when behind, right? Because a
Yeah.
Cyan augmented by actual hard engage in the Rakan has much more of a fighting opportunity, but overall, still looking at the Kwangdong comp, and I'm feeling pretty good, right? It does a lot, a lot of power. I've seen that one before. That one's
That's a really
amazing.
good one. It gets me every time.
It's a great Teddy.
Definitely is. All right, let's see whether DRX have done enough to sort of change their stars here going into this game. Game number 2, we're hoping for a little bit more fight from the gentleman on the blue side. The Rakan gives them engage. Sion gives them engage. At least now they have some of those opportunities. Zeka on comfort as well. Not going to be in more of this sort of pick away duty that we were sort of seeing in the first game. And Deft on his Jinx wasn't the performance that we're used to seeing outside of that Palm or Life series. In game number 1, let's see whether they can turn it around quickly here in game number 2, because this is the biggest test for DRX that we want them to pass, is being able to be competitive after getting smashed. And this, they tend to fall apart after that first loss. This is a huge test for them. And it starts right now, as here we are. Summoner's Rift for game number 2, potentially the last one of the second last week of the 2022 spring season. It's not like we're going to be seeing a lot of lane pressure in this mid lane. Where do you think DRX has to play around this game?
Kind of a tough ask, because if you look at the overall 2v2, I would still favor, in many a case, Kwangdong Freaks, right? If you...
Yeah.
The power that the Vex has, especially pre-6 over the Akali in terms of setup, and the amount of Undermon burst, whereas both Pioshik and Zek I think need a little bit more time. So if Element Fade can find a target, isolate them, and immediately blow them up, it becomes very hard for DRX to really get anything done. On the flip side, if you actually set up a front-to-back teamfight comp and Barrow can find a multiple knock-up, Kingen can be a beefy frontline, and a reset or two does come through, that's where it becomes really easy for DRX to kind of snowball the fight from there on out. As taking a look here, Keen going for the phase rush, but look at that. It's stormy weather here tonight again on Summoner's Rift, Atlas.
It very is. It very much is. We haven't seen the Cloud Souls that I would like, but thankfully the storms are gathering.
It's still possible, Atlas.
It is, it is. And with this many gathering storms, I think that it's almost a guarantee that we get the Cloud Soul. First Drake off the rank will be the Hextech Soul. Sorry, the Hextech Drake. Hextech Soul, of course. Pretty close second, in my opinion, as far as my favorite.
Oh, I love it. It's one of the best additions to the games in years. You know what they should add is one that like gives a sign passive to everyone, and then in the jungle,
just
give like
camouflage to everyone.
Yeah, it's like it gives like the Rengar, you know, old passive or. I mean, everyone loves stealth mechanics, right?
Yeah. That sounds really, really good.
Yeah.
We should implement that.
It's a nice counterpart as well. You know, you got Hextech, and then I don't know what else you would. What else you could add?
I think there's a TFT thing that you can get.
Oh yeah, I mean like didn't Arcane also talk about Hextech, and I can't put my finger on it.
Yeah, there's something from Zorn. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Anyway,
we'll have to keep thinking about it before we send in our request to Riot.
Yeah.
About how that one could work. Might see some backlash just based on the health of Poros in Runeterra, but we'll see. Kwangdong Freaks now just trying to weather the storm here on the bottom side of the map. Different matchup this time around. And this time faring a little bit more decently for DRX, at least approaching the level 2 that they were able to collect for themselves. But we saw a similar thing happen last time around, and they were very much able to pull themselves back in, as you can see, trying to do it by brute force.
Yeah, especially early on, I think once Teddy gets in a good back, is able to pick up like a Dirk and a Tear, he is going to suffer within this lane. Some more lethality comes through. Barrow's going to have to be a little bit more mindful of how he positions. And of course, in the later stages of the game, it is definitely going to be a range disadvantage for Teddy. But in terms of laning phase, do you feel like, especially lethality, Xayah has a pretty nice amount of reliable poke, but early game you're going to get bullied around a little bit.
Not a great matchup for the Viego, judging by these statistics here. And in fact, we haven't really seen all that many good Viego games. Often Viego will find success after pretty solid early snowballs,
Yeah.
right? And
You can
we just
really
haven't
push it.
seen a lot of those be reliably gathered by a lot of these teams.
Owner has done it, which
Yes,
yes, he's on the best team in the LCK, which I think helps a
True.
lot. I'd say.
We did see Live Sandbox actually have a pretty decent showing.
Yoshi himself
as
had
well.
one good game on it as well.
It's true. Let's see whether we can have a repeat of one of those. I think all of us want to see this matchup go the distance. Of course, absolutely huge for Quandong Freaks here, as it'll be doing kind of double duty, as it is highly likely that Quandong Freaks will make its playoffs with a victory here. They don't solidify it or anything like that. However, it also means that DRX are not likely to get the 3rd seed.
Yeah.
Which means the likely playoff match will be Quandong Freaks and DRX. As Beryl does get that knock up onto Hoyt, who goes back into the chompers. Deft with a lot of damage, Teddy not a lot of mana. That means that DRX are able to win out on this trade. So yeah, like I was saying, definitely great news for Quandong Freaks. If they can win this best of 3, especially if they can do it 2-0,
oh yeah,
they're going to be feeling fantastic being able to move forward in playoffs.
It's such a cool thing as well that
yeah, Elm is going to dive in onto Pyoshik here. Little dash, but
Oh, no.
Zek is able to get that rotation over. Really good setup of his knock-up, and Elm's going to be able to walk it out.
Yeah, with missing the Wind Becomes Lightning, like both activations of it, I thought Alan was going to be in deep trouble. Also a level down, but Xin Zhao is an absurdly strong duelist, so that part, especially with the pickaxe, might have been fine. As Faye.
Yeah, taking a fair bit of damage here. The Ignite goes down as Pyoshik not going to be able to find the stun, but the perfect execution is there. It's a trade back as Zek is underneath the enemy turret. Ellen's also looking for the kill on a Pyoshik here as he flashes forward and manages to audaciously charge the Viego to death. Hoyt also able to find some lockdown onto Zeka, but I don't think you win this battle, buddy, and he's not going to. Zeka grabs that kill. Certainly some happy gaming here in this mid lane, but in the end, it's an even trade of kills.
It's messy, and that would have been fine had Hoyt not thrown his life into the Akali, because that is really going to make things a lot harder than they need to be. Of all people, not into Akali, Hoyt, because it's kind of a champion that can take over games if you give them leads that they don't really need to blow people up. So that would have been great for Kwangdong. It would have been a definitive lead. Instead, it is a little messy.
Yeah, and in fact, it ends up being relatively even. As you can see, DRX with some control in some lanes, especially here on the bottom side, is Deft ahead by, you know, just under a wave. You're going to check it out one more time, and the fact that a lot of these kills go over to Zeka is really bad news for Quandong Freaks fans.
Yeah, getting the 1v1 killer, I think, is obviously not favorable to DRX. But then, yeah, Hoyt just goes in. This is a level 6 Akali, and even without Ignite, even without the ultimate available, you die in the 1v1 because you are Nautilus and you're level 4. So could have played a little slower, and that would have been completely fine. As Teddy first back after 7.5 minutes. Def doesn't even want to give him the opportunity, but Teddy able to... Oh, no, never mind. Actually cancels it again. And that's crazy. Going to pick up another wave. His back is going to be juicy. Although Deft at this point has half of a cull already there.
Starting to get that one stacked up. I think that as far as items and money and things like that are concerned, you're probably drawn to that mid lane as Sorkshu's already completed for Zeka after his couple of kills that he picked up. And you can see he's got a target on his back right now, but thankfully this time he's got a Shroud to help him out. Pyoshik has started off Shelly, Hoyt in the area, so we have the rotation up one more time. Deft moving towards this Rift Herald. DRX hoping that they can lock this one down. That lead is shrinking.
Oh, look at Teddy's back. Didn't go for Tay, instead went for the maximum amount of AD. They want to fight this, but I don't think Teddy's going to be in time.
Yeah, knock up not going to land there from Kingen, and yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to go for this one. LM throws in the Wind Becomes Lightning and gets the bad news about the amount of people waiting in that brush. Quandong Freaks, they do get the rotation, but they don't get any sort of challenge on the Rift Herald. It means that they are incredibly behind when it comes to tempo now after this play. Teddy's been red, does have Featherstorm, and they're not going to go for any sort of dive right now.
Unfortunate read there from Kwangdong, and this does somewhat go back to the play that we saw earlier, right? Where if you have a favorable goal trade, then maybe you are able to push your lead in lane a little bit more. Teddy will be able to hover up all of these minions, which is okay, but giving that Rift Herald over to Zeka to further accelerate him onto Deft, to especially with the Cole being at the ready as well, get him an even bigger lead, is going to feel extremely good for the DRX members. In this game, feeling a lot more comfortable. Gonna have about a probably 300-400 gold lead once we actually do see it come through, as Teddy still not picking up a tail. I wonder if he's just looking to pick that one up really late as he is getting closer towards the Eclipse, or if he has different plans in mind. Did of course go for the cookies. I'm not 100% sure if he also went for mana flow, because between those two, obviously you're going to feel a lot better about your mana, but Mana Muna has been such a staple in not only lethality but also AP builds over the last couple of weeks of play.
Yep, of course, referring to the Kai'Sa with
Corki as well.
Yeah,
back in the day. Yeah.
Yep. Back in the day, as in
like
4 weeks ago.
Like a month and a half is a long time.
Yeah, no,
indeed.
it certainly does feel like it. Certainly does feel like it.
I'm really happy. It feels like a long time ago that we saw Corki.
Yeah, and now we have the purple plasma Corki. It feels like the upgraded version. Which is exciting as Beryl gets himself out with the grand exit. And Hoyt not able to find any dredge lines, but you can see Kwangdong Freaks thinking about an opportunity around this Drake as Kane getting knocked up. And there's the engage. Ellum finding Kyoshik here, and he's taking a lot of damage. Great dredge line this time from Hoyt as they lock down the kill on both of the junglers. And in fact, Kwangdong Freaks trading back once again. Shadow Surge now for Fate. He's got the fear in hand, but he doesn't want to dive as the very squishy Vex.
Good call.
He isn't going to do it.
Doesn't want to take the risk. Does mean that another kill goes over to Zeka, who's getting more and more fed, and Hoyt really gonna have to hold these ultimates, making sure that they can actually deal with the Akali. He's going to be, together with Fate, the main answer that they have into this fed assassin, but fortunately Fate himself also getting monstrously fed, so at least off parity into the mid laners. King said, no, let me back, go away, King, and you're being mean.
Yeah, well, Kingen just going to build himself a Soul Furnace, and he is going to stick around.
Is he the Soul Furnace? I don't actually know. Is it like, because I think
has
it's like
an ability called
it's
Soul
his
Furnace.
chest, right?
Yeah. Sort of like the All Spark.
Yeah.
You know? Steady, gonna have Featherstorm here. Actually, really great use of the grand entrance there from Beryl to get that one locked down. Shelly gonna come forward. We'll get some value here for Deft and for Kyoshik. Likely, as we didn't see the gold flying around, so not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure Deft managed to get some gold there. He was hanging around for quite some time. Kwangdong Freaks now able to push this one back, especially with Ellen now in the area. He's going to start off this Drake. Bit of control for Fate as well, as he's going to get that first rotation into this river. And they should be able to lock this one down. Gold very, very even right now. No one with, in my mind, that clear advantage in draft and things like that. I think that, you know, reliability lies with the Jinx. But let's have a look at this replay one more time.
As unfortunately, of course, for LM, doesn't matter that you have a ultimate when a Kali just shurikens into you. Also doesn't hit the flash over the wall, which might have killed Zeka. He would have definitely died either way, but maybe then the opportunity would have been there for Fate to actually get the kill on the Akali, which this time crucially didn't actually end up happening. And that means that there is still a really big shutdown on top of her, and it's going to be mainly Teddy that is unhappy dealing with this, right? Keen as well, where the tracking of Zeka is going to become absolutely pivotal in his later stages. We won't have a Hextech Soul, so that's going to make things a little bit easier, but still, if you are not aware of where Zeka is and Hoyt isn't standing by to take him down, then late game team fights give so much opportunity to the DRX mid laner to kind of take over. I do think his best performances have been in situations like this where he finds a lead, especially on Akali, and then is allowed to run with it.
These have been some of his really, really good performances. If you cast your mind back to other days for DRX, and that's exactly what they need, right? They need some reinvigoration, and this is what we asked of DRX so far. They are delivering, but it's not over yet. It's only a 1,000 gold lead. They are down a Drake. Zek is going to go for the backflip, doesn't get the shuriken to connect with Fate there. And I think the Vex is pretty comfy at this point in time in this lane.
I'm not feeling too afraid. Bit of an obvious little trap that's being set up here, and with Baron Pioshik continuously running into Hoyt and Allen. Like, this is what, the 4th time it's happened this game.
Yeah.
Quite funny. Kingen, a little bit of damage. I personally wouldn't mind an early pickup of a Cyrildas here. I do think that otherwise it might be a problem. Can of course also go into the Serpent's Fang, which between the Scion and the Rakan, with Guardian shielding up his team, can provide some value, but I do think that just going for the straight up armor pan is going to be extremely nice if you want to make sure that even onto King and your damage still sticks. As there is the tier, 15 minutes in from Teddy.
That's a very late one, as Pioshik gets a bit of damage there onto Elim. His Divine Sunder now completed. Feeling pretty good on the Viego right here. But surely going to get started up. Kwangdong Freaks now in the area. Keen in position as well. Look to see whether the Jace can land some of these Shock Blasts. Whether it's actually going to help out here, as Shirley will reset. As DRX just fully back away. Looks like they're not going to go for a fight on this one.
Side lanes aren't real if you don't want them to be real, Atlas.
That's true. You believe hard enough.
A lot of poke going down on Pioshik.
Yeah. He's going to camouflage himself though. He should be okay for the moment. Minion Wave in control of Kwangdong Freaks. As Keen comes up here, he's going to be able to shove out top, as at least top lane does exist alongside mid.
And now, 3rd time's the charm, okay? Shirley's like, guys, why do you keep waking me up? Just let me be alone. I'm happy in my pit. But no.
Yeah, they're just trying to wake her up.
It's kind of rude. It's like when the alarm just keeps going off, and you keep turning it off, and he's like, nope.
Yeah, that's why you don't accidentally hit the snooze button.
Oh, very important.
You actually should probably turn that one off. There's a knock up onto Pioshik. He's going to flash, he's going to ult, but he's still going to die. Zeka comes on in, so it's a 1-for-1 in the end, but he's taken a lot of damage. Hoyt's also going to fall down as now Elim trying to run this one out. Goes back in and looks to see whether he can lock down the Rift Herald, but she's going to reset one more time. She wants to go back to bed. It's not going to happen, however, that is what she wanted, and that means Elim doesn't get what he wanted. DRX now in this mid lane, looking to tidy up the wave after winning that fight.
And crucially, as Teddy does no damage whatsoever into the full armor sign, unsurprisingly. I gotta say, Kwangdong Freaks not quite finding the execution, right? Fade immediately dying there. Elim, yeah, he gets the kill on Pioshik, but he's also kind of far away from the rest of his team, as a really nice engage from Barrow means that literally Fade couldn't do anything, right? It was just locked down from start to finish. Honestly, that is an angle you should expect from the Rakan. It's literally the easiest way into your backline. And if you don't get out there as Fate and are not able to do any damage as the most fat member in your team, it's not going to end well. Now, of course, it's not a game-winning lead, but it does tie into the larger trend of DRX in the 2nd game.
Yeah.
Looking a lot more comfortable.
Also, Kwangdong Freaks not with that 15-minute gold lead that we know is very important for them. DRX have, however, in round 2 lost 3 games that they have had gold leads at 15 minutes. So I guess there's some stats on your side if you are a Kwangdong Freaks fan.
I just don't think King is going to die right now, because no one is specking into Armor Shred, and Fade can't kill a Scion, so I don't know. I think DRX just front to backs, and then Kwang says, oh, okay, never mind, we'll leave.
Yeah, or they just come in and take Kwangdong Freaks' lunch money. As Flame Chompers come in, it's going to be a very nice knock-up. Flash forward, that's going to get the lockdown onto Teddy. No opportunity to use any kind of ultimate. As Beryl dashed around, that's McLeod Soul, as the Super Mega Death Rocket will do a bit of damage to the Kwangdong Freaks members. But it's just not looking like Kwangdong Freaks have any options here this game.
Probably shouldn't have gone double lethality into Scion, maybe, and Vex.
Yeah, wasn't there a Xayah buff?
Oh yeah, there is a crit build that is available. Yeah, okay. That is
just double checking.
Yeah, no, that would have been really good, because once the Cyrildas is done, both Keen and Teddy are definitely going to do damage, but you are an underfed Xayah, and Fade.
Yeah, Pioshik has found him, and that is going to be the kill lockdown. Def trying to kite this one out now as well, as Pioshik is still alive, by the way. going to be able to pick up some of these resets. Teddy comes in and he's like, why is my house on fire? He is going to be able to get a Blade Caller across, but I don't think he's going to get the feathers out to be able to lock down the damage. The Zap almost kills Hoyt. And DRX, it's starting to look like an insurmountable lead here at 19 minutes, and it all sort of happened in the last 3 of those minutes.
Yeah, I'm not feeling good about this one, Atlas, when it comes to
Teddy's not
Kwangdong.
feeling so good about it either.
Yeah. So, game number 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to be a good one.
I'm really happy. After game 1, I was a little worried. We talked to you as well. Like DRX, when they look like this, not looking good.
Yeah, it's like DRX when they get the blue side look amazing. DRX when they get the blue side though, I don't know. It's definitely a fantastic look though for the team that we were pleading for more consistency. They come back here in game 2 completely reinvigorated.
Oh, the flash from Fit. Yeah, this and Teddy dying with ult up in the next moment as well. Yeah, this one is not gonna be it. I am fairly certain. As yeah, flash and ult are up. Like I think you die either way. So I think at least the ult blood might have helped. Pressing the flash probably wouldn't have changed anything. And
I mean, I think he was dead either way, but he could have made them work a little harder for it.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't think it matters. So Xayah, good into dive, not great into front-to-back team fight, especially if you go for the poke build, and if you fall behind into Death Jinx.
Yeah.
Back to the drawing board on that one.
It's a very different Death Jinx game. This is reminding us of some of the older ones, which have been definitely very scary in the past. This is no exception. Very close to the Infinity Edge here, rounding the 21-minute mark. That feels fantastic. Keen diving forward, still will be able to split push because he can clear out minions, but he's not going to be able to do damage to Kingen. Kingen very aware of it.
No one will. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, we almost have that Void Staff coming in for Fate. Oh dear. And there's a ward in the back of this pit, so DRX not doing all of their homework. Feral will find that one right now as they take it down. Kwangdong Freaks all in position. As let's see, control ward's coming in. Zeka spotted on a ward as he wanders his way over, as that is a terrifying train sound, I'm not gonna lie. But into the shroud goes Zeka, and Teddy throws out a Feather Storm. Try and lock him down, but instead Zeka decides to walk out of there.
Yeah, so you have 2 ultimates invested versus walking out.
Yeah, no.
Not a great trade.
They got the shroud.
Good point.
Yeah.
Didn't consider that. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, well, Baron's going to be started yet again. And now Kingen can stand as bouncer. And he's a very scary giant metal train bouncer. And that is, yeah. They're going to try and kill him. Let's see how far they can get through. They are going to do a lot of damage here as Kingen doesn't have flash, but yeah, that's a lot of Scion's health bar that you did manage to reduce.
Well, hey, they stopped Baron. So
They
if
did.
they get enough time, they'll get through him eventually.
It's true. So
as long as
he cannot 1v5.
Well, no, I do think you need someone on DRX to auto, and then you're probably there. Yeah. That's the deciding factor, really.
I'll keep that in mind for next time around.
It's okay. I'm exaggerating a little. It's not completely doomed because, as I mentioned, Last Whisper now there for King. If him and Teddy are both able to hit that 3-item power spike, then maybe we'll get somewhere. Zeka definitely can't die here. Just putting that out there.
Okay, well,
yeah,
we'll see how he goes with that expectation. Looks like Kwangdong Freaks don't feel like they have
they
enough
can't
vision,
do it. But this early Drake does really help Kwangdong a lot, as it does mean that at least for now they will be able to give up Drakes for the foreseeable future and actually hit their spikes, and then hopefully that will be the difference maker. But I am having trouble believing Atlas.
As am I. This is looking like DRX in complete control everywhere. Pyosik going to be taking a dragon while the rest of his team are playing defense elsewhere, tidying up these minion waves, and we'll get back towards this Baron area. Teddy just doing his very best to be here to protect this inner turret. Deft and Barrel bear on down, and oh man, this Infinity Edge now completed for Deft. That 3-item spike you were talking about has his brown bags alongside it, but with all of the really cool stuff He's looking real good. Like he's got a Maserati and he's wearing sandals while he drives it. Still a Maserati, guys. Still going to go real fast. There's the knock up onto Hoyt. Zap's going to be flashed. And Hoyt's going to have to find a different means of engage other than the flash next time around.
Yeah, really nice, nicely done there by DRX to block the hook. Was going to try and hook out onto the wall, but not going to be allowed to do so. And DRX, the main thing now is you need to get Baron. You need to be a little bit respectful. If you clump up into the pit, into a Keen that can just hit you with repeated shock blasts, you need to be a little bit mindful. But honestly, if you can take control of the vision and Zeka can find a backline angle or Barrow can just straight up hard engage, then any fight for you that is like even remotely reasonably okay should be won. Because no, but honestly,
no, I agree.
Looking at the itemization, right? Like Zeka, once he gets Shadow Flame, is going to two-tap basically everyone. Def already will probably do that. Key thing is just no one is allowed to get picked off, and we have seen some DRX members get a little bit close to the points and giving over some shutdowns to Teddy or Keen in the wrong moments can definitely provide some problems. And as good as DRX is in terms of front to back, their siege isn't necessarily amazing. You know, Death is really the only one that can get a lot of turret damage down. So that does mean they are somewhat reliant on finding a possible Baron angle, and Kwangdong hanging in there tenaciously.
Yep, doing their very best. Just keep these waves shoved out. 5,000 gold has not changed as far as that lead in the past 5 or 6 minutes. The DRX looking to take a Baron and try and change that particular hypothesis. Fate moving over. They have Shadow Surge, they have Shock Blasts, and Def just took half of his health bar in damage. Zeka, he's off to the side though. He is definitely a big part of the win condition. And now Keen immediately turns onto him. That is a lot of burst damage onto the Akali, who has to then immediately back away. DRX once again have to get off the Baron. Condom Freaks continue to hold on. You can see the whites of their knuckles, but man, they are still on that ledge.
A little bit of King diff there. Really nicely done. Keeping steady watch. The key, of course, to any successful watch is do not relent. Do not close your eyes. Do not fall asleep. Make sure that you know where the Kali is, and until you do,
I thought it was like a minute hand and an hour hand.
I honestly, I have no words. I was really happy, and I thought you were gonna respond in earnest.
You were
then you
teaching
do this to me.
You were teaching me about a watch, and I got confused.
Like the watch, as in you stand by the fire and watch out for dangerous people that come to your encampment.
Oh, sorry. It's been a while.
No, you knew. Don't you try to play innocent with me, Atlas. You knew.
I was doing my best. Oh dear.
Anyway,
as were Kwangdong Freaks, and their best was pretty good.
Yeah, good watch. And now Keen getting closer to that Surreal does. Teddy building towards it as well. And is it immediately a win once they get the silence? No. DRX is still very far ahead with a front-to-back teamfight comp. So in depth you trust if you are a DRX fan. They've won plenty of these without too much trouble before. And the one angle that we saw attempted there was, of course, Zeka going for the flank. Alternatively, if Kwangdong overstep, Barrow can just dive in, especially with Flash available, deep onto the enemy backline. And Fate, especially going for a full damage build, doesn't have Zhonya's, so very susceptible to these kind of collapses.
Yeah. You can see Kingen was split pushing there on the bottom side of the map. He's going to go back now, teleport at the ready. That Shadow Flame you were telling us to be scared of has now been completed. Not to mention Fimbulwinter as well. Kingen's on 3 items on this Scion, as that Shock Blast still hurts.
Yeah, he doesn't have Surreal Dust yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's going to get more hurty is what you're saying.
Oh yeah, he has Gathering Storm as well.
Yep.
Yep. Man, Chase is such a good character. If only there was something that was good into him. That Keen has, in his benevolence, shown us to be good. You know, like, imagine Atlas. Ah, man.
I can't.
That would be so cool, right?
Yeah, well, no, it would.
Yeah.
I was even hoping yesterday that we'd see the Wukong as the second anti-Jace option. They picked that in the LPL. A lot of fun, that character, that champion. As Teddy will be trying to take some popcorn chicken, and Kingen will say absolutely not. Kyoshik looking for soul point of the Cloud Soul. Everyone running around pretty quick, and King just doing a little bit of a dance.
Saying hello. Yeah. Very friendly. Like it a lot.
But the longer, I feel, I don't know. Even though that it's double lethality, right? So DRX should always have control, but the more they do nothing, the more I feel like Kwangdong Freaks are in a better and better position.
Yeah, the gold lead relative, of course, is going to be less and less relevant as the game continues, and Teddy is about to hit Surreal Dust and his Mana Muna transformation, right? And yes, he's behind, yes, it's mostly burst damage, but especially with how Keen has been playing thus far, you don't have a great answer to Jace, besides hard engage onto him, but Keen has been very diligent in his positioning, and if they can play it slow, as I say that...
Yeah, Dredgeline comes in, immediately flash out from Hoyt. Slight regret, I am sensing, from that decision, as Kingen still took 50% of his health bar. It's going to take a little bit to get that one back. As Def throwing zaps around, and DRX, they are not interested in starting off this Baron anymore. They've been doing it a lot, and it hasn't really worked out. Dredgeline not going to connect, and LM's going to be able to secure his own red buff. As Beryl looks for the knock-up, doesn't find the grand entrance. Wind Becomes Lightning is there, and DRX is starting to feel antsy. On the flank again is Zeka, has the opportunity to rotate down. Kwangdong Freaks, they are starting to position much better. They're starting to hold themselves together, as that is a pick-off onto the Scion. This time he's just dead. If he's not with his team, it doesn't really matter how well you've itemized. Because 1 versus 5, you're not going to stay alive. Oh man, the rhymes are just, I'm so sorry.
I'm down to do an all-round cast atlas, you notice. You only need to say the word. As now Kwangdong Freaks showcasing again that DRX, if Beryl doesn't engage or Zeka doesn't find a flank, you lose the neutral, right? Like once the fight starts, I think this comp is great. Because you have Deft, he has a big front line, he just needs to be able to get autos in. But if you are trying to fight in these jungle corridors, you're giving ability for Kwangdong Freaks to just indefinitely kite back, you're gonna run into trouble. And they have, right? And as the game progresses, again, I just want to reiterate, because it feels really weird, because DRX have had a gold lead. But the gold lead stagnating is also going to mean that as we get into a late game, this is an even game, and I think it's a lot easier if you're Kwangdong and you're fighting from behind, and you're feeling like, we gotta get this. Then if you're DRX and you're like, we tried Baron, didn't work, we're not winning fights, we're not able to actually get anything done, and it's getting a little bit more tense. And I can't believe I'm saying this, because they have a monstrously fed Akali, they have Deft, who is 3-0-4 and is building towards BT, so it's still completely fine, but feels like the tides might be shifting here.
That was a little bit. It feels like Kwangdong Freaks are starting to consolidate. And Beryl is like
that's shit.
The Keen problem is the problem, right? And we've got double Cerildas done. You've got the Void Staff in there. Being able to cut through this Scion is less of a difficulty, although still a problem.
And the key thing was DRX, you had full control of the mid game. They just did nothing with it, right? They were unable to get a Baron.
Yeah. It's crazy. And like you looked at that gold graph, and like I'm thinking about what to do on the carpet space, right, after this game, and you just have to look at from 12 minutes to 20 minutes, that 8-minute period was the only change in gold.
Yeah.
So we saw it's flatline to flatline from before and after.
And this is the core issue that DRX, I think, are facing, is they know how important this game is. They really want to be able to clinch this one out, and now you've reached a point, like you can still win the fights, you're still completely fine, but because of all the item spikes that have been hit, whereas if you force the fight, as we saw with Kingen and Beryl, which you definitely can do, pre-Surreal Dust on Keen and Teddy, pre-Void Staff on Fade, you probably run them over because they just can't kill the Scion, but now that equation has changed, and you're fighting on even footing again.
Yeah. And I feel like Kwangdong Freaks as well, their fighting for vision has been very, very intelligently done. They've managed to find little pockets where they've been able to hold on to the correct portions of their own jungle, especially here around that Fnatic brush.
You know what I love? Oh,
Shadow Surge,
Zeka!
it's going to get the Zhonya's out immediately. Zeka gets scared and flashed on here by Fate. Immediately he does get out though and holds on to his flash as Teddy takes a lot of damage from the Super Mega Death Rocket. BT is done. Deft only one more item to be put together.
Ooh, that is flashed now taken out for Fate. Alan, gonna get hit there. But Teddy's on his way, right? Oh, crucially didn't get to back. He's low on health. Look at Beryl.
Yeah, Beryl with the wraparound. He's spotted on vision. Teddy trying to get over, looking to try and use his lifesteal to get some of that health bar back, but he just does not have enough depth in the back of this pit. Is going to be able to lock down the Baron, and they do manage to get it. Now DRX should be able to utilize this Baron to get even further ahead. Finally, an extension of the gold lead available for this team.
Key thing here, of course, is that the guild will also give themselves the soul, and it's interesting because while the trade was favorable for Fade on the top side of the map, in terms of getting Zeka away, Zeka just TP'd back. Teddy, though, doesn't have the luxury, is low. Yes, he has Eclipse, but that's not a lot of lifesteal to get yourself back to full health in a pinch. And because of that, it's actually DRX, Teddy's still incredibly important. And now it is Cloud Soul, so not the end of the world, but DRX actually extending their gold lead here, and they need this Baron to augment their relatively subpar siege. Because if they can dive, if they can front to back, they can feel a lot better.
Yeah. Quantum Freaks now looking to try and defend their inner turret here on the bottom side of the map. 35 minutes on the dot. And DRX are closing in. 2 parts of Exodia in hand for the next 2 minutes. Time, 5.5 minutes on that potential Elder fight. DRX don't want to get to that point. King in so much health bar right now as well, as we can see, as Beryl takes a lot of damage. That is way too much as he grand exits. One more time, Shadow Surge now on cooldown. Still relevant as Keen picks up the kill off to the side. And now it's a 4 versus 5. There is Zeka pushing in the mid lane, but this should give Quandong Freaks some respite in any potential fights.
Key thing here is that ultimates were used. Both Teddy and Fate, so they can't move up as much as they'd like to, and Baron buff's still incredibly strong.
Yeah,
better than in the mid lane.
Kingin's a brick wall at the same time, but the rest of Quandong Freaks, they all rotate over, and they look to try and lock him down. Dredgeline going to be blocked by the minion as Yoshik. A lot of damage onto the Nautilus.
Look at that, his autos.
Yeah, it's starting to really, really hurt those zaps as well, as DRX will break open the base in the mid lane. Def gets excited, runs forward. Not going to get Blade Cold or anything like that, which does need to be respected. Does a lot of damage with this particular build that Teddy's gone for, as DRX will take their first inhibitor. Beryl now making his way back towards the rest of his team, and Quandong Freaks gonna have to give this one up as well. Those ultimates that you were talking about, so important, but they're coming back up right now. Blade Caller comes in, and Kingin might be too far forward. The flash is going to be used, as Zeka's going to get knocked up. Shadow Sword towards the back line, and Deft is already dead. It's going to get the reset as well, as Zeka goes golden, but it is way too little, and it is way too late. As another surge comes in. Fate comes down the bottom lane and will look to try and kill the Scion. It's a tough ask.
I don't know if he
it
does.
is a difficult one.
I don't think you do.
As Beryl's here at the same time, and the thumbs up comes out. So that was a bit of a buzzkill as Fate was getting those resets. But Quandong Freaks, that's a big fight win.
That's important, and the cooldown timers are still pretty long, right? 35 seconds for Zeka. Wonder if they want to push on here as... Oh,
no! He is going to at least be able to leave the station. It's fine. Acceleration of this train, pretty good. And so he gets himself out of there.
Oh my god, the bounties, Atlas!
I know, it's ridiculous. Deft had 700 gold on him on top of the kill gold already, so that's 1,000. And it's already back up to 400. So if they take that one more time, that's even more gold. As let's have a look at this replay one more time. I like that we include the fact that Beryl was picked off, and we're going to cut now towards the team fight.
Oh, they're getting corralled.
Oh dear, the back's going to get stopped from Elam. And he's going to be able to protect Hoyt there as that was just another whoopsie. This one's back to live, if anyone was confused.
All right, in the end, favorable trade, but the bounty gold capped to a minimum, and we're back to 5K.
Yep.
Just where we're supposed to be.
I hope whoever wins this game wins with a 5,000 gold lead.
That is the only way you're allowed to at this point.
Yeah, I think so too. One death for both Zeka and Deft, and it was in that last team fight. That happens again.
15 seconds. This is a little bit risky. This Drake is used for this inhibitor is used for DRX if they can get it. There comes the train.
Yeah, choo-choo. We're just going to slam our way towards this inhibitor. So they do manage to lock that one down. The next Baron becomes so much easier now with these super minions that are going to be barreling down the bottom lane. Kwangdong Freaks, they're still holding on, but not being able to secure these structures does mean that even though that was a decent last team fight, it's not going to be enough. As that's a Shadow Surge. I like that Fate's throwing these out, but not going to find the Rakan there with that one, as we're going to try again on this replay.
Yeah, Kingan thinking he's invincible when he's not. Gets taken down to a very low amount of health, and then it's the key Shadow Surge that's found by Fate. And Teddy able to just get the front-to-back damage down. Zek actually crucially buys so much time here that the rest of his team is able to get out. And yeah, this is very unfortunate. Getting a little bit over excited when it comes to pushing out and getting a bounty. And this is actually what leads to the inhibitor going down. And what might be, in the end, as anticlimactic as it is, that pick might end up being the game-winning play, right? Because of that, Kwangdong can't contest the Elder, can't contest the Baron. That might be a game-ending moment, and right now it is kind of feeling like that, Atlas.
Yeah, it's real dangerous. They do have some vision in a line towards the Baron. However, bottom side of the map, there is, vision around their blue buff, but it's not going to matter if they're just dead. Fate's going to go golden to avoid the Super Mega Death Rocket, but the Flame Choppers are put down, and the Vex is going to be taken. Deft grabs that kill, and he is done with this game. He wants to finish it right here. The Flash Forward picks up the kill onto Keen as well. And DRX, they don't want to waste time with Barons or Elders or things like this. They just want to take the Nexus turrets and move on to game 3. And it looks like they're going to be able to get their wish as well. Great knock-up from King and to set this ball rolling for Deft, who picks up the next couple of kills. This is going to be the unofficial pentakill, and he deserves it. It's a triple and a double. We call that that 3+2, and that equals 5, and Deft is going to be able to pick it up and then finish the game.
And overall, wasn't the cleanest game of DRX, but in the end, they got the job done. And that's all that matters as we go to game number 3 here, Atlas.
We do indeed. DRX, they do exactly what we asked of them, which was tidy up what was a really disappointing game 1 performance from them. Fantastic from the Kwangdong Freaks. They wouldn't go quietly into the night in this game number 2, but the damage from the early game was done. And they did eventually fall. And a lot of it had to do with both of these 80 carries on both sides. I think Teddy's Felios played fantastic in game 1, Deft being able to then pull the trigger on the opportunity that he found there in game number 2. Certain slip-ups from a lot of these players. It's getting late, I guess, here in Korea, but also the pressure really does start to mount in games like this. And Kwangdong Freaks probably started to taste playoffs, taste victory here. And with a win over DRX, they are much, much closer to that guaranteed spot in the playoffs.
Really happy we're going to a third game here. As between these two teams, the first match, surprisingly one-sided, second one, really, really, really fun. A little bit of a mid-game absence of action, as happens sometimes in the LCK. It's getting late, teams are getting a little bit sleepier. But fortunately, action in the ending, regardless, Deft is able to pick up another win on his Jinx. And going into game number 3, now Kwangdong going to be able to get themselves to blue side. So yep, that's pretty much what you'd expect in terms of gold.
Yep, that looks like exactly the graph that we were expecting.
5k, a little peek, and back to 5k.
Yep. It ended up on a 9.7k advantage, but I think most of it was definitely that 5,000 gold that DRX were struggling to get past. But they got themselves the Cloud Soul, and then they won the game, right? I'm never going to let it die.
I'm not going to respond.
No, that's fine. But DRX, great performance. Want to see it backed up by another one of those, or to see Kwangdong Freaks come out of the gate swinging here as we move towards game number 3. For now, short break, and then the analyst carpet space.
윈 노플.
엑스 노플이야? 엑스 아, 너무 빨리 치마 너무 빨리 치마.
가볼게요. 가비. 잡았다.
너무 깊다 너무 깊다 너무 깊다. 탑 파자. 약간 탑 막으려고 하면 그냥 다이브 도봐. 야 끝내자 이거. 천천히 끝낸 거 보자.
나 피 없어.
탑 라인 서블레 탑 라인.
아니 미드 와봐 미드.
오케이.
진짜 노공.
볼게.
진짜 노틸 노공. 진짜 노틸 노공.
나 가엔.
진짜 노틸 노공. 진짜 노틸 노공.
앞라인부터.
와.
나 펜타.
자야.
펜타 좀. 오케이. 펜타임?
펜타임?
아니네.
두명 내야 되는 거 아니야? 아 펜타 뭐야 망상 뭐야 이거?
나 펜타 줄 알았지.
아닌가? 내가 2명 잡은 거 같은데?
아 오늘 교전 디테일 좀 아쉬운데.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same.
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the Carpet Space, and we're going to break down game number 2. DRX with a big comeback here in this series after looking pretty much defeated after game number 1. All starts with the draft. Wolf, what did you think?
I thought it was a really interesting draft here, considering the Viego pick this early on for Pioshik. There were a lot of ways for Kwangdong Freaks to respond. They got the Nautilus there in response, then picked up the Jace later on. Had a lot of range they could utilize here, but the Vex was a really big question mark for me. I thought that there were a lot of other options available in terms of long-term damage. She was quite essential in delaying the game here for Kwangdong Freaks and buying a ton of time, but would have liked Victor to shore up some of the damage that you lose with the Xayah, especially into a Scion, maybe an Azir for a little bit more engaged power around the early mid-game and some late-game damage. Vex here felt a little bit out of place to me, didn't work out in the end.
Yeah, I think a lot of it came down to the way that the game was played as well. There were a lot of engages in the early game that essentially just handed over a bunch of free kills over to Zeka, who ended up actually not even being the biggest carry, I feel like, on that Akali. We were kind of scratching our heads with the Akali pick. You're going into so much disengage, but it ended up working out for them, and I think it came down to a lot of the execution in that early to mid game.
Yeah, and speaking of the mid-game, the objective control that Kwangdong Freaks had so thoroughly in their favor, that's how they got big leads. So we go to this Rift Herald fight. You can see the engage here from Beryl is fantastic to turn this. Positioning not so great here for Kwangdong Freaks either. Beryl punishes them super hard, giving over a ton of kills here, as well as the Rift Herald to the Kwangdong Freaks. And then, or to DRX, excuse me, and then DRX have control of this choke as well, and then it's a really awesome Scion Q here over the Chompers, or it's an ult, excuse me, over the Chompers there after the Q. And Kingen helps chase this down, and there's so much chase potential in this game. As watching this replay as well, you can just see how much blow-up potential there is here with the Akali as well. And I think that, like, in a lot of these moments here for DRX, the chase that you have when you get a lead and you get that early pick works out so well when you have a lead. I didn't expect them to get that early of a lead, control his objectives so cleanly, but when they did, they just snowballed super hard. And, you know, leading into what will be our second highlight in a moment, I just wanted to show how much objective control there was here in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that Kwangdong Freaks are doing a little bit too much of, you know, everything on the map is ours, maybe a little bit too overconfident after game number 1. You can see what they can do, right? If you are engaging into the side of Kwangdong Freaks, you can get caught up and then a follow-up re-engage here from Fate, from Teddy, to flash on in there. And you can see some of the power in this composition, and they nearly came back from here. I mean, this was a huge fight for the Kwangdong Freaks, but they had already given up Baron. They had lost an inhibitor and a half, I guess you could say, and it was a rough spot for them after that.
The real reason I really wanted to show that second replay, despite the loss here for Kwangdong Freaks, was that it showed why it took DRX so long to close out the game. Because one misstep, one overextension in the base of Kwangdong Freaks, and the turn is so lightning fast. I also think DRX had a fairly tough composition to play into Kwangdong Freaks, even in the late game, so that played into it as well. But you can see there was that one glimmer of hope, there was that one punish, but it wasn't enough, of course, in the end to turn the game around.
Yeah, and Deft back on his jinx once again. He was finally able to do a nice amount of carrying towards the end of that game as well. Believe we should have the POG ready here in just a moment, not quite ready. What was your idea, Wolf?
I ended up voting for Beryl, as I thought his control of the early game was fantastic. He won them several early game fights, had follow-ups on the Scion engages, started off that fight on the Rift Herald, for example. And so even though, yes, Zeka did pick up a lot of the last hits in the kills there and did do a lot of damage in the late game, I thought getting DRX to their advantage in the early to mid was basically all done by Beryl. I think he had 8 of their first 10 kills. So he was my vote, but I think it will definitely be split. I think a lot of Akali votes will come through.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be split. In my mind, it was very much a team win in the early game especially, and even though it took them a while, we were saying, you know, maybe they're going to win this game at 45 minutes, and it took them about 41 minutes to get the job done. They did eventually get it done with that Jinx in the late game, so pretty interesting to see the Scion coming out here once again. I kind of like the priority back on this pick. It does so much for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's also great into the Xayah, right? And we've seen Ruler pull off the Xayah into the Scion, but no one else has really been able to match that thus far here in the LCK. Well, I think that having this strong tank topside that gives you so much more power in bottom and mid is something that we're going to see more and more teams do. I think we will probably also see it in playoffs, the return of champions like Ornn and Gragas on the top side of the map.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Ornn as well for some of that hard engage. But guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who just pick it up for game number 2 on the side of DRX. It will be Deft with his 10th POG, 1,000 points on the Jinx.
Yeah, picking up 10 in a row here, 75% kill participation. A lot of the late game was carried by this Jinx. And in the early mid, right? Barrel had a lot of control, picking up a lot of kills here, of course, was Zeka. And also, I think shoutouts deserved for Kingen, who had a really nice game on the Scion, punishing some of the mistakes here from Kwangdong Freaks. It was the later parts of the game where things slowed down so much because, like we mentioned, it's really easy for Kwangdong Freaks to punish DRX if they do decide to come in, like we saw on that inhibitor fight. But like you said, it's a team effort here. Well, I think we will definitely see a very split vote. I think you could really give it to anybody except Pyoshik.
Yeah, these early fights, I mean, it's kind of funny that we only got those 2 highlights, because really I think why he wins this is the late game. A lot of those early fights not necessarily set up by him. Good positioning in the second fight. And 12 out of 13 going for Deft. I guess everybody kind of felt like... Yeah, it's kind of how
I looked at those highlights too, and I was like, him chasing people down after his team won the fight for him. Yeah, pretty curious, pretty curious.
I'm just kind of surprised it's 12 out of 13. Like, you know, the split vote I would get, but I don't really get that. Interesting ideas from everybody here at the LCK. But either way, guys, we do have game number 3 to close out the series. Let's go back to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I was obviously expecting the 13 out of 13 for the Alpaca. But yeah, actually it was kind of a little bit curious there because the game was back and forth, but I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that a lot of that lull was based on teammate errors and not Deft's errors.
Yeah, right? I think that I actually like the barrel vote from Wolf. There's been 12 out of 13s where we, you know, point a little bit of fun at media. But to me, the reason why I voted specifically for Deft here was mainly due to his consistency throughout this game, right? Like, yes, the only actual kills he picked up were in the final fight, where he got like his unofficial quadra, the full house, the old classic. But the key thing to me was that, as I think was pointed out shortly by fellows as well, is that he was never at any point a lose condition.
Yeah.
Right? It was just, he was just there, and he would never die. And that was enough. I think as long as he doesn't get taken down, Kwangdong Freaks can't actually do anything on the map, and that's really something that we saw was a problem for them consistently.
No, you're exactly right. Let's see whether they're going to be able to pick themselves back up after that loss. I think a lot of these games have come down to what's happened right here and right now in the draft. And we're going to see that Caitlyn ban taken off the board once again. This is the first time that we've seen Kwangdong Freaks on the blue side. Side selection, not as important this time around, but I do like Kwangdong Freaks on red, just because Keen getting counterpicked, I think, is an avenue to success.
Okay.
Blue side Hecarim ban is interesting.
Yeah, I think they're trying to bait out... I wonder, actually, because main thing that you want to first pick here is TF, right, if they leave it up. And, I mean, DRX is now going to ban it. But that does mean that there's a ton of other strong picks that you can lock in first rotation here. You can pick away the Jinx for yourself. Yeah, there is a TF ban, unsurprisingly.
So it's the Jinx first pick, I guess.
I'd say so, yeah. That will be the obvious one. Both denying that from that and simultaneously making sure that Teddy has what is generally considered the strongest AD carry. And without the Hecarim, I think a lot of the usual response that DRX has gone for into the Jinx is full on dive, it's going to be a lot weaker. Because Kai'Sa, without a Hecarim to augment her, not going to feel quite as good. There are, of course, other options. And instead, we're going to shake hands on another Jinx Aphelios draft.
Well, so far in this series, based
Don't
on
test me, Atlas. I knew you were going to go there.
Yeah, no, I had to.
You had to.
DRX have to craft composition around this Aphelios pick that is going to empower him, right? And that's exactly what Quantum Freaks did in game number 1. And now the task is set for DRX. And look, one thing that worked was the Xin Zhao in that exact matchup. So they're going to lock that one away.
I think Volibear Jace would be a really nice rotation here that you could feel relatively comfortable with. As looking at what DRX have drafted thus far, I think giving yourself either a jungle like Lee is the obvious one, but I've been really liking the Volibear recently. I think it's a pick that fits well with Alan, more so than the Lee will do, although if they actually look at LeBlanc, then the Lee will surely follow. As Lee LeBlanc is a combo we have seen plenty of times. Fade, of course, having a great first game on, and this also kind of makes it a lot harder for DRX to, if they want to get the Vex counter pick, they have to go for it immediately, and if they don't, then there is the opportunity to bat it away. So kind of forcing DRX into a corner here in terms of draft.
Yep, Nautilus going to be locked in instead of the Lee Sin. I was right with you there on that one. Are we going to see the mid lane Kai'Sa for Zeka this time? It's a possibility. Don't know whether I like it all that much when you have your Aphelios face up, because you kind of take away from what is the flexibility of that pickup, and it was a bait all along. Vex is going to be locked in here. And the Volibear, like you were talking about, actually going to be respected, will be banned away.
Yeah, I don't know if you ban the Lee as well. I think Volibear together with maybe a Gwen seem very likely here. There's no way to ban out all of the picks. And I don't know if King necessarily wants to go into the Akali, because it is obviously really good into the Gwen, but if you pick Akali with this composition, it becomes kind of a mismatch of you got Aphelios, but then you also got Zeka and Kingen, who then want to go very, very deep. For Guangdong, I think it's really easy. ban Rakan and Leona. And you'll feel pretty good. Overall, there is the Jace ban, and that might be pointing towards DRX actually picking up the Gwen here. Although they can, of course, wait. They can counterpick it and just pick up a support. Presumably Alistair, if a barrel, but we'll see what they actually end up getting.
Yeah, I think the Leona ban is standing out a lot right now. Just because DRX on R4 can pick that one up and keep their top lane a secret. And this also might bait out something like a Renata that we saw DRX run into issues with, considering the fact that they lost Beryl's ability to actually engage. Now I'd like to see an Alistair, personally. I don't know whether that is something that we're going to get. But giving Beryl engage, I think, is a very, very important thing here. As Tahm Kench is going to be there. If this was Carrier, I would say it is engage. But this is also Beryl. He is a bit crazy. And so I like the idea of him Abyssal diving into the enemy team and trying to set something up.
Of course, Guangdong Freaks can respond with a little bit of range, which ideally you want to go for. It would also be very Guangdong to just lock in the I haven't finished my sentence yet, but thank you, Keen. Regardless of the Tahm Kench being picked up, regardless of the disengage is already there, and Guangdong is basically saying we are going to have to absolutely smash our engage, or we're going to get 1v9'd by the Aphelios.
Is it Nali?
Yeah, probably. Jarvan, I think, is a good alternative as well. Oh, I love that, actually.
Huge.
I really like that. That's 4 champions without a dash. I mean, like, a conditional dash, sure, but if you get pillared, he does have a pretty bad win rate. We're going to gloss past that. I like this Trundle here.
Yeah, I do too. This is, of course, one of those picks that a lot of our LCK junglers like to pick into the Xin Zhao. In isolation, does very well. The Tryndamere is going to be the answer here for Kingen. His choice sort of face up into the Gnar. Will take a bit of abuse early, but later on just straight up won't care about it. And Guangdong Freaks sort of back to a very stock standard style of composition. And DRX with a lot of split pushing opportunities. and a lot of safety for Deft as well. I like it, especially on Kwangdong Freaks' side. I think going back to what made them powerful in Game 1 is very important. DRX, though, side lane options definitely there, and if Zeka can make things happen on this Vex, it could certainly be exciting getting some of these resets and getting around this map.
Liking the draw from both teams here. Overall, later in the game, if you go in on even footing, I do think the Kwangdong draft might definitely suffer. Late game becomes a Kenjing's carry type of game, but up until that point, it's going to be a lot of heavy lifting from Fate, from Keen, and I think it's going to be hard to find a consistent impact if Barrel plays a clean Tom Kench here, amount of disengage available to slow down and allow Deft to carry on this Ophidios is definitely there. Looking at 2v2s, 3v3s, especially on the top side of the map, I think DRX needs to be careful, but definitely still has a lot of power there themselves as well. Early team fights though, that's where Kwangdong, I think, needs to take as big of a lead as they can get.
Well, we'll see whether they can get there. So here we are onto the Rift for game number 3, the deciding match between these two. So many playoff implications on the line here. If Kwangdong Freaks win, this could be a precursor to what we see in our first round of playoffs. If Kwangdong Freaks can continue to find some success and if things go their way. They don't confirm that position. However, it is far more likely if they're able to do it. And now on the blue side for the first time today.
Finally get the old swap around. DRX going to play the ward, and that'd be the end of that. Looking at the keystones here, no really big surprises. We see LM opt into the press the attack, very standard. That's also going for PTA, so we have of course seen a variety of keystones on the Phalios PTA, very good in terms of basically what we saw Teddy do in game number 1, right? Where in extended fights, the Jinx will, especially in the late game, really outdo what the Ophidios can do. But when it comes to very short windows of burst, that's where Deft has an opportunity here. Has also gone for the Ingenious Hunter, so definitely going to be looking to pick up that Guild Force as soon as he can to try and leverage that assassination potential that he definitely does have. As seen Keen do this before.
Yeah, going to get hopped on here in this early stage of the game. Is Kingen, but I don't think there's going to be too much that comes of this particular matchup. Despite Kingen having a bit of control early. Sorry, Keen having a bit of control early. Misses that farm. So maybe this is actually skewed entirely in favor of the Tryndamere.
That's how it works.
Yeah. Missed that little bit of farm. Things can be a real problem. But Keen just looking to have a few more buttons available.
Keen also going for the Fleet Footwork here as opposed to... oh man. Showing us strong. Why must you show us these things?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Why? Why would you do that?
Pretty heartbreaking. However, he is going to be able to get all of these melees. So we're absolutely fine there. Nailed it. Minions set up that one for him. Very nicely done. Oh dear.
You had to curse it, Atlas.
Yeah, I thought it was all going to go well.
So, Benefit of Fleet, of course, works nicely with kiting, gives you a little bit more sustain in the lane, but is not going to give you access to the Resolve Tree, which does have some great runes, and Grasp, especially in the long run, can really benefit you. As going to see a basically full clear from Alan, only his wolves are still going to be up. Of course, Trundle incredibly fast when it comes to clearing those single target camps. Currently taking on 2 at a time, and Pioshik and him both going to be a little bit late to the scuttle. Both of those opting into a full clear. And with the Prio, I wouldn't be surprised to just see Elam run towards the bot side of the map, as he does have Prio there. We'll need to risk anything trying to contest early into the Xin Zhao. Because if you feed early kills to a Tryndamere, we've seen what happens earlier tonight. It's not pretty.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, earlier tonight it was very pretty if you're a T1 fan. However, not so much on the other side of things. There's good counter-gang timing here from Elam. Spinning Slash came in. Hyper is going to come up. There's the pillar as well as Elam immediately turning onto Pioshik. Kwangdong Freaks able to bully them out of this top side of the map. Rift Scuttler is still alive, remember. Pyoshik's going to go back, should be able to grab the bottom one, but Elm is going to win this war of attrition to begin with.
Ghost also having to be invested by King, and that's a lot of the kill threat gone. Now Keen can, even in mini-not, play a lot more aggressive as... Oh, I don't know about this one.
The full wraparound?
Yeah, he's looking to set up a dive. Has to wait for the minion wave.
Also, Meganar is going to be wearing off as well, as Keen now in mini form. Not going to be able to help as much with tanking up this turret. As Hyper is ready, going to be used, takes a turret shot as in goes Elm. Let's see whether they can make this one work. As he does still have flash, no ghost like you were talking about before. Spinning slash to get back underneath the turret. And underneath here, it's going to be a real problem, and Keen's going to go down. 1 for 1. It is first blood going over to Kwangdong Freaks. But the 1 for 1 makes it very difficult to be worth. Keen has teleport though, so can get back to that lane a little sooner.
Yeah, that's the key thing. Also, the wave actually going to get taken down. So 2 summoners invested. Not going to feel good about that. And the 1 for 1 trade, but overall in terms of wave state should be able to set up for a return gank. Teddy.
Dive, yeah, Teddy taking a bit of damage here as Death comes down. Does have Gravitum available as the Dredge line will connect. And Barrel's going to eat the grey health, gets trolled by the minions just a little bit there, but does waddle his way out of there.
Ooh. So overall, still I'd say a decent trade. King should be able to keep the lane close to him now, and without flash, without ghost, King, and even with the spin, might be a bit of a sitting duck if Fate or Alum decides to roam up. But as you pointed out already, right, Keen tanking way too many turret shots, doesn't hit the boomerang, because if they do hit the boomerang, probably dies here. Instead, that of course a little bit of a vision bug. Keen actually flashing over the turret to get the final damage in. Not going to be enough in the end.
That wasn't a -1. That was another visual bug. Another visual bug. Don't worry about it. So Kingen did manage to push Keen away from this mini wave as Hoyt going to get blocked immediately by Beryl. Gravitum comes out as well, and Def looking to try and follow this one up. Beryl's going to secure it in the end. A 2v2 kill, just catching Hoyt sleeping on the bottom side of the map.
Or just a pick on the ward. That is exactly the type of lead you can't give up for free, Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah.
No need for you to back that aggressively if you're not 100% certain that you have control on that brush. Because the one saving grace kill is on Hoyt. Still goes to Beryl. But still, giving up free kills like this to DRX can put you in a similar position as it did in game number 2.
Yeah, or in game number 1, right? But it was different colors being worn.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit unfortunate there.
If he's a split second later and goes for the flash into hook, probably might have made it out alive, although for Barrel, of course, maybe then would have flashed. But unfortunately for Hoyt, he's going to go down there in the very end. And as mentioned, now that 6 is no longer, or that 6 has been reached by King, the chances of finding a topside gank becoming basically non-existent. So overall, that topside matchup, relatively even expecting Keen to go into the Hold Breaker to kind of mitigate a lot of the damage that King was putting out. Is Fate.
Yeah, a bit of an abyssal dive to come on through here as the Tongue Lash is going to connect, but Hoyt's in the area. Both supports with similar ideas this stage of the game. We're going to try and get in position around this Rift Herald, spawning in 10 seconds time. Zeka taking a bit of damage, but does have that shield available. He's going to be all right. Presses W is going to be K, similar in mindset to that of the Lissandra.
Everything's all right.
Yep.
No need to worry. And we do now have Elm here as well. Keen making his way over.
Yeah, good little fear onto Fate there. They do get the passive as Zeka might be in trouble. Pyoshik's the one that's closest as Keen is going to rotate over. Now Pyoshik in a bit of trouble himself. Beryl coming in there though, does have Devour available as Pyoshik goes back and immediately gets exploded. Beryl not able to press that R button in time, and that was a whoopsie from DRX. Just not quite able to get in range was the Tahm Kench.
And now, this should be the Rift Herald being able to be picked up here. Hoyt on the ward, knows he is, so not quite sure. And they don't want to take the risk, interestingly enough. Instead, just going to take the kill and leave it at that. Teddy, meanwhile, has, of course, to respect the Defter in the bottom side of the map, but should be able to clear. Probably going to drop a plate, but not too much that can be done about that. That's just walking over, getting an auto in, but not actually going to take the risk. And now gold, that even again.
Yeah. So that play is kind of baffling me, right? Because I think they were looking for a Devour out, but there was also Crescent Guard, I think, available at the time as well.
What baffles me is that DRX have that happen and then are still just picking up the health for free.
Yeah. Gentleman's agreement, maybe?
I mean, the health bars were low on the side of Guangdong, but at the same time, they were, I think, in a position where you could have, at the very least, had just tried to go for it. And then disengage might not work out, especially with Meganar, maybe threaten a little bit. Especially if you have a full team. I don't think it takes that long, but instead going to give over what looks like it will be 3 plates here to the DRX mid laner and jungler.
Yeah, it's just 3 going over. Comfortable money here for DRX that is going to provide them with about a 400 gold lead right now, a little bit under. As Beryl's rotating over, trying to get some vision down, he's going to get it. Leading towards that bottom side to allow Deft to freely chill out in that 1v1. Let's have a look at this one more time to see exactly how it went down.
Little messy. If that chain hits, then they kill Zeka. If Hoyt can actually hook and he's not being trolled by a minion wave, then they kill him. And Pioshik here recognizing that he is probably dead. Beryl, you see the movement there, it's like, wait,
yeah,
what, dead?
And that was also sort of mid-ult from Pioshik as well, I believe. As Keen, fantastic flash, but the ulti's there from Kingen. And he's going to outplay it in inverted commas. He'll spin over the wall there as well. There's the solo kill. Gives us the thumbs up. Tryndamere under a turret, just as comfortable as can be.
Yeah, that's Mini Nara for you, unfortunately. King at more thumbs up as runs him down. And that is the risk that you run even with the flash available. And why teleport is a bit of a greedy choice here, right? It can provide you a lot of leads in terms of lane, but being able to match the ghost to the Tryndamere is one of the main reasons why we've seen so many teams kind of opt into that when they are facing down the Tryndamere. Keen rather not doing so and paying the price here as, interestingly enough, picked up the Fate. Show was looking to build towards hold up.
Yeah, bit of a battle here as Pioshik goes in. The Crescent Guard is there. Decent little flash to get himself out of the way, and they will survive. Securing the kill onto the Trundle as well. Zeka looks for the Q, doesn't find it onto Fate. Needs to pick the right target as he is just going to back away. There's the Abyssal dive, but Fate is going to have another distortion and keeps himself alive. Now looking for the back timing as Beryl wasn't actually able to poke his head around and see exactly where the LeBlanc was. But it's pretty messy here in this game, Chronicler.
Yeah, but in the end, all the trades are actually going in favor of DRX, right? Who now are building out their gold leaders. Let's take a look at the amount of play that we got here.
Yeah, and the out play.
Yep, flash on top of him. And auto.
잡았다.
Wow.
Okay.
Having a button that just says, I don't die for a bit.
Definitely.
Pretty good button.
Yeah, as actually really like this from Pioshik. A great fear timing from Zeka because if Pioshik dies there, then we get a repeat of game number 1. Instead, you get more kills into the Vex. And the only thing that Guangdong really at this point have been able to pick up for themselves is that Hextech Drake, which is nice, but with you already getting kind of pummeled inside and your Jinx being unable to really find a lead, Zeka getting fed, I'd be worried about how Guangdong is going to play out these mid to early to mid-game team fights, right? And again, we are approaching the 15-minute mark, and they are pretty sizably behind Atlas.
Yeah. In every single lane, DRX do find themselves with advantages. Nothing ridiculous just yet. But you see Tryndamere, and you see him with a lead.
Yeah.
You start to get worried for the opposing side. Just feels like there's a large amount of inevitability if he gets the advantage he's looking for. Pioshik, though, can get caught out of position here. The Mimic Chains are going to connect. Crescent Guard comes forward. Super Mega Death Rocket eaten by the ultimate of the Xin Zhao. And that time, the Devourer is going to come through the Vex. Picks up the follow-up kill. As now Beryl's just chasing after them. Eats a chain, seems pretty happy about it. He's going to die. Zephyr not quite lined up onto Hoyt just yet, but Deft is able to pick up the kill in the end. Fate dives on over. Great knock-up from Pioshik as he dashes on in. Cancels the auto though. Oh dear. here. This Fate's trying to troll him, but it's going to be ㅅ2022 that locks it down in the end.
Oh, it's lead at Law Park, Atlas, and some skill shots are just not hitting.
Yeah.
As Fate misses to change, ㅅ2022 almost dies to the turret, cancels an auto. But by the end of it, DRX are very, very quickly stumbling this game out of control. That's another skirmish taken. Again won by DRX. Mid lane turret goes down. Bot lane turret about to go down as well. And I'm having a hard time being the Kwangdong Freak angle in this one, Atlas.
As am I. I think there's some hard times that are being had by a few people in this particular situation. As this is one of them. Keen certainly struggling now up against this Tryndamere. We'll have a look at this skirmish once again, and I'm glad that we got to see exactly. Oh, okay, never mind. We're going to have another replay of what happened last time, but this time Keen doesn't have flash, as King is dead. So this time wasn't a replay. That was actually.
Hey, Hullbreaker's done. That'll do it.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait, no, he finished. Wait, how? I don't know actually. If he had it.
He didn't have it for the last fight.
No, but I guess he didn't.
No, he didn't. It was just a phage.
Maybe he would have lived.
Maybe. As we're going to try this one more
that would have been a kill if the chain had hit. ㅅ2022 again gets very low. Barrel is there just in time. And then the extended fight is a 3 versus 4, which generally you don't want to take. Barrel a little overexcited here. But if Hoyt had disengaged a little bit faster, maybe would have made it out. And then, fortunately, so Fate going in, just as ㅅ2022 actually has his third auto, is unfortunate. And then ㅅ2022 gets away with it, regardless, because Fate, again, not hitting the chain.
Yeah, but also I think the fact that ㅅ2022 canceled the auto was because he avoided the chain. So actually, I'm gonna give ㅅ2022 benefit of the doubt on that one.
Yeah, I guess.
Because I'm an optimist.
I like that. I appreciate that about you. Yep.
And also, he in the end got the kill. So
all or nothing.
It's a hindsight thing.
I say as keen as Maganar and is clearly not thinking all. He's thinking nothing.
Yeah. Well, Shirley's just going to go back to sleep.
Definitely don't fight this one now. If you don't have Maganar, just let it go.
Not going to get started one more time as Zekra is prowling for an opportunity as Teddy's going to get popped. Oh dear, Deft locks it down with the Gale Force. And now Keen tries to come over and save this turret, but Deft is there with some autos for him. And they really do hurt. Hullbreaker or no Hullbreaker, and King is going to get some work done elsewhere. This is DRX taking absolutely everything. Having cake, there's cake in the fridge, they're eating cake, it's just cake everywhere.
Too much cake is not good, Atlas. Come on, you gotta have a balanced diet.
Well, that's true, but if it wins you games of League of Legends, then I'd recommend it. The have your cake and eat it too analogy got destroyed by myself just there, and I want to apologize to anyone that wanted to use it. Let's have a look at the replay. Anymore. It's trying to save.
I honestly not. Teddy just dies. Zeka hits the ultimate, and even if he didn't, I'm pretty sure that Deft could have picked him up there by himself. Now has the collector available to himself as well. And this game went from, okay, there's an angle, to no, there's no angle. Unless DRX, their entire team walks into a multi-man Gnar ultimate, gives over the bounties to Teddy, and then does that again.
Well, we're diving King in. He does have ultimate available. He's going to press the button, looking to try and trade back. It is going to be a difficult one, and Keen is going to do a somersault and dive on over. Hoyt survives. Good tanking there of the turret there on the bottom side.
Yeah,
but Shirley's going to take 2 turrets. And I don't know whether Fate can do anything about it.
Yeah, Hoyt also picked the kill instead of the Gnar. So that's not great.
And
that's
in a turret.
Hey, that's when you order donuts instead of cake. I'm gonna go with donuts. And like you have the donut in your hand, and then Hoyt comes up and like takes your donut and he eats. You're like, I really needed a donut. I'm really hungry, man.
And then drives away in your Maserati.
Yeah, and then King comes up and he's like, oh, I've had plenty of donuts today. I'm good, man. What are you doing?
He peers over at his pile of donuts and he's like, it's fine. You can have that one if you'd like it. Yeah.
I don't think King is going to share in this game.
Well, I mean, he shared one. He shared one, and he gave it to Hoyt.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not a great situation here for Guangdong Freaks. As Kingin, yes, he has that R button, but it's not going to keep him alive against 3 people. As that was almost the end of Hoyt as well, but he is able to keep himself alive. And DRX retain a whole lot of control. It is getting towards 7,000 gold. We're just about to crest the 20-minute mark, and it's another Cloud Soul. Could things be any better?
This took him like 30 minutes last time around to get past 5K.
That's true.
Yeah.
We are improving. Notable improvement. As yep, we're pushing down this bottom side, and this is also what happens when DRX find themselves with a composition that they feel very comfortable with as well. Things really starting to come together, and it's starting to feel like game 1 is more and more of that distant memory. But we don't want to count our chickens before they have hatched. Zeka coming up here towards the top side. Shadow Surge going to finish off some minions, I guess.
Hey, hello. Yeah.
Yep. Zeka might just get popped. Good chains to land from Fate, and he still needs to be respected. Not anywhere near as fed as he was in game 1, but still. Yeah, Zeka's like, okay.
Okay. I don't like you anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We'll have to sacrifice his top outer turret, though, and that is more bounty gold going over to Guangdong Freaks.
Maybe the angle is bounty gold.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Get that bounty. There we go.
Well, it's more money back. That is more towards the gold lead that we have all been very used to from game number 2.
The golden
slowly
standard.
returning to that 5K that we know and love. Something about familiarity, you know. Certainly good medicine. Deft is going to get back to this mid lane. Baron is now on the table. 21 minutes into this game. Hull breaker's done for both of our top laners. They're looking to vacate, get some side laning done. Is it early Baron time? Doesn't feel like early Baron time.
I don't think you have to. You can if you choose to do so, you know, but it's what are you feeling?
Yeah,
Are you feeling donuts? Are you feeling Baron? I wonder what kind of fast food they have in Runeterra.
Oh, that's a good point.
Is there a Runeterra or League of Legends cookbook? I feel like there should be.
There might be. We'll have to look into it. Kingin is looking to try and fight Hoyt here, as there's a lot of CC to pile through. He is going to press his ult button relatively early as Fate ends up going back, and that is kind of feeling a bit like a free ultimate from the Tryndamere. Keen, not going to throw out his ult, try and lock down the Trynd, so he holds on to his. No Mega Gnar for the next little while. And yeah, the Undying Rage should be up relatively soon as well, so might not get too much out of it, but I got excited for a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gonna start Baron.
Oh, these are great guns for Deft to rip through this Baron as well.
That's a snack.
Yeah, Fate is going to get chickened. As waiting in the brush is DRX, and oh my god, the Moonlight Vigil damage! Just ridiculous. Hoyt is going to bear the brunt of it as Fate goes in to try and soften up Beryl, but the Shadow Surge is there. Zeka not going to be able to find any resets off this one as DRX are pushing forward. Fate went back to a very unfortunate distortion, but does get himself out and doesn't have to use his flash.
Hooray for small victories, Atlas! At least he didn't have to flash as Kingin.
Okay. Kingin in amongst 3 members. He's going to flash, and that is going to keep him alive as well. So as you were.
As I were. So back to foods.
Okay.
Back to food. Because I don't know if there's a Runeterra cookbook. If not, if there is ever one getting created, I would love to be a part of it.
We should send an email to someone at Riot.
But maybe it already exists, right? As yeah, they unfortunately have to face check. Although Helm is about to throw a ward in the pit, right? So maybe wait a half a second longer. Love the movement from Kina, but unfortunately still gonna have to flash away. And this in of itself should just be free Drake, but Kingin decides to stay a little bit too long. Has to flash as well due to his presence being noted by the ward.
Yep. Was in the end a free Drake in his defense.
They got it. They got it.
Yeah, don't need to go on too many extended excursions. And Deft is going to tidy up this mid wave, and they're going to go back towards this Baron. As you can see, there's a control ward in the back of the pit, so Guangdong Freaks not quite as worried about the situation right now. Fresh off their resets. And there's a pickaxe for Teddy on the way to his Infinity Edge, but it's not quite there just yet. And Deft is just the recipe completion away from finishing his.
Yeah. And they're waiting.
Yeah, this is getting a bit scary.
A little spooky.
Mm-hmm. Control ward is shutting off that ward right now. So they are safe to stand in the area. Keen waiting in this brush, and I just don't think you want to take that fight. He is even in levels,
I don't feel like you need to, no. No, I don't know if it's optimal.
As Fate dives on over, Beryl's pretty tanky at this stage of the game. And so just suffers half his health bar in damage. And that darker grey health will regenerate quite nicely here for the Tarn Kench.
Who would be the cooks in this? Obviously, Kench is one. Like we're looking at it right now.
There's a cookery skin line, right? Like you have
bakery Pantheon.
Yeah, and the Leona as well.
Pizza delivery Civet.
Yeah, absolutely. The sneaky skin.
What else we got?
Oh, there's got to be loads.
There should be way more.
Yeah.
Right now.
I'm struggling to think of it because there's Baron going down. Scryer's ult being used to try and spot out what's happening here. Vision will be denied. Zeka spotted on a flank. Good vision here for Kwangdong Freaks. They kind of know where everyone is, but they're taking 3 damage from Deft right now. Ellum, you can't go any further forward. What's the Trundle supposed to do? Yeah, and that's just going to be the Baron secured by Pioshek as DRX are able to now lumber forward if they would like to. The flash comes out. Fate loses most of his health bar as Deft is just looking for blood. Super Mega Death Rocket not quite able to lock down any kills or anything like that. And DRX, they just take a Baron and they walk away. Keen also trying to lumber back to his base. Q's going to connect from Zeka, gets the fear as well. He's pretty tanky though, is Keen. The rest of his team's there to back him up. And so no one dies. But the Baron is taken here, and Deft is on a mission to take down this inhibitor turret. Fate taking a lot of damage here from Deft, who's now just standing in front of 3 people, and there's a Devour. And so, throws his Moonlight Vigil away though, is now Teddy throwing out some autos himself. Gravitum is armed for the Aphelios.
Oh, that was such a nice kill from Teddy. If Deft hit that Moonlight Vigil, Teddy surely would have died. The problem is, the gold is so far in DRX's favor that none of this really matters, Atlas.
It's one of those wallet diff type situations. Yeah. And Def knows it, that's why he was standing so far up with impunity. He's going to have to flash there, though. Respecting quite in the end. And now, that's a big teleport flank from Fate, who is, I believe, spotted, but is going to pop over that wall. Was looking for the pick-off onto Beryl. As Zeka, he's found his way in, and Fate, I don't think it's going to work out, but he does have a distortion, and he's LeBlanc. So he's able to go back if he would like to. Goes back to that second distortion, the first one's going to fade, so he's real dead. Zeka's able to lock that one down. And Kingen, in the meantime, is just getting work done, you know?
He's breaking holes.
Yep. Kids were playing on the top side, and he was like, well, someone has to do it.
You wonder whether they have commercials in Runeterra. It's like, buy Hullbreaker now. You too can break holes like
you too can destroy ships as they're sailing around. I assume that's what Hullbreaker is built for.
Hullbreaker, ask your local Boris. Or is it just one Boris, I guess? As Fate tries to go for a big flank, but
well, that's a really good question. Because there's a Boris on both sides of the map, so it's kind of like Nurse Joy, right?
Yeah.
There's just like one in every city?
Maybe.
That's cool. We'll have to consult with Riot, or at least just check out the MMO when it comes out. See whether there's just a Boris. Maybe that's where you buy all your items. Definitely be very cool. As Hook is going to connect, and Zeku is face checking. He is going to go golden, and Pioshek's going to turn up here as well. Immediately, he's going to start off the fight because Deft is there, but Fate finds him in the back line. He doesn't quite have as many items as he had last time around, though, and Kingen is just going to spin through the Gnar and mop him up. Fate now also has to back away. He is going to survive, as Deft has his ultimate at the ready. No one's going to step forward, though, and instead, DRX is going to have to settle with structures.
I think they'll take that, Atlas. Meanwhile, topside, Kingen taking down the inhib. Mid lane getting pushed in as well. Baron buff is now gone, and
Kingen? He doesn't have his ult.
Yeah, I think he was trying to sidestep the change, but it looked really funny because he was dead otherwise. Regardless, but it's free inhibs, so
Yeah, it's the whole base being ripped apart as Moonlight Vigil once again going to sail to Narnia. As Beryl's going to Abyssal Dive, spits out Deft, and he is going to be forgiven for his sins this time around. Teddy, not a lot of mana. He does have guns.
Keen.
Yeah. Can he find any sort of flank? He does have teleport, but not a lot of ward options to get towards because he hasn't been allowed out of his base
I'd say
for a
none.
considerable amount of time.
Not even a minion.
Oh dear.
Unfortunate scenario, Atlas.
Teddy has found himself in positions like this before, Chronicle. Is this time for me to start going the 92
honestly,
minute rant?
like when I'm getting into ads and cookbooks, I think it's time for the 92-minute rant.
Yeah, well, Teddy's done this. Let's have a look at this replay. Is LM not going to survive Zeka?
They're like 8k gold ahead.
Yeah. It's just bearing down the gigantic wallets. LM did survive though, so I told a lie there.
Yeah, so obviously, if King just moves up, he dies anyway. But it looks real funny. It's like, no, Teddy, attack me, please.
Yeah.
So, the monologue.
No, it's been done. We've done that before. And I also, you know, there's an Elder Drake that exists in the game now, purely to avoid any 92-minute Teddy situations. So it's not going to happen. Having a look at the gold here, the lead for Pyoshik is just insane. Elsewhere, also very large, but that one is that one's really standing out.
Trundle looking to go 1-9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a rough time to be a Trundle.
It's not a good time, no.
He was good as a support for a while.
I remember that.
Yeah. Well, now Quantum Freak's having to deal with 3 lanes of super minions. Keen going for the super play, but doesn't find the ulti. And Def able to walk up to him, Calibrum and Crescendum in hand. There's the Moonlight Vigil that connects. And Zeka flashing on top of everyone. Everyone's scared inside the game and out right now as Hoyt is going to at least get a Devour, but he's still relegated to his fountain. Great cues to come through from Zeka on this Vex one more time as Hoyt throwing out trench lines onto some minions, but this Nexus is not lasting any longer. And DRX will retain their 3rd place as they do drop 1 game in this series, but they pull it back for the reverse sweep.
We saw all the faces of DRX here today, Atlas. We saw in game number 1. What's happening? Where are you guys? Then in game number 2, the slow.
Who are these players? Where is Pyoshik? And we found him in game 2.
I'd say game 3 more than game 2. But of course, it took a little bit for them to show up. But eventually, we did see the classic DRX roster make their way. Not only in person, they were there the whole time, but in spirit. Just took a little bit of time. Loving the. This is a clown, right?
Yeah, that is.
I'm not getting pranked.
Looking like a clown.
I just want to make sure. And overall, Kwangdong Freaks showcasing again that from ahead they are a very clean team, but from behind, no idea. No clue.
No, it's certainly a rough time. And also, I think we saw a little bit of fatigue take root in that particular game.
Absolutely. Like Fane in game 1 and game 3.
Yeah.
If you told me that was the same player, no. Take away those nameplates?
No, the situation was definitely different, but this time the LeBlanc not able to get across the line. Did have some fun late game plays, and if he had more items like he did in game number 1, they would have worked. They didn't, because all of the items were picked up by all of the players on DRX.
That was a visceral shock.
Yeah. The sunglasses inside, I like it. I don't know whether it's late, guys. Do we need to force Pyoshik into this one?
I think he doesn't. That's Sims out. It's kind of hard, right?
Oh, I thought he was gonna wave around his.
There we go.
Here we go.
The ocean!
Did he break it?
I don't know. He definitely hit the thing.
Oh man, I would have given him a pass. I would have given him a pass. Pyoshik Pog, absolutely. Woo! I'm sure that's in the chat. Can you stop with the Keck W's and start with the Pogs, please? As he did get the spin around. And now Zeka's like, what the heck were you doing, man?
What will this man not do for our entertainment, Atlas? What a character.
I liked the spin. And still doing it after that marathon of a series. Very, very impressive. Alpaca fans, of course, littering the audience And Deft having a great last two games. I think had absolutely no agency in game number 1, and the last two looking great. Let's have a look at some of the highlights here, as it was a weird and wonderful series, Chronicle.
This third game, I think, really encompassing the chaos. I would have liked this one to be even for like 30 minutes before we had an actual... Because it was pretty clear about 20 minutes in that DRX was just going to run away with the win.
Yeah.
But I would have just liked this eclectic continuation of weird skirmishes across the map and people dying in dives and missing skill shots and cancelling autos.
Yeah.
Just for the entertainment of everyone at home. It was definitely fun.
Definitely some strange things happening, but they were all basically in favor of DRX in this game.
And as much as we joked around, which I think is fine, the series was at times a little bit silly. It also taught us some real lessons, which is, again, DRX, they can be a little bit inconsistent at times. When the team is actually firing on all cylinders, we see Kingen performing well. Deft is a paragon of consistency. And as long as Pioshik actually shows up, he's a great jungler, right? He just needs to be there. I mean, Deft, again, he's been
popping
so
out of brushes and killing everyone. Really, a really great turnaround performance, and I think a lot of DRX fans were understandably worried after that first game, because we've seen this happen so many times, and the hugest takeaway is the fact that they picked themselves back up and they won the next 2 games. So we're going to listen in to DRX in the winning moments. Keep going, keep going.
너무 안 빨려도 돼, 타워. 나 타워 칠게 그냥.
Don't overchase and just hit the turret, guys.
끝난다? 나 먹는 거 없어. 끝났어.
And just saying that they think it's over, and Beryl indicating that he doesn't have Devour, so please don't jump onto any fountains. And his teammates will oblige. Pioshik was asking for the dive, though, which makes sense, because it's Pioshik. And that is going to be the damage graph. This time around, a lot more linear in favor of DRX. None of these, well, I mean, there was a little bit of stalling around the 7K mark.
I don't think it was nearly as much as game number 2.
Yes.
Like they really, you know, they went on that trip, they climbed the mountain, like, this is a nice plateau. Let's have a picnic here.
Yeah, it was a long picnic. It was definitely a long
It was a great picnic. Multiple courses and everything.
Yeah, there was. I wonder where they got their cookbook from. Because that was about what we were talking about at that point in time. But congratulations to DRX. They will retain their 3rd place. And here, for the first time on a Sunday, we'll be able to throw it back to the analyst carpet space to break down the series.
Here on a Sunday, we're at the analyst carpet space. It's me, Valdez, with Wolf. Gonna be talking about this game number 3. And a pretty close one for some parts in the beginning, but then immediately DRX began to grab hold of this.
Yeah, Vex getting some early picks and taking a big lead. I feel like in games 1 and 3, the mid laner defined the pace of the game. We saw, obviously, in that first game, big priority for Face LeBlanc, or he did very well on LeBlanc. They prioritized it here again. And this time, he doesn't actually get an early lead. This time, it's not mistakes from Pioshik in the mid lane. It's not errors around the Twisted Fate. He doesn't get as much gold lead as he had in the game 1. And then DRX get a massive lead, start taking some of that vision away, play the Vex like he played LeBlanc in game 1. Fate, that is. And it ended up being Zeka's game here. Obviously, some great follow-up damage from Deft. Barrel on the Tom Kench, looking really strong in the laning phase. Kingen had his moments, good and bad, this game. But he did his job in the end. And I thought DRX, while they did take the series in the end, it wasn't a convincing win. It wasn't one that makes you feel like they really solidified their 3rd place spot here.
Yeah, I mean, they got the job done. It was a 2-1. They came out incredibly slow, I would have to say, with Kwangdong Freaks kind of crushing them in game number 1. And we were like, oh, easy 2-0. DRX don't look like they're here. Finally came online, and it did happen. Have to mention this Trundle as well did come out here trying to counter the Xinjiao that did come out here. We did not see a Lee Sin picked or banned. And the Trundle overall just does not have a great win rate here. We've seen it tried here and there, but it's just not winning in the LCK, and I have not been too impressed by it so far.
Yeah, and I mean, you saying that leads into our first highlight, where we actually see Trundle get caught out in the jungle twice in this early game, which further snowballed the lead. here for DRX. As you take a look at LM getting caught here by Pioshik, Zeka's here for the follow-up, and they end up with a nice spear here, securing the kill. Pioshik gets out, good crescent guard. And the second time this happens is, again, Pioshik just controlling this zone. They have a control ward here. He baits Fate in and then is able to turn this one around, again, with the help of Zeka, right? And both of these times, I think that LM is really underestimating the CC and the follow-up at long range that this Vex pick gives you. And even though you do have a LeBlanc here, the ability to kind of engage from a million miles away is one of Vex's strong points here. End up getting Hoyt as well here in the end. And those are the two picks that really started a big lead here for DRX. And Pioshik, I think, had a really nice turnaround this game because in game one, very off. You know, some weird decisions that he made. Game two, a little bit better, but in this third game, he was actually quite dominant.
Yeah, it was really nice to see, especially as you were talking about kind of controlling that area, which is extremely important, of course, around the dragon, around the mid lane. You want to get priority there. And he just kind of bullied the Trundle, which was picked into this Xinjiao and into this team and was not really able to do too much. So we can also take a look at highlight number 2. This is basically just the end of the game as
frustration sinks in here, I think, for Keen as he's trying to utilize his Meganar as soon as it comes up. And he's just hoping, like, okay, if I actually have this really nice wall up engaged, then maybe we can actually just turn this. But, like, there's so many minions here. The frustration seeps in. Follow-up here again from Zeka is fantastic. And the Barrels here for some Devour help outs as they're trying to clean up the fountain. Just wanted to show how ahead they were at the end when they finally were able to get in and pull the trigger. Both games 2 and 3 here in this reverse sweep were very much DRX getting a lead and then slowly but steadily pushing those advantages through.
Yeah, and it was pretty nice to see that, you know, especially with DRX in their current form, I feel like they are a step ahead of the Kwangdong Freaks, and I was getting a little bit worried after seeing that game number 1. I'm like, this isn't the team we expected to see. DRX are really good. Where's the consistency? And it did come through in the end. It took a little bit long, but makes you wonder about playoffs and what's going to happen there.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I really think that while it's an impressive win for DRX, especially mentally, to have that reverse sweep come through, like I said before, it's a little bit concerning for both of these teams. I think both underperforming. The series we were very excited about tonight, and we really thought, okay, this is going to be a hype one. This might go get 3 games, and it's going to be for all the right reasons. This one went 3 games for a lot of the wrong reasons, and it was a very slow series. And I think tensions were high because this game means a lot, especially for Kwangdong Freaks for playoffs. So, you know, maybe that's why they didn't play as well as we expected. But DRX also some holes here, so could be an interesting start to the playoffs in that first round.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams might actually face each other in the first playoff match, so we'll have to wait and see. We do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up here. It will be Kingen on this Tryndamere, his first of the entire season.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that it's his first because he has had some really good games. And we talked about this on the Pogstate episode today, spoilers, that he has been a lot more consistent as of late and is looking to be, you know, one of our maybe top 6 top laners right now in the LCK. And it's not saying a lot, but for a player who's been up and down, honestly, throughout most of his career, he's on an upside right now when it matters most at the end of the season. Had a pretty nice landing phase, definitely overextending a few times in the mid game, but in the end, he actually really helped win these team fights, turning situations like this in part, you know, to the fact that he could just become immortal and get into the back line and allow the Aphelios to close the gap because low-range Aphelios need some sort of insane front line. So he empowered Deft a lot this game.
Yeah, it was just really nice to see how he was taking advantage of the mini-Gnar. Like, every single time there was a mini-Gnar, he was putting on pressure, and we saw that in the first series, but that kind of makes sense with that matchup, right? But Kingen against Keen, that was a lot of work that he was getting done against a good player. As you can see the votes here, it kind of looks like the gray out thing didn't quite work, but you guys get the picture.
Yeah, pretty split. 7 votes here for Kingen, 5 for Zeka, who was my vote, and Chronicles as well. And a few votes, of course, or 1 vote for Media going over to Deft, who actually had a great game as well.
Yeah, very consistent, as they say. We do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the last POG interview translation of the week, joined by Deft and Kingen from DRX. Congratulations on this 4-match winning streak. if it lost today, it was gonna be really critical to our, standings competition, and I'm happy that we were able to win. I'm pretty much like relieved, to be honest. I'm pretty confident about 3-game series, So I mean, we have the stamina to stay up, and in the end, we were able to win, so it feels great. Yeah, concentrating till the end of a long series is definitely very important. But first off, Daft, you were able to reach 1,000 POG points for the split. How do you feel? Well, I don't really care about 1,000 points. I'm more about upset that I lost on Jinx in game number 1. And Kingen, this is your first POG. We were quite surprised. Kingen, what does that mean to you, this first POG? Well, I think I got POG because I was playing Tryndamere. Because my personal performance, I think, was not good enough. But I really appreciate this POG, and yeah, that's it. Speaking of performance, DRX secured their spot in the playoffs, and KDF is one of the teams that you might be playing against in playoffs. So how was the mindset heading into the series? We always just try to focus on our own, performance, not the opponents. So we don't really, care about who we're playing against. It's more about focusing what we have to do and what we have to do next after making each steps. And Deft, I have a question about the bottom lane. You guys were playing against Teddy, who has been having a prime performance recently, and everyone was just focusing on the bottom lane matchup. Well, to be honest, KDF, their bot laner, Teddy, always does a fantastic job in the late game, and after losing game number 1, we kind of realized that they really highly prioritize Aphelios, so we decided to remove that in game 2, and it worked really well. So we have a very detailed question about how DRX played out the lane. Could you kind of break down the matchups down on the bottom lane? In game 2 and 3, early on, we really wanted to kind of stop their back early on, kind of mess up with their back timing. And Deft, a lot of DRX players say Burrow is teaching them a lot. What about you? I mean, as a bottom duo, we always just like influence each other, It's like an interaction between two players. Yeah, I mean, the way Burrow and Def together control the bottom lane was so on point. And Kingen, in game 3, you were very proactive on Tryndamere, and you were able to even solo kill Key and Snar. Why were you playing so aggressively today? What was the theme of your playstyle? I watched other players playing Tryndamere recently, and after playing Scrims a lot these days, like, even if the opponents are having a full HP on the top lane, you can always solo kill the opponent as long as you have the spell advantage. And we had a funny picture posted by DRX as well. In the waiting room, like, the younger players were like bullying you. So what happened? Or everyone was trying to sit next to you. What happened? Who's the most popular player? I think Burrow and Pyosik is the most popular too. And I'm like 3rd. What about you, Kingen? I mean, Kingen, he's just like always like works on alone. And Zeka also. Zeka and Kingen is definitely below me in terms of popularity and like who's being famous. But why is Zeph so like popular and Burrow? Because like his like tsundere style, he's like really not really that kind on the outside. He's really soft on the inside. Kingen, you did say you didn't pay attention to the opponent. You rather focused on your performance, but you were actually playing against Kian, one of the top-tier top laners in the LCK. What's your mindset heading into the playoffs and also the upcoming matches? I think I have a very long way to go. Not only playoffs, I just want to keep pushing towards maybe summer split even. So I just want to like keep working hard. However, remaining matches doesn't look so easy for you guys. It's gonna be Damwon, Kia, and T1.
일단 지금 저희 팀 이제 선수들뿐만 아니라 이제 감독
I think
코치님들까지
every player and also the coaching staff,
휴가가
you know,
없이
we had
거의
no rest
시즌
at all.
끝까지
We
할 것
didn't
같은데
have any day off. We were
잘
just focusing
준비해서
until the very end
괜찮은
of the
결과가
split. So I
나왔습니다.
hope it can, you know, get the reward of the hard grind.
열심히 할 거고
We will do our
열심히 하면
best,
결과가
and I hope
나왔으면
we can get a great result. And this will be the end of the interview from Daph Kingan, and I'm gonna pass it back to Valdez and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, Jisun, for that awesome translation. Really good to hear from Kingan for the first time, and of course, Deft is always a treat. And speaking of treats, Wolf, we do have a little bit something extra. We saw this last week, but now we get it here on the carpet space as well.
Oh, I remember this play. This is the Chovy turnaround. But standings info. Oh, that's okay. We'll talk about the standings real quick. Oh, no. We'll talk about the standings later. All right, so this is the best of the week, week 8. This is Chovy's amazing Shadow Surge that comes up about 1 second before, and he ends up turning this one around onto the enemy Ahri.
Pro view. This is, of course, the best play of the week, by the way, guys. Sorry, we kind of hopped into this one real quick.
Yep. Notice his Shadow Surge cooldown, 3, 2, 1. He hovered over it a second and pinged it to his allies, and then, bam. Easy peasy. Just enough burst damage there, gets the reset. He's like, I think I was supposed to die there, actually. But I got him.
I love the translation. Makes it better.
He did get him, in fact, and that was a really sick play from Chovy. One of many. Let's take a look at these standings, because a loss here for Kwangdong actually means that they might be in that same 7-11 split with KT and with Fredit Brion. Again, we're still getting, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves yet, but expectations here for Fredit Brion, given their roster situation and caliber of opponents, means that they might find themselves at 7-11. Kwangdong Freaks with one more win, KT with one more win, means we're looking at those points, right? The points column here is super important. That might actually just decide everything. In a crazy world, we could actually have a tie between these three teams, which is entirely possible. So it's not over till it's over, Valdez, in terms of our playoff standings.
Yeah, absolutely. We have 4 teams at the top and then 3 teams vying for 2 spots. And we'll see how it does go. Some matches for next week. Of course, this is the final week before playoffs, so it really does come all down to this before we do finish off the split.
Notice the matchups here, of course, for KT. They have the match against Genji, which is the big one, and their expected win over Nongshim. For Fredit Brion, Genji into Damwon Kia, so a tough one. And for Kwangdong Freaks, of course, our last team, they have the easiest week, arguably, here with Hanalife Esports and Live Sandbox, which is why we put them, of the 3 still in contention, the most likely to go through. But all it takes is a 1-1 there, and then we could have that 3-way split at 7-11. So it's going to be very exciting, and I think that we're so lucky, once again, ever since I joined the LCK, to have these insanely close playoff final spot runs.
Yeah, it's awesome, and we might be visiting 7-11 there at the end, right before playoffs, guys. But that's going to do it for us. Hope you did enjoy the LCK tonight. Join us next week to finish off the split. But until then, have a great night.
I love could set me free. You break down the wall.